Chapter 51. Cedric asking for help. Richard, who was walking forward, stopped and looked back in surprise. Tread, tread, tread. There was a sound of footsteps, but no one was seen. The footsteps appeared abruptly, but Richard, who had reacted, could not hear where the footsteps came from. Looking back, he saw only an empty corridor, so he turned around and carefully looked around. Torn apart. A spell of light flashed, and Richard, who sensed something was wrong, hid to the side, and then looked towards the source of the sound. But the speed at which he turned his head was obviously not as fast as that of the man hiding in the dark. He only saw a trace of the wizard's robe in the corner of his eyes. At the same time, the wand in his hand threw a spell behind him at an extremely fast speed. Smoke and dust splashed up, obscuring their vision. Richard walked behind him cautiously. There seemed to be no one around, but it was really silent. All he could hear was his panting and the sound of his beating heart. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the figure just now disappeared. He didn't take it lightly because of this, but still solemnly walked forward with his wand in hand. After walking for a while, he couldn't help speeding up his feet as he still wasn't attacked. Coming to the Shwang-Chak here, the corridors on both sides are pitch black, and nothing can be seen. Here, Richard hesitated. He didn't know whether he should continue walking. Facing this dangerous place, Richard thought for a while, then turned back. All the way to the girls' bathroom, the Myrtle who would have been in the girls' bathroom was gone. I don't know where she went again. Richard walked to the sink, stretched out his hand to feel under the faucet, and sure enough, he felt some prominent places. Feel it carefully, and you will know that these prominent positions are connected together to form a small snake. As he expected, the specific location of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets did not change. Unfortunately, he is not a Parseltongue, so he cannot open this passage. Feeling the carving of the little snake vigorously, Richard walked away and began to check the surrounding situation. He held his wand and leaned aside. Whenever a door was opened by him, his wand would quickly point to the toilet. Once there is someone inside, what awaits that person is Richard's merciless stun spell. He opened the toilet doors one by one, and Richard was a little relieved that there was no one in there. When he opened the last door, out of the corner of Richard's eyes, he saw some Myrtle girls floating in the air. Suddenly his face became stiff. Myrtle's wide-eyed, terrified expression seemed to tell that she had experienced something unknown. Her body is stiff, and she should be a ghost. Logically, she can't touch anyone, including any objects. But now, she maintains this terrified expression, her body circling in midair. Richard stretched out his hand. He had some luck. But when his fingers touched the wizard robe on Myrtle's body, those luck disappeared without a trace. His hand touched Myrtle's body. It was self-evident what this meant. Richard didn't think that Myrtle could be as special as Peeves. The plot changed because of me. In the original book, Myrtle was never attacked. Although it feels ridiculous, it's actually true. Myrtle, who has been wandering around the entrance, perfectly avoids every trip of the basilisk. But now, obviously, her luck is not good enough. Richard turned his head and looked over from Myrtle's line of sight. He happened to see a small pool of water reflecting the moon, and this also made him almost understand what happened. It should be that when the basilisk came out, Myrtle just opened the toilet door and met the eyes of the basilisk in the pool, and was instantly petrified. Maybe only it was just reacting. Look at the frightened expression on Myrtle's face and some of her movements. It can be deduced that Myrtle saw the basilisk from the pool as soon as she opened the door, and she should have wanted to continue hiding while she was terrified. But just after making some actions, she was already petrified. Richard took 2 steps back and closed the door with a solemn expression. Then he used his magic wand to clean the toilet door in front of him once, eliminating his traces here. He didn't see Ginny Weasley. Maybe she had already left under control, or maybe she was waiting nearby for him to walk out of the bathroom. He took 2 steps back. The moonlight shone on his face, reflecting his profile. Without too much hesitation, Richard covered the invisibility cloak on his body again, and then he was about to leave here. But before he could make the next move, There was a sound of footsteps outside the bathroom. Richard was startled, and hurried over to get out before anyone outside came in. But the moment he walked to the door, the first thing he saw was Dumbledore's blue eyes. At this moment, Richard was really nervous. He didn't expect Dumbledore to come here in person. He thought that even if Cedric asked for help, it would only be a few professors. Richard, who hastily stepped aside, didn't notice Dumbledore's insignificant glance. After Dumbledore walked in, Cedric, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Lockhart walked into the bathroom together. "Is it here?" "It should be here, Professor." Cedric stood up. He was a little anxious, silently watching the places in the bathroom where people might be hiding. On the way to leave, he happened to meet Professor Snape, who was unusual at night. And then he told Professor Snape what he had encountered. Of course, for some reason, he concealed some things. Just told him that there was another person who got separated from them. But what I never expected was that Dumbledore and several other professors would arrive soon. Cedric now only hopes that Richard will hide in the bathroom, or leave this place. Chapter 52. Long time no see. Tom. Richard, who was hiding aside, didn't dare to breathe. Standing in front of him, apart from Lockhart and Cedric, the other professors are all masters who have achieved the ultimate in their own fields. Especially with the arrival of Dumbledore, Richard was a little worried that Harry's invisibility cloak would not be able to completely hide the old man. "Severus, you should also be able to feel a residual magic power around here." Dumbledore quietly stared at the sink in front of him. It took a long time before she shifted her gaze to the last toilet where Myrtle was. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape walked towards the last toilet without the slightest hesitation. He took the wand in his hand, walked quickly to the toilet door, and opened the door. Floating in midair, Myrtle appeared in front of everyone with a frightened face. Seeing this scene, Snape's paralyzed face seemed to become a little colder. Dumbledore, who was behind him, had a flat face and no waves in his eyes, as if he had expected this scene long ago. "This is the second victim. Minerva, I'll leave it to you to minimize the impact of this matter." "Okay, Albus." Professor McGonagall nodded. She had an ugly expression, and after hearing Dumbledore's order, her expression eased a lot. Richard quietly paid attention to this scene. Suddenly, a mechanical sound reappeared in his mind. It was detected that the remnant soul of Voldemort, the Dark Lord of the magic world, and Albus Dumbledore, who had a teacher-student relationship with him, were present. So the second question and answer session was started. The host does not need to participate in this question and answer session. After seeing this line of text clearly, Richard, who was hiding behind everyone, was stunned. It is not difficult to see from this line of text that Tom Riddle's notebook is nearby, so the Ginny Weasley controlled by the diary is also nearby. But where are they hiding? Before Richard could figure it out, Dumbledore in front of him disappeared. As early as the moment that strange feeling appeared, Dumbledore felt familiar for a while. Before he could react, the scene in front of him changed. A white mist enveloped the surroundings, without anyone or anything. Looking into the sky, it was also a vast expanse of white mist. Dumbledore looked around. A trace of surprise flashed in his calm eyes. When his sight returned to his front, he found a black path extending from the end of his sight to his feet. What this means is self-evident. Since he appeared here, how could he not meet the master who brought him here? What's more, Dumbledore sensed some familiar feelings from this vast white environment. Just like it was in the Q and A space a few days ago. "Please follow the signs on the ground and move forward." He stood still, and after a while, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. But Dumbledore, who had been prepared for a long time, just felt that it was expected. And the text that appeared in this line also confirmed that his guess was correct. Here is the Q and A space. A changed Q and A space. Just this time, never again the milky white glowing humanoid creature floating in midair also lost the professor and students standing beside him. Dumbledore set off and walked forward. After walking for about a minute, the whiteness in front of him began to gradually dissipate. When the white mist completely dissipated, In front of him was a chair and the smile of a very handsome man sitting opposite the chair. "Long time no see, Professor." "Long time no see, Tom. I didn't expect that you were still alive." "No, I actually knew it. But I didn't expect that you would still look like you when you were young." Halfway through the speech, Dumbledore shook his head again and said another way. "Isn't this normal, Professor? I'm beyond death." "But you are on the road to death. Sooner or later, you will die." Tom stood up and showed Dumbledore. At this time, his character is undoubtedly the closest to his appearance at the age of 17, whether it is character or appearance. Seeing Tom, who no longer concealed himself in front of him, Dumbledore's eyes showed a rare hint of sadness, which was fleeting. "Death is just the beginning of another great adventure." Facing this sentence, Tom Riddle just sneered, without explaining anything. He and the old man in front of him have different ideas, and there is no need to explain anything. "Anyway, you are my former professor, and I don't want to argue with you." He sat back again, and there was an aristocratic elegance in every move. "But judging from the current situation, you can't kill me." "I never thought of killing you, Tom." While the two were talking, the surrounding fog was dissipating and the environment was changing, but the two of them ignored it as if they couldn't see it. At the same time, a large table appeared in front of the two of them, with pens and paper on it. This Q&A will adopt a brand new method. Everyone has only one chance to write down their choices on paper after getting the questions. That line of text appeared in front of the two of them. Thoughtful Dumbledore, Tom with twinkling eyes. Both of them have some knowledge about the question and answer space. One of them was a participant in the last question and answer session, and the other learned about it through the memories of a certain little wizard. In this question and answer session, facing his former old man, his current opponent and enemy, Tom Riddle was undoubtedly very excited. Deep down in his heart, he always wanted to defeat Dumbledore face to face, but he was afraid of him because of the past. If he could not face him face to face, he would not face him face to face. This unexpected encounter terrified Tom and at the same time aroused his desire to defeat Dumbledore. Tom, who was mixed with fear, excitement, and joy, looked at Dumbledore closely at this moment. Please listen to the question. After Dumbledore saw Tom Riddle's talent, why did he always treat Tom Riddle severely and restrict him all the time? A. Dumbledore saw Tom Riddle's talent. He was jealous of this child, so he would treat him harshly and coldly from time to time. B. Because of the Grindelwald incident and Tom Riddle's behavior when he was a child, Dumbledore was afraid that a wizard similar to Grindelwald would appear again. C. Because Dumbledore wants to personally train a Dark Lord, and then stand up to defeat him and gain huge fame and fortune. D. Do you need a reason to see someone upset? Chapter 53. Some past of Dumbledore. When Dumbledore disappeared, the professors present were terrified. But at that moment, a familiar panel appeared in midair in front of them. This panic quickly calmed down. Is this another question and answer? Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, then continued. It depends on the situation. Snape's cold voice sounded, and he came back, with a smell of not getting close to strangers all over his body. Severus, do you have any good ideas? Seal this place. When the students are sleeping, all news is blocked. It is strictly forbidden for anyone to tell anything about this place. Severus, that's not what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is that this picture isn't just for us to see. Snape was silent for a moment, and then his eyes turned to the terrified Myrtle, who was frozen in place. Then pray. What's the meaning? Pray that such things don't happen, otherwise we have nothing to do. The cold tone combined with his paralyzed face that has never changed for thousands of years, gave people a feeling as if they were in the dark and felt the cold of the glacier. Even Cedric subconsciously took a step back. Although the movement was slight, Snape quickly turned his head and stared at Cedric. The paralyzed face that suddenly appeared in sight almost frightened him. Fortunately, some content began to appear on that white picture. For example, Dumbledore walking on a vast expanse of white land. This successfully attracted several professors, including Snape, and diverted their attention. It also made Cedric, who was facing Snape's iceberg face, secretly heave a sigh of relief. The death stare from the head of the Snake Academy is still very terrifying. People who haven't experienced it personally can't understand it at all. That feeling. And Cedric, who had endured the death stare, suddenly admired Harry, who was knocked unconscious by Richard. I admire that Harry, who has endured Snape's death stare many times and is still alive and well. All the people present, except for Cedric, whose thoughts were drifting further and further away, all eyes were on the picture in front of them. Gradually, when Dumbledore stopped, the scene changed, and they also saw the young man standing in front of Dumbledore, wearing a Slytherin robe with the Slytherin coat of arms printed on it. This young man, who was handsome enough to fascinate thousands of young girls, smiled when he saw Dumbledore. The moment he spoke, Snape narrowed his eyes. He was a student of Slytherin House many years ago, and later he became the Dean of Slytherin House for some reason. But whether it was the memory of his student days or the memory after he became the head of Slytherin House, there was no memory of this handsome young man in it. And when such a handsome person appeared at Hogwarts, he couldn't believe that he had no memory, and the rest of Slytherin didn't know either. Unless a very long time has passed, coupled with the tone of the young man's speech to Dumbledore, and various subsequent attitudes. There was an extremely bold guess in Snape's mind. This young man is Dumbledore's son. String words. This young man may be Voldemort in his youth. Snape thought boldly. In fact, his bold guess was the correct answer. In the picture, Tom and Dumbledore were sitting opposite each other, and the atmosphere between the two of them could not be seen from this picture alone, as they were fighting each other. Looking at the questions given by the question and answer space, Tom's bright smile froze on his face, while Dumbledore remained silent. Time is like a knife, it cuts the past into pieces. However, this suddenly appeared again, bringing them back to the days decades ago. Dumbledore still vaguely remembered that day. He went to an orphanage to pick up a child to go to Hogwarts School. Subconsciously, he used legilimency on that child, and then saw something deep in that child's memory. In the beginning, he was very strict with Tom, trying to use his own methods to lead him to the right path. No matter how bad he was, he could use his deterrent power to make this kid not dare to make mistakes easily. Maybe it was because he was afraid that another Grindelwald would appear again. Or maybe it was because of some other reasons. He was always on guard against this child. Many years later, Dumbledore was thinking when he recalled this incident. If he hadn't been strict and vigilant to Tom back then, and hadn't threatened him from time to time and warned him with words, would the final outcome be different? All these years, Dumbledore has been thinking about it. It was also when his students went farther and farther, started to go astray, and finally got deeper and deeper. He seemed to have a clear understanding. He has become the kindest headmaster of Hogwarts. With his amiability and gentleness, he has become the person most of the students like and is very trustworthy. However, what happened in the past cannot be changed. Some resentment will only gradually deepen over time, and will not decrease by half. When did you see Tom again? It seems that when Tom saw him again, he returned to Hogwarts, hoping to be a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. But he refused. The pride of the gentle, sharp, and handsome Slytherin had changed. His eyes were bloodthirsty, there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and his whole body exuded coldness and madness. Will that be the last time he retains this student? Dumbledore's thoughts drifted far away, and he didn't react until Tom pressed the button first, wrote down his answer, and was notified by the Q and A space. The expressionless Tom looked at Dumbledore, who was full of sorrow. Just like the expressionless Dumbledore looked at Tom, who was pretending to be smiling. Tom Riddle chose option A, answered incorrectly, and Albus Dumbledore answered, "It seems that some things are not what I thought, Professor." It's always been like this, Tom. Your thinking is too extreme. Chapter 54. Tom and Dumbledore. The answers of the two carried a deeper meaning. That kind of meaning can only be understood by the two of them. Dumbledore wrote down his answer on the white paper. Tom, who had guessed, frowned. The current Tim is infinitely close to when he was 17, no matter in appearance or character. Dumbledore chose B. The answer is correct. Would you like to check the answer analysis? When Dumbledore wrote his answer, the reappearance of the words caught Tom's attention. His eyes were fixed on that line of text, and his frown did not ease in the slightest. Maybe he never thought so. Putting himself against others, he always thought that Dumbledore's prejudice and strictness towards him came from jealousy. Or maybe he wanted to personally train a Dark Lord. This was what he suddenly thought of when he saw C's choice. As for the second answer, strict supervision is required because of fear. What is the reason for this? Dumbledore is actually afraid, but in fact it was beyond his expectation. Dumbledore actually, of course, because he is afraid that a wizard similar to Grindelwald will appear again. He will be under strict supervision and full of vigilance. For a moment, Tom didn't know whether he should be happy because Dumbledore valued him so much, or angry because he was so valued. You're going the wrong way, Tom. Whether my choice is right or wrong is not up to you, nor to me. Professor, after all, we have to use strength to speak, just like when you defeated Grindelwald back then to prove that his choice was wrong and his path was a failure. Isn't it? It was wrong to be opposed to one's own path, and Tom Riddle's reaction was more intense than expected. What he wanted in this life was nothing more than two goals. One was eternal life, and the other was to prove to Dumbledore that he was wrong. As for why Tom became what he was later, it was just some small consequences left behind when he fought for power and profit with the older generation of pure-blood families and calculated each other. And Dumbledore happened to know something. Including later, Tom's character started to become crazy, and he no longer cared about the consequences. He was bloodthirsty, tortured people with fear, and forced them to surrender to himself. Whether this is the sequel brought about by the study of black magic, or the result of calculations with those pure-blood family elders, that is, the benevolent sees the benevolence, and the wise sees the wisdom. But in terms of results, those pure-blood families failed and could only submit to Voldemort, and some pure-blood families became his loyalists. The family's 1,000-year-old book collection is open to him, and he is allowed to look at it at will. Later, he changed his name and set off a reign of fear in the British magic world, but his purpose was to defeat Dumbledore and prove that his ideas and choices were wrong. This can be said to be Tom's lifelong obsession, not Voldemort's lifelong obsession. At that time, when Voldemort cut out this part of his soul, it was very likely that the basilisk killed Myrtle, and then he took that opportunity to make his first Horcrux in his life. You're right, Tom. Maybe I was wrong. If I do it again, I've wondered about this question more than once. If I do it again, will the result be different? Stop like this, Professor. If you are defeated by me like this, I will feel very unfulfilling. Dumbledore tried to change Tom's mind, because the Tom in this Horcrux was not the completely crazy and twisted Voldemort. From Dumbledore's point of view, there is hope that Tom can turn around at this time. Of course, this is why Dumbledore didn't understand why Tom would appear again. But to Tom's ears, it was as if the person in front of him was disgusting him, and the distrust between the two was already deeply ingrained. Maybe Dumbledore made some changes, but Tom didn't. His memory still stayed at that time, including cognition, wisdom, and rationality. And Dumbledore obviously discovered this. When he said these words, there was another layer of meaning, and at the same time, it was also a kind of temptation to Tom Riddle. The result of the trial surprised him a little, but also made him want to make a try. Let's see if we can bring Tom back again. After all, what Voldemort did has nothing to do with Tom Riddle. It was with this thought that Dumbledore wanted to test him further with words. Compared to the wily and calculating Dumbledore, the 17-year-old Tom is still a little immature. At least he is not aware of Dumbledore's temptation to him now. What he thinks is the deeper meaning in those words. And he dismissed it. But Dumbledore's blue eyes became brighter and brighter when he got the answer. To decide the two of us, we must rely on strength to speak after all. I have to say, this is an extremely simple and straightforward method, but you are not my opponent. Tom. The simple and boring sentence is telling a fact. Hearing these words, even if he was as conceited as he was, he could only say nothing. Open analysis. After seeing Tom lost in thought, Dumbledore let go of the analysis. After Dumbledore saw Tom Riddle's talent, why did he always treat him severely and restrict him? A. Dumbledore himself has unparalleled talent, and his pride will not make him jealous of anyone, so option A is wrong. B. When Dumbledore saw Tom's talent and what he did, he was terrified at the first moment. He was afraid that Tom would become the next Grindelwald when he grew up, so option B is correct. C. Since Dumbledore came to his senses, he hopes that the magic world will be peaceful. As he personally ended the myth of Grindelwald, he doesn't want a new Dark Lord to appear in the magic world, so option C is wrong. D. Although Dumbledore is very strict with Tom, he doesn't dislike Tom Riddle, so naturally he doesn't feel bad about him, so option D is wrong. After the analysis was revealed, the atmosphere between the two was very silent. Tom's expression was very calm, but those twinkling eyes betrayed him. Dumbledore, on the other hand, received the news that the rewards will be distributed after the next answer. Chapter 55 Tom's change. After all, you are too paranoid. Tom Riddle's rare silence did not refute Dumbledore's words. But he won't repeat it over and over again like a child. Tell Dumbledore what's on your mind. This is the truth he understood a long time ago. There is bound to be a gap between him and Dumbledore. Just like Dumbledore had always maintained doubts about him, it was impossible for him to have trust in Dumbledore. In his latest memory, he was already planning to seek help from those pure-blood families with the idea of pure-blood supremacy, gain the support of pure-blood families with pure-blood supremacy, and then let himself gradually gain a foothold in the magic world, slowly encroaching on the Ministry of Magic, growing his power, improving his strength, and finally defeated Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and told him that only he is right, and only he is right. Whenever he thinks of such a scene, Tom can feel his whole body trembling and his heart beating violently. That wonderful feeling is like he is drinking a cup of delicious butter beer. The subtle taste enters from the lips and gradually spreads to the whole body. After getting the memories of the two little wizards one after another, Tom's biggest doubt may be that in the future, his style of doing things will suddenly change. What he does is full of fear and threat, and he suddenly stands up to everyone. I went to the opposite side, which made Tom a little confused. As a wizard who has lived through those years, he knows a lot about Mythin, and he is also a witness to the battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, witnessing the competition of power, strength, and charm between the two sides. No matter how much he hated Dumbledore, he had to admit that Dumbledore was a very great wizard, even if the two had different ideas. And another doubt is why he was suddenly defeated in the most prosperous period. If he was defeated by Dumbledore, then there is nothing to say. But the problem is that he was defeated by a baby. God knows, when he got this piece of information, he was so dazed that he was in a daze for a long time. He was actually defeated by a baby. As long as he loses to Dumbledore, or loses to other people, Tom can accept it. He can even accept that his future will change a lot and gradually deviate from his original intention. But the only thing he can't accept is that he was defeated by a baby. That the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Tom undoubtedly wanted to clarify this doubt secretly. If it weren't for this question and answer space to draw him in, I'm afraid he would have been hiding forever. And then while resurrecting himself by some means, he would use the basilisk in the secret room to test Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Now, all of this was destroyed at the very beginning. Tom looked at Dumbledore's azure blue eyes. It was obvious that the old man in front of him was inevitably falling into old age, but it gave him a more terrifying feeling than it did decades ago. And this is why he will try his best to hide his traces. Not only to protect himself when he was weakest, but also because of the old man in front of him. Professor, what you said is meaningless. While the two of them were talking and thinking, the second question quietly surfaced on the paper, accompanied by that mechanical voice that did not distinguish between men and women. Please listen to the question. Why is Tom Riddle able to control the Millennium Basilisk in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? A. Parseltongue. It is said that every wizard who can use Parseltongue is a very evil dark wizard. They can use this to communicate with snakes, and control snake creatures to serve them, the most famous of which is Despicable Hybo. B. Black magic. Among all kinds of magic, black magic is called the most mysterious, the most harmful, the most threatening, and the most harmful magic to a wizard physically and mentally, and only the most evil magic, black magic, there will be a lot of magic to enslave other races, including humans, among which the most famous magic in black magic is the soul spell. C. Tom's strong personality charm. As long as my charm is strong enough, there is nothing that can't be fooled. Although Tom Riddle is much worse than other famous leaders, I have to mention that Tom Riddle's ability to fool, after all, it is rare to fool himself into limping, although there is a reason why Tom suffered some kind of magic when he and the Pure Blood family calculated each other. D. Bloodline. Even as a mixed race, Tom Riddle still has the blood of Salazar Slytherin flowing through his body. As a direct bloodline of Slytherin's descendants, Tom is very likely to be the last Slytherin. It is precisely because of the blood of Slytherin that Tom Riddle can master the 1,000-year-old basilisk from the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. After reading the topics and choices, Dumbledore looked at Tom in a strange way. After all, who would have thought that such a Dark Lord, who puts the theory of pure blood first, would actually be a mixed race that pure blood families usually look down on? This is really surprising. And the most surprising thing may not be just Dumbledore. The professors outside also saw the question in the question and answer space, and everyone present realized what kind of thing they were facing now when they saw this question. And they seemed to know a great event. Voldemort appeared very suddenly. As soon as he appeared, he forced the Ministry of Magic into a jeopardy, resulting in the death of most wizards, and he resisted all wizards. Many people don't know Voldemort's young at the time. I didn't even know what his name was. The entire magic world calls him Mysterious Man, or a person whose name cannot be mentioned. But now, they have learned something. Voldemort. Oh no. It was Tom Riddle, who was also a member of Hogwarts when he was young, and had a lot of connections with their beloved headmaster, and it seems that the relationship between the two of them is not so pure hostility. These things, while shocking everyone present, were also filled with great curiosity. Tom Riddle, this Hogwarts student, became what he was later, the Dark Lord who ruled people with fear. Chapter 56 Dumbledore's Disappointment. These things, the secrets hidden in time, have a huge and unparalleled attraction, making the professors and students present watch curiously. They are eager to know what happened to Voldemort when he was young. That was the Dark Lord closest to their time, and even they had personally experienced that period of darkness. But apart from that, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall have also noticed the problem itself. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. There is a Millennium Basilisk inside. Different from others, as a master of potions, Snape, who has a lot of knowledge about many potion ingredients and even some magical animals, naturally also knows what kind of magical animal the basilisk is. There had been no basilisks in Great Britain for 400 years. So he hadn't thought about the magic in Filch's cat before. Now, after seeing the basilisk's message, he instantly understood some problems that bothered him. It was also a moment to understand why the cat was not killed by the basilisk, but was only petrified. Recalling a little bit, there is a small pool of water on the ground where Filch's cat was petrified. The mirror-smooth water pool can completely reflect the appearance and eyes of the basilisk. Looking directly into those eyes is equivalent to being hit by a killing curse. Even if the magic power is calculated, the basilisk has lived for 1,000 years, so the magic power contained in its body is also very huge. Even if you don't look directly into the basilisk's eyes, but just see those eyes through some kind of medium, you will still receive powerful black magic. It's no wonder that ordinary spell-breaking can't solve the petrification on that cat. Snape looked at the content on the screen and thought quietly. Richard was also on the side. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but he also stayed where he was because of the appearance of the question and answer space. This time, he did not participate in the session as a host as before. The root cause was that the question and answer space was more complete. Every time he opens a question and answer, he will get some rewards. It can be said that this is a win-win situation. When he saw Tom Riddle appearing on the screen, Richard wanted to go out again. If he guessed correctly, Ginny Weasley controlled by Tom should not be far away. This is a good opportunity, an excellent opportunity. But after all, he still held back his restless heart. Wait and see. Ever since he mastered those kinds of spells and possessed more advanced magic skills, Lockhart's confidence is quite sufficient. If it is said that when encountering similar things in the past, he probably just talked about it, but in fact he was very scared in his heart. But now, he is not just talking about it. Magic has brought him a confidence that he has never had before, which is not available simply by deceiving others. In the past 2 days, he has not done nothing. While continuing to master the spells he has mastered, he will also secretly go to the library to supplement some knowledge and spells. Even if he can't master them in a short time, he must understand what kind of spell was that, what was he facing, and how to fight back while protecting his own life. Compared to before, the current Lockhart has undoubtedly changed a lot. Gradually, he was no longer that guy with a name but no reality. His eyes were introverted, his right hand was placed in his right waist pocket, and he was always ready to draw out his wand to release the spell. Professor McGonagall noticed this scene, and there was a flash of approval in his eyes. How to put it, she was also Lockhart's teacher decades ago. As a teacher, there is no one who does not want his students to become better and better. Dumbledore was no exception, Snape was no exception, Flitwick was no exception, and she was naturally no exception. When the professor and students in the girls' washroom were thinking about their own affairs, the expression on Tom's face in the picture became more and more difficult to look at. I should have thought of it a long time ago, and only you would do such a thing. Dumbledore sighed. Tom looked at him like this, and his memory seemed to return to that day 50 years ago when Dumbledore blocked him in the corridor. You did it, Tom. Those azure blue eyes contained extreme suppressed anger and a more severe rare look than usual, disappointment or other similar expressions. It's me, so what? He raised his head and looked straight into the eyes of the old man in front of him, as if it coincided with the scene 50 years ago. But the difference is that this time he really stood up, faced the old man directly, and boldly told him that he did it himself. And 50 years ago, he framed that half-blood giant and picked himself out. After all, who would doubt a little wizard who has good moral character, is diligent and studious, and is friendly with his classmates? No matter how you look at it, the half-blood giant who is withdrawn and likes to raise some strange and magical animals is more suspicious. It's a pity that Dumbledore never gave up his suspicion of him from the beginning to the end. Even if it was about that matter, the first thing Dumbledore thought of was not Rubeus Hagrid, but him. It has to be said that Dumbledore's suspicion was very accurate, but Tom did it perfectly at the time, and confronted Hagrid at a very suitable time, which led to the exposure of Hagrid's secret raising of Acromantia. And Principal Armando, who wanted to solve the matter quickly, also benefited from Tom's confession, and wished to have Hagrid tried immediately. How could he investigate this matter carefully? At that time, the magic world was completely panicked because of the dead people in Hogwarts, because no one knows whether their children will die suddenly. It was also because of this that they were pressured by the Pureblood family and other wizarding families. Principal Armando wanted to settle this matter quickly. This is exactly what Tom wanted. Only by resolving this matter as quickly as possible can he remove the suspicion from himself. In fact, Tom succeeded. Except for Dumbledore, none of the professors doubted him. Chapter 57 Salazar Slytherin's bloodline descendants. The two looked at each other, and Dumbledore didn't see the answer he wanted from Tom's eyes. Just like 50 years ago, While Tom Riddle was an excellent student, he also knew how to hide his truest side as much as possible. Maybe the reason why he became crazy later on was because he made too many Horcruxes, but isn't there any of them belonging to the more paranoid side of Tom Riddle's character? Not necessarily. But Tom Riddle is very good at hiding himself. Before his disguise is exposed, no one can see it except Dumbledore. For this question, I choose D. Tom's indifferent voice came into Dumbledore's ears, which made him wake up suddenly, and realized his current situation in time. Looking at his calm eyes without any emotional fluctuations, Dumbledore roughly understood what Tom Riddle meant. He wants to reveal his own secret by himself. Instead of misleading him, it's better to spread it openly. This scene made Dumbledore, who understood the meaning of Tom's heart, couldn't help but sigh. Before there was no later study of black magic that led to madness, Tom's mind was very strong, and his character was very proud. He definitely wouldn't care about some petites lee, and he doesn't care whether someone who can defeat him will appear later. Because he is not afraid of anything. Even if it's facing Dumbledore, it's more jealous. When you can't face him, try not to face him. This is the real Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle chooses option D. The answer is correct, and the reward will be issued at the same time as Albus Dumbledore's reward. Whether to check the analysis? Yes. After the analysis is completed, the rewards will be issued. For such a straightforward Tom Riddle, everyone outside except Snape, the rest of the professors and students were shocked and understood why Voldemort was able to overwhelm the entire British wizarding world. Decisive, harsh, even betraying himself so decisively. Professor Dumbledore, maybe even you haven't thought of it. What? I'm actually a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. As Tom said, a new wand gradually appeared in his hand. This wand was no different from the one he used when he was young. And he originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the Q and A space would really duplicate an identical wand. No, it's not copying, but finding information about the wand from his memory, and then manifesting it from his memory. The Gaunt family? Tom Dumbledore answered irrelevant questions, and what he said made Tom Riddle fall into deep thought. He was thinking about how many secrets he had leaked before he died. Before, he chose to answer the question about his secret by himself. On the one hand, he didn't care about it. On the other hand, he was eager to know how much Dumbledore knew about him, so he took out this question, which didn't mean much to him. Important secrets to test Dumbledore. Judging from the current situation, Dumbledore still knows a lot. Although he didn't know that the basilisk was controlled by him before. The latter sentence of the Gaunt family directly let Tom break through. Sure enough, Dumbledore knew about it, but he didn't know when he knew about it. The questions and answers of the two were full of their temptations to each other, and from these words, they both got the answers they wanted. Question: why is Tom Riddle able to control the Millennium Basilisk in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? A. Parseltongue, due to historical reasons and some special reasons. Most people in the modern magic world believe that every wizard who masters Parseltongue is doomed or already a dark wizard in the future. The consensus of most wizards. As a language that can communicate with snakes, Parseltongue sounds like the hissing of a poisonous snake, which can make a person feel cold from the body to the heart, and Parseltongue can communicate with snakes, but it cannot control the basilisk, so the answer A is wrong. B. Although black magic is one of the most mysterious, evil, and powerful types of magic, and it also has magic to enslave other races, including humans, but because of time, Tom Riddle mastered the basilisk for the first time. I didn't master similar black magic at that time, so the answer B is wrong. C. When Tom was young, he attracted the support of most pure-blood families because of his excellent character and learning, and he was friendly and helpful to most of his classmates. The followers of pure-blood family members. Before becoming crazy, Tom Riddle has an attractive charm, but this charm is useless to the basilisk, so option C is wrong. D. The Millennium Basilisk that lived in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was once the pet of Salazar Slytherin, and Tom Riddle, who has the blood of Salazar Slytherin, plus the snake awakened from the ancestors Loki-Yang. Tom Riddle once communicated with the basilisk, and then passed the test left by Slytherin, so he gained control of the basilisk, because the proportion of Salazar Slytherin blood in this larger, so option D is correct. The analysis of this question is basically about Tom Riddle. From these analysis, Dumbledore's calm eyes showed a rare solemnity. 4 options, for analysis, the information contained in it answered Dumbledore's incomprehensible doubts. Why can Tom control that basilisk? Tom was born in the Gunter family, but he is a mixed race, which is rare in that extremely ancient pure-blood family, and the Gunter family was removed from the magic world a few decades ago. Unless the family is still alive, there is blood flowing in other places, otherwise the Gunter family, an ancient pure-blood family, will really disappear in the magic world. And if the Gaunt family goes back to their roots, they are also descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Chapter 58 Tom who regained his soul. In fact, Dumbledore had long guessed that Tom had the Parseltongue language. The analysis of the question and answer space now only confirms his previous conjectures, and also makes him understand that the incident in the secret room, including the current one, was done by Tom using the basilisk in the secret room. Looking deeply at Tom, if it wasn't for the wrong time and wrong place, then what the two of them are facing now will not be as simple as calming down and talking. The fate of the two of them should be a life and death struggle. That is to say, the appearance of the question and answer space gave the two of them a platform, and after all, Tom Riddle is not the Voldemort he was decades later. The analysis has been completed, and the question and answer rewards are now issued. First of all, Tom Riddle, the text in midair gradually disappeared, and then new text appeared on it. Tom raised his head as if feeling something, and just when he saw the thick line of words in midair, he felt something extra in his arms. Soul Concentrating Pill 1, Introduction, Literal Meaning, Elixir that acts on the soul, level, excellent. With a soul condensation pill in hand, even if your soul is about to fly away, it can forcibly preserve your soul. It is really a must-have medicine for traveling. Owner, Tom Riddle. Main purpose, it has the effects of calming the mind, reassuring the soul, repairing the remnant soul, and protecting the soul. It is a rare holy medicine for the soul. It has a miraculous effect on the damage of the soul, and it can be taken without the need of the body. Note, the efficacy of this elixir is very powerful. After all, it was modified by someone, but if you want to use this to go to infinite death, don't think about it, there is only one elixir. Tom took out a small jade bottle from his robe. As for the introduction of his reward in midair, he just glanced at it briefly, and his heart trembled violently as if hit by a hammer. Lowering his head, looking at the jade bottle in his hand that looked like suet jade, Tom couldn't wait to pull the stopper off the bottle. A light fragrance emanated from the jade bottle, and even Dumbledore felt refreshed after smelling it, but the difference was that the expression on his face was a bit strange. It's very complicated. It seems to be a little dignified, but also a little exclamation. Dumbledore knew what this soul condensation pill would bring to Tom. It is something that can fill a gap in the soul, and his current state is obviously the soul that Voldemort divided when he was young. Obtaining this elixir is tantamount to obtaining a possibility of resurrection. No, not only is it possible, but it will definitely be resurrected. If Tom Riddle is only in this state, Dumbledore is not afraid at all, and can even limit the influence on Hogwarts to a very small point. But if Tom takes this opportunity to be resurrected, Dumbledore was somewhat uncertain whether the revived Tom would have the power of his peak period, or just the power of his student period. If it's the former, Dumbledore can think of the title and content of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. After smelling the fragrance, Tom poured the soul-concentrating pill from the jade bottle into his mouth without the slightest hesitation. At the same time as he ate it, the elixir melted, and a part of its essence flowed through his body. He closed his eyes, patiently feeling the pain in his body. Variety. The feeling of weakness that has haunted him since he woke up and made him feel weak from the depths of his soul is gradually disappearing. Tom Riddle could clearly feel that his current body was no longer the phantom that would dissipate with the wind at any moment. At this moment, his body after his soul was condensed became more and more complete, until a certain moment, there was a roar in his mind, and he opened his eyes again. There was some faint light in those eyes. Congratulations, Tom. Your wish has been granted. Now, no matter how much you don't want to admit it, you have to admit a fact. Tom's resurrection has become an inevitable fact. Although he knew for a long time that he would be resurrected, Dumbledore still felt a little complicated because the time came so quickly. But what made him very gratified was that it wasn't Voldemort who was resurrected, but Tom Riddle. This can be said to be the good news inside the bad news. Thank you, Professor. Tom, who opened his eyes, looked a little sharp at the moment. At this time, he has undoubtedly restored his soul to the most perfect period of his student days. That he hasn't divided his soul to create Horcruxes yet. The soul no longer has the obscurity of the past, nor the negative emotions that linger in my heart all the time, and the urge to destroy everything in front of me. He just felt that his current state was a little strange. It was as if the shackles he had been carrying had suddenly disappeared. While feeling relaxed, he also had a rare freedom. It is precisely because of this. His thank you to Dumbledore was his rare sincere words. Tom raised his head, staring at the words that were gradually dissipating in midair and the words that were about to appear. The rewards for answering the questions by oneself alone are so rare, so what will Dumbledore get? Noticing Tom's gaze, Dumbledore then looked up at the words that disappeared. He understood what Tom meant, and while he understood, he also secretly expected what powerful thing he would get. Is it a powerful spell, or a powerful magic weapon, or directly enhance his strength like before? None of the above is better than giving him a book of magic knowledge that is different from modern magic knowledge. To be honest, before Dumbledore didn't think the rewards given by the Q and A space were so good. Whether it's his mana content increased by 1/10, or the weapons that other people got. It wasn't until Hermione got the basic magic pattern book, that the magic from another world directly caught Dumbledore's eyes. And now, this is what Dumbledore wants most. Knowledge is priceless, and knowledge of magic in other worlds is even more priceless. Chapter 59 Powerful Weapons. After waiting with anticipation, Dumbledore's reward soon appeared. Different from the magical knowledge he thought came from another world, his reward was a new wizard robe. Sun Moon Magic Robe. Introduction: a piece of powerful equipment from a magician from another world. Level: powerful, sacred artifact. The seal is sealed by some kind of powerful magic, and a magician of the same level is required to unseal it. Currently, the ability is limited to a certain extent. Owner: Albus Dumbledore. Main purpose: equipment that resists powerful magic, has the ability to pass through the void. In the seal, double the magic power of the owner, weakened to 50%, increase the upper limit of the owner's magic power by half, weakened to 1/10, and has the ability to launch gods and forbidden spells on the enemy, weakened to the ability to cast forbidden spells on the enemy only once, and once a day, cannot be accumulated. Note: the equipment of one of the most powerful magicians in a magic empire in another world is comparable to the weapons of gods, but it was sealed due to the injury of the owner in a war. If you can unlock the seal again, you can fully grasp the equipment. Weapons. This equipment is immune to instant death magic in this world and weakens the effects of most curses, leaving aside the reaction of Dumbledore and Tom in the question and answer space. The few professors staying outside, Cedric, and Richard, who was hiding in the dark, all looked shocked. Tom had obtained a soul condensation pill before, and the function and effect had already surprised those who knew the situation, but he never thought that Dumbledore would get such a powerful magic robe. Look at the effect described above, that powerful ability. Even though it was sealed and weakened, this magic robe still made everyone envious. Don't you see that Tom Riddle's eyes were about to pop out? and they automatically jumped to the wizard robe that Dumbledore had changed into now. Shortness of breath, red eyes. If it weren't for knowing that Tom is usually a very calm person, no one would have thought that he would look like a gambler who lost a bet now. Seeing him like this, Dumbledore gave his own evaluation. Isn't it just a magic robe? What's so strange? While thinking, his other hand was still tightly grasping the other side of the Xinayu magic robe on his body. He took a careful look at the magic robe he was wearing. The whole is purple, shining with a faint brilliance. There are many suns and moons tattooed on it. The sun is golden red, and it looks a bit dazzling. The gleaming appearance adds a bit of sharpness to Dumbledore, and it lacks the previous softness and the kindness of an ordinary old man. The moon is white and exudes a faint white light. It looks like round and round halos, very beautiful. And this faint white also neutralized the golden red of the sun. Overall, after wearing this magic robe, Dumbledore's perception has changed a lot. There is a bit of kindness in the majesty. While people are shocked, they can also feel the tenderness in the old man's heart. It was not only Tom who saw this scene, but also the professors outside. In addition to the shock, it brought even greater enthusiasm. Each of them wanted such a handsome magic robe. Really, it's a very simple desire, not the ability on the Xinayu magic robe that is jealous. What kind of bad thoughts can simple professors and students have? Richard was wearing an invisibility cloak, looking at the magic robe on Dumbledore's body in the picture. His saliva was almost drooling. That is a divine weapon. Even if it is a sealed divine weapon, it is still a divine weapon. If possible, Richard also wants one. But it's more than what he wants. Professor, it seems that you also got what you wanted. Just one more look. Tom Riddle's eyes never moved away. He stared at the magic robe. The greed in his eyes was undisguised. Magic items are just foreign objects after all, and they are far inferior to the power of various emotions that we have as human beings. Tom, you have been paranoid from beginning to end on this point. Habitually said a few words to Tom Riddle. Dumbledore was very calm when he said these words, but he was holding the Elder Wand in his hand, and he was wearing the Xinayu magic robe he had just obtained. This made him speak like a very rich man when he said that he didn't care if he had money or not. Fortunately, Tom at this time did not know the real existence of the Elder Wand, nor did he know that the wand in Dumbledore's hand was the legendary Deathly Hallows. Otherwise, maybe Tom would say something sarcastic to Dumbledore. But even so, after listening to similar teachings in the past, a trace of sarcasm flashed in Tom's eyes, and he was just sneering at him. There's no point arguing about these things, Professor. Let's move on to the next question. Isn't this more meaningful than the two of us arguing about who is right and who is wrong? When he said these words, a voice sounded softly in Tom's heart. Magic is power, nothing more than winner and loser. It's not certain who loses and who wins, Professor. In fact, Dumbledore also knew that simple words could change Tom's mind. Then when he was still a student, he had already been changed by himself, and he would not have made so many wrong things like he did later. If it was Voldemort standing in front of him, Dumbledore might just pull him into a fight after chatting with him. But the one standing in front of him was not Voldemort, who had done all kinds of evil and had completely degenerated, but Tom Riddle, who just didn't agree with his ideals. Dumbledore is not a pedantic person, and he has never been. If Tom can make a change, then Tom must die. But neither of them communicated anymore. Both of them knew that they could not convince each other with words alone. This is a battle of ideas, and you will not easily give up the ideas you want to stick to just because of the other party's few words. Especially for Tom Riddle, that's even more impossible. Chapter 60: The Cursed Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. As the two continued to watch, the third question soon appeared in front of the two of them, and the professor, Cedric, and Richard, who was hiding with the invisibility cloak, were watching this scene through the video. Please listen to the question. There has been a curse circulating in Hogwarts these years. Every wizard who applies for a defense against the dark arts professor will rarely work for a full year. More defense against the dark arts professors will usually be in as he approached his 1-year term in office. he encountered various accidents, including death. So who put a curse on the position of Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor? A. Tom Riddle, B. Albus Dumbledore, C. Severus Snape, D. Gellert Grindelwald. As soon as the new question appeared, Tom and Dumbledore picked up the pen and paper. As long as they could write faster than the other party, then this question would be answered by them. Although Tom's answer was indeed quick, he was still not as good as Dumbledore, who immediately wrote down the option he chose as soon as the question and the first option appeared. It is determined that when two people rush to answer at the same time, Dumbledore's speed is faster. This question will be answered by Dumbledore. The next question will be answered by one of the two randomly selected from the question and answer space, and there will be an answer sequence. The next question will correct this problem. The two sentences in the question and answer space, one in front and the other in the back, may seem nothing to others. But those who have experienced it, and the host of the Q and A space, Richard, understood that the Q and A space is constantly correcting its own questions when they saw the following sentence. It's like a new thing is gradually perfecting itself in the process of continuous experimentation. It's amazing. I originally thought that this question and answer space should be a very complete and mature alchemy product of ancient wizards. But now it feels to me like a immature, still trying to do something in the testing phase. Snape stepped forward, trying to touch the video in front of himself and others with his wand. Obviously, he failed. The video in front of them is the question and answer space's way of displaying the pictures in the space in front of them. It cannot be touched or interrupted by spellcasting, and these professors have not felt the fluctuation of magic power from these videos. Wonderful. Very wonderful. Perhaps only the legendary master alchemist Nicole Flamel could detect some clues from these videos. But it's a pity that Nicole Flamel's trace is elusive, and no one except Dumbledore can know where the legendary master alchemist is. Some people said that he was already dead. Since Dumbledore destroyed the Sorcerer's Stone, without the potion of immortality, that legendary master alchemist had vanished into thin air, gone with the wind. This statement is currently recognized in the magic world. After all, hearing what Snape said, Gilderoy Lockhart, who had experienced the question and answer space once, thought about it carefully before giving himself an affirmative answer. You are right, Professor Snape. The question and answer space seems to be repairing itself in this way, or perfecting itself. Then what do you think the question and answer space is? The alchemy product made by wizards in the ancient era is still a key to the new era. This flamboyant wizard in the past lost some of his previous frivolity and became more composed. This change made Snape a little unaccustomed to it, and even felt uncomfortable. Although the relationship between the two was not very good in the past, and what Snape likes most is to speak harshly to some people he dislikes. But as far as the current situation is concerned, he just glanced at Lockhart indifferently. I don't know, it's too mysterious. Richard broke out in a cold sweat when the professors started their analysis. What he never expected was that Professor Snape's eyes would be so sharp, and his mind would be so bright. After sighing, even he had to say one more thing. As expected of a person who has jumped back and forth between the Dark Lord and the White Demon King for more than 10 years. This analytical ability is really good. Indeed, when he got the question and answer space, he felt that there were problems in these question and answer sessions. For the first time, he presided over the first question and answer. At that time, the question and answer space was like a machine that could only be maintained by instinct, tirelessly following the rules of the past. The second time, that is, this time, Richard originally thought that he would host the Q and A again, but what he didn't expect was that the Q and A space rejected him. The first time, his reaction was not panic, but doubt. Until now, part of his doubts have been solved. The question and answer space is self-evolving and constantly improving itself. For him, whether this is a blessing or a curse, it is impossible to know. But, as far as the moment is concerned, the emergence of the question and answer space is closely related to Richard's ability to restore his memory, and its appearance has brought new hope to Richard. A level of becoming Dumbledore? No, yes, beyond the hopes of a wizard of this grade. In this regard, Richard can only wait and see. Professor, do you really know who cursed the defense against the dark arts? Professor? Tom let go of the pen on the table. In fact, he didn't know the answer, and he only had a vague guess in his heart. It is also because of this that he hesitated before. It was this hesitation that gave Dumbledore a moment's head start. Isn't that you, Tom? You in the future? You will soon become Voldemort's you. Dumbledore's tone was flat, and another image flashed in his mind. A young man with a pale complexion, bloodshot eyes, and a streak of madness in his eyes from time to time stood in front of him. At that time, he had already become the headmaster of Hogwarts. At that time, Tom returned to Hogwarts after traveling for more than 10 years. The difference is that this time Tom Riddle came to Hogwarts to apply for a job. And the position he wants is the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Out of some considerations and distrust of Tom, Dumbledore rejected him. Chapter 61 Lockhart, is it still too late to resign from the position of professor? The memory was a little fuzzy. The person who was almost unrecognizable to him coincided with the young, sharp-edged Tom in front of him. The two are originally one person. Dumbledore, who withdrew his thought. At this moment, Lockhart's expression on the outside was a bit strange. What did he see? The question and answer space said that the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts was cursed. Of course, this matter is almost a well-known secret in Hogwarts. Lockhart also knew this secret before. He had heard about it from other wizards when he came here, but he didn't take it seriously when he just heard the secret. As a student who used to be in Hogwarts, how many secrets do you hear? Naturally, Lockhart would not regard this hearsay secret as true. But now, think back to the past 10 years as a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. These wizards, they end up after holding this position for a year. Immediately, Lockhart's expression became even uglier. There are very few defense against the dark arts professors who can retire unscathed after taking the post for a year. Most of them are forced to be laid off due to various reasons after less than a year in this position. At a certain banquet, he also heard that a certain defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was going to have a baby, so he had no choice but to resign from that position. But the point is not this. The point is that the defense against the dark arts professor is a man. At that time, Lockhart just took this news as a joke, but now that he knew from the topic of the question and answer space that the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts was really cursed, he didn't dare to share what he had heard about Hogwarts before. The tragedies encountered by S's previous defense against the Dark Arts professors were regarded as a joke. And when those tragedies were no longer a joke, Lockhart felt that he needed to think more about it. After all, he is the current defense against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. If we went to Principal Dumbledore to resign the defense against the Dark Arts professor now, would it be too late? It's very urgent to ask online. Not to mention that because of the fear of the curse, Lockhart has been thinking about how to resign with Dumbledore from the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Snape next to him was already thinking about whether he should give up his previous obsession. After all, he has always been obsessed with the position of defense against the Dark Arts professor. And he can be regarded as a witness who saw that Hogwarts has changed more than a dozen defense against the Dark Arts professors in the past 10 years. Not to mention Cheeluo, who died extremely miserably last semester. There are still others who either died ugly, or were forced to leave due to various ridiculous reasons. It's okay to say the former. Even if death is terrible, at least it's better than being notorious, being ridiculed, and becoming a joke that people will never forget for the rest of their lives. If Snape were to choose, it is very likely that he would choose to die by himself, and he would not lose his reputation and become a joke in the eyes of others. The latter is far more serious to him than dying directly. The professors in the bathroom and Cedric. The atmosphere between them was rarely dull. Professor McGonagall knew what Snape had always been obsessed with, and getting along with Lockhart these days also let her know what was going on in the mind of this young professor at Hogwarts. Cedric looked at Lockhart with a much more innocent look. After all, what kind of evil thoughts can a young wizard have? But I'm just a little curious and excited, eager to know what will happen to Professor Lockhart in a year's time. He is an upright Hufflepuff. How could he have bad intentions? When the atmosphere in the bathroom was weird, the two people in the question and answer room also made the atmosphere gradually weird because of Dumbledore's 2 words just now. Did I really do it? I can only say that it is indeed me. Tom Riddle touched his wand. His eyes were blank because he was constantly boasting about himself, imagining how he would curse the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts in the future. After thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to do that. It's okay to curse the position of Hogwarts Defense against the Dark Arts Professor. It's better to curse other wizards who are a threat to him. Unless that position has a special meaning to me, I can't get it, and no one else can get it. No matter what Tom thought, he would never know that his sanity was running out at that time, and his whole body was surrounded by those negative emotions, and he was full of bloodthirsty killing intent towards everyone. This is something he doesn't know as he is still preparing to be resurrected, and he still doesn't know anything about what happened after his student days. Tom, who is now in this Horcrux, no matter how smart he is just the Tom who just used the basilisk to make his first Horcrux when he was a student. The Tom Riddle who has been magic for more than 10 years is not the Voldemort who later oppressed the British wizarding world and brought dark fear to British wizards. Dumbledore glanced at him, but didn't say anything when he saw that he was a little puzzled. If so, how can I fool him next? No, it's to lead Tom back to the right path. In any case, the appearance of the question and answer space this time made Tom Riddle appear directly, which was something neither of them expected. After all, Tom himself is very clear about what it means to appear in front of Dumbledore, and Dumbledore never expected to see his student again in such a different situation. Albus Dumbledore, please answer the question. Once again, Dumbledore took a deep look at Tom. This time, Dumbledore's eyes were full of deep meaning. I choose ... A. The answer is Tom Riddle. Chapter 62. The most attractive moment is when the secret is revealed, when the question and answer space did not deny Dumbledore's answer. Everyone knew that the answer to this question was the same. And this question also aroused the thoughts of several people present. The most important ones are the current Hogwarts Defense against the Dark Arts Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, and Severus Snape, who has always been obsessed with this position. Albus Dumbledore answered correctly. Do you want to check the analysis? Check. Rewards will be issued after reviewing. After communicating sentence by sentence, Tom focused on the analysis given by the question and answer space. He now wants to know why he cursed this professor position in the future. Question. There has been a curse in Hogwarts these years. Every wizard who applies for a defense against the Dark Arts Professor will rarely work for a full year. During his tenure in office, he encountered various accidents, including death. So who put a curse on the position of Hogwarts defense against the Dark Arts Professor? A. Tom Riddle. It's not a person who returned to Hogwarts after traveling for more than 10 years. The former professor is now the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the former students are now focusing on the study of black magic and gradually entering as a misguided wizard. The relationship between the two is complicated. Facing Tom, who was showing something wrong all over, Dumbledore justly rejected his application for employment, which caused Tom Riddle to hold a grudge. Later, through something in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, the position of Hogwarts defense against the Dark Arts Professor was cursed, so option A is correct. B. Albus Dumbledore, as the man who defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald, and became the headmaster of Hogwarts in that special period, he is the least likely to be against the Hogwarts defense against the Dark Arts cursed by the position of Professor. Which magic school headmaster would be so insane as to curse the position of professor in his own school? So option B is wrong. C. Severus Snape, As the Dean of Slytherin House, Severus Snape has always had a huge obsession with the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, wishing he could be Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School, and this also makes him the least likely to curse this position, followed by the fact that the timing is not right. The position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts suffers when he cursed. He hadn't entered Hogwarts yet, so option C is wrong. D. Gellert Grindelwald. As the most charming Dark Lord ever in the magic world, his reputation in the magic world is far beyond that of Voldemort, even though he was defeated by Dumbledore and imprisoned himself in Irmingadry. There are still many saints waiting for him, waiting for the return of the mighty Demon King who oppresses the magic world. Perhaps because he was afraid to face his youthful mistakes, or because he was afraid of Dumbledore who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, Gellert Grindelwald never set foot on the land with Dumbledore in his life, so choose D. Mistake. After reading the analysis, everyone's reactions were different. Among them, Lockhart looked at Snape very strangely, as if he didn't expect this greasy-haired middle-aged man to have such a deep obsession with this cursed position. If I said it earlier, he would have given him this position, and at most he would have exchanged positions with Snape. Wouldn't this be the best choice? Although Professor Dumbledore probably won't agree. Even if he didn't ask Dumbledore explicitly, Lockhart, who was half threatened to come to Hogwarts to teach, knew in his heart that this was an unlikely thing. If he were to be the Professor of Potions, it is estimated that he would be reported the next day, and then he would be arrested by the Ministry of Magic and sent to Azkaban, where he would spend the rest of his life. Thinking about that possibility, Lockhart felt his hair stand on end. Compared to Lockhart, who was thinking about how to give up his position to someone else, Snape frowned tightly, thinking in his heart whether his idea of becoming a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was wrong all along. Just as he thought before, if he was cursed, dying after a year might be the best choice. No matter what, it's much better than being ruined. The thinking of these two people was still on the Professorship of Defense Against the Dark Arts, but what their student Cedric saw was the analysis on the fourth option and the analysis on the first option. Through these two analyses, we can know that Dumbledore has connections with the two generations of Dark Lords, and the intricate connections constantly attract him to explore deeper. What exactly happened that made the teacher and the student turn against each other, and what was the reason why the former Dark Lord Grindelwald never set foot in Great Britain? The analysis of the problem brings more questions, which attract people's curiosity even more. After seeing the fourth question's analysis of the evaluation of Gellert Grindelwald, a haze slipped through Tom's eyes. Anyone who sees that he is not as good as others will probably feel unhappy, especially Tom, a genius wizard who feels that he will not lose to the other party, has his own pride in his heart, and he will not easily think that I am not as good as others. But if that person is the former Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, who overwhelmed the magic world, no matter how dissatisfied he is in his heart, Tom will suppress this emotion deep in his heart. After all, the current Tom Riddle is still the young student who is experiencing the First Wizarding War. What he hears, sees, and discusses the most is the Dark Lord Grindelwald. He isn't the one behind who didn't even dare to say his name easily. For the current him, even if he sees that he is not as good as Gay I in the future evaluation, when talking about let Grindelwald, at most, he snorted coldly in his heart. Then nothing happened. Chapter 63 Tom, Professor, it's too late. On the contrary, after Dumbledore saw the analysis of the fourth option, some memories flashed in his eyes. The connection between him and the previous two generations of Dark Lords is too deep. Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, is his friend who is closer than his close brother, his best friend, his lover, and his fateful enemy and rival in his life, and what he regrets most in his heart, one of the sources of tragedy. It's just such two people, but in the end they shot at each other because of their disagreement. Isn't this a regrettable thing? If that tragedy hadn't happened back then, perhaps Dumbledore and Grindelwald would have come together. and the two would overthrow the Wizarding Secrecy Act together, and form the magical world in their hearts together. If at that time, the two most powerful and charismatic people chose to be together, then no one in the magic world at that time would be able to stop the two of them for the greater good. If we say that Dumbledore and Grindelwald came to opposites because of a tragedy and disagreement, then there must be a bad relationship between Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore. The second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort was taken back to Hogwarts by Dumbledore himself when he was young. He was in the era when Gellert Grindelwald became famous in the wizarding circles of all countries. He was a witness and participant in the dispute between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It can be said that the wizards of that era were all witnesses and participants in the dispute between the two. But the difference is that Dumbledore was a little harsh and distrustful of Tom because he knew what Tom was doing from certain things or through legilimency when he picked him up to school. In the following years, Tom began to emerge in Hogwarts, and the professors saw his talent. He was friendly to his classmates and respected the professors, which made him very famous and formed his own small team. But in Hogwarts, there was a person who doubted him from the beginning to the end, and was very strict with him. That person is Dumbledore. The two of them are teachers and students, and they are enemies. One wants to bring the other back to the right path, but the other wants to kill the other. It can be said that before Tom completely went astray, Dumbledore used various methods to force Tom to return to the path he wanted him to return to. Maybe it's the extremes unique to the Horn family, or the rebellious youth. The subsequent development of Tom Riddle did not return to a path of contribution to the magic world as Dumbledore imagined. When he saw Tom again, Dumbledore knew that he had already embarked on that road of no return. Black magic changed Tom's mind. Being plotted against by the Pureblood family, he firmly believed in the theory of pureblood supremacy, but he forgot that he just wanted to win some people over to his side in the first place. Are there any wizards who are more powerful and richer than those pureblood families? It seems that there is not. Even if there is, it is only a small part. And what he has to do is to pull the big group to his side. For some reason, Dumbledore didn't break up with Tom. But the two are also in a state of breaking up due to some disputes. In the end, Voldemort appeared in the British wizarding world, and the Reign of Darkness terrified people. Afterwards, that is something that everyone knows. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and Dumbledore, who was one step late. The analysis is complete. And Albus Dumbledore's reward is now issued. After everyone had read it, the new text appeared. When he looked at the new text again, the gloom in Tom's eyes disappeared, replaced by his previous false smile. Congratulations, Professor, you got another question right. As for whether he wished Dumbledore sincerely, he could probably think about it with his toes. Dumbledore is stronger, but it will be more difficult after he is resurrected. It is still unknown whether he can be resurrected successfully. Even if he has completed his soul now, don't forget that he is still just a soul. If you have experienced more, then you will know more. Tom. Time has brought me not only wisdom and strength, but also more things. What is it? Tom Riddle subconsciously followed Dumbledore's words. Love. It's love. Tom. The old Dumbledore's eyes were extraordinarily kind at this time. He looked like an ordinary old man, watching his child, hoping to use his own method to guide him to the right path. I have to admit, looking at this scene, Tom Riddle's heart was really shaken by Dumbledore at this moment. Ever since he entered Hogwarts, his relationship with Dumbledore has undergone a different change. 7 years. For 7 full years, Dumbledore has been hostile to him for 7 years. From the beginning to the end, he never gave him a good face, always just with that unsmiling expression. Every time I met him, those eyes seemed to want to see him through, from the inside out. That kind of distrust, the distrust from the bottom of his heart, used to annoy him for a moment. That's why, the more Dumbledore taught him with words, the more he resisted. The two were originally hostile to each other, and when Dumbledore taught him, to some extent, he also used force to suppress others. This had a huge impact on Tom, and it was why Dumbledore later regretted what he did when he was young when he was old. A single thought back then created a terrifying Dark Lord. It can be said that the shock it brought to Dumbledore was enormous. So when faced with Harry, a boy who looked a little like Tom when he was young, Dumbledore chose to trust him and give him more love. "Professor, don't you think it's too late?" Tom, with dark eyes, said to Dumbledore, with an unspeakable hatred in his tone. Chapter 64 The future of wizards lies with Dumbledore. To Dumbledore, Tom Riddle's feelings have always been complicated, and this situation continued until he insisted on the supremacy of his pure blood and became the Queen of the Dark Lord, because at that time, the relationship between the two had reached the point where it would never end. Either he died, or Dumbledore died. This is the only ending. If not for an accident in the middle, then the final result is still uncertain. But now, the soul of Tom Riddle in his student days. His attitude towards Dumbledore is still the same as before. Simple yet complicated. It was thanks to Dumbledore for showing him the power of magic and leading him into Hogwarts. Or do you resent him for distrusting himself from the beginning to the end, and always guiding himself with a superior attitude? Maybe both. So, when the current Dumbledore meets the past Tom again, that kind of look, with kindness and trust, this is what shocked Tom the most. Because in his memory, Dumbledore will always be the professor with a stern expression who looks at him without trust, instead of the gentle and benevolent old man who looked at him kindly now. Tried again and again, Tom's mood is a bit complicated now, because he knew that everything the person in front of him said to him was true, and he didn't have any harshness or distrust towards him. Maybe Dumbledore was wary when he first met him, but when he later learned that Tom Riddle's memory was still in his student days, the old man released his kindness towards him. But it was precisely because he knew this old man that Tom told him, "It's too late. It's already too late." What is needed to make a Horcrux? The prerequisite is to actively murder a person, and then tear your own soul. Just because Dumbledore doesn't know now, doesn't mean he won't know in the future. Hearing what Tom said, Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment. Seeing his complicated eyes, his heart skipped a beat, and he frowned for an instant, his heart fluctuating. Was it because of something that made him feel that it was already too late? Is the basilisk now entering Hogwarts and preparing to attack the students? Still, don't worry, Professor. The basilisk returned to the secret room when we entered the question and answer space. Without a parcel tongue, it can't come out. As if seeing the thoughts and panic in Dumbledore's heart, Tom's eyes showed a trace of sarcasm, but then his expression became calm again, neither happy nor sad. "Tom," Dumbledore murmured with a solemn expression. If it wasn't for the current events that made Tom feel that it was already too late, that's what happened that made Tom feel that it was too late to persuade him at this moment. In just a few seconds, Dumbledore figured it out. The incident that almost closed Hogwarts 50 years ago. Mole students were murdered. Just when these two people looked at each other with complicated eyes. The rewards given to Dumbledore by the question and answer space were also distributed. Smart Auxiliary Chip. Introduction: The Wizarding World is a smart chip specially used to assist wizards to go further, research, guide and other functions. Level: Excellent. It's not only the material that limits the chip level, but also its function and assistance level will be weakened to a certain extent as the wizard's strength grows, unless you keep upgrading the chip. Owner: Albus Dumbledore. Main purpose: to assist wizards to improve their level, help wizards to study all things, search the knowledge reserves of wizards at the fastest speed, and find the most suitable answers from them, including but not limited to researching machinery, researching blood vessels, researching elements. Note: we research, we transform, we achieve ourselves with all things, and use the greatest reason to look at all things. When the reintroduction appeared, Dumbledore felt something extra in his head. He was startled at first, but then the mechanical sound that appeared in his mind gradually calmed him down. Confirm the person with the highest authority, Albus Dumbledore. Confirmation is complete. The implantation is complete. whether to give the memory of the knowledge range, whether to set the name for the brain. Determining the wizard level, false first ring wizard. Standby status, waiting for the next instruction. After waiting for several seconds, Dumbledore, who had a preliminary understanding of how to use the smart chip, hesitated for a few seconds, and then carefully went back in his mind. Giving the memory of the knowledge range is called Phoenix. After figuring out that the question and answer space would not harm him, Dumbledore became curious and interested in the smart chip in his head. According to the basic knowledge originally possessed by the chip, based on the acquired knowledge and memory, the combination of the two meets certain conditions, and the wizard itself meets the conditions, asking whether to deduce advanced magic. After thinking carefully, Dumbledore said something thoughtful. Agreed to deduce magic. The inquiry is passed. Combined with the magic knowledge of the two worlds, the direction of this deduction includes the advanced direction of the elemental wizard, the advanced direction of the soul wizard, and the advanced direction of the mechanical wizard. Inquiry: deduce the advanced direction of elemental wizards. This deduction time is 54 hours. Please wait patiently, respected wizard. After some operations and the basic usage method given by the question and answer space, Dumbledore roughly figured out how to use the smart auxiliary chip, and the effect will be displayed in front of him 54 hours later. After the smart chip took over part of his memory, Dumbledore felt that his mind was much clearer. Perhaps the existence of the smart chip improved the calculation speed of his brain. Of course, Dumbledore only vaguely understood this. I have a hazy concept, but I don't know the essence of the existence of smart chips. What aroused Dumbledore's curiosity was the wizard level mentioned by the smart chip, and he was a pseudo-one-ring wizard. What level of wizard is behind this so-called false ring? The second ring? 3 rings? You must know that he is now one of the strongest wizards in the magic world, but he only got a false first ring rating. Later, when the smart chip said about the advanced magic, that really attracted Dumbledore's curiosity. If the function of this chip is really as he imagined, then it will be really amazing. Maybe. Chapter 65. Tom. That's all Voldemort did except for Dumbledore. No one else knew that the rewards for the question and answer space had been distributed to his mind. So, their eyes swept across Dumbledore's whole body, but they never saw where the reward in the question and answer space was. While wondering what this so-called intelligent auxiliary chip was, everyone was curious about what Dumbledore got. Only Tom Riddle was standing not far from Dumbledore, and he noticed some changes in him. It's just that no matter how smart he is, he who doesn't understand mole things still won't know that the reward for the question and answer space is in Dumbledore's mind. But even so, he guessed that the reward for the question and answer space was Dumbledore. This was the only answer he got, although it was wrong. Not bad, very good, very wonderful feeling, Dumbledore whispered softly. His posture attracted everyone's curious eyes, and their curiosity was completely aroused by Dumbledore. But Dumbledore will not tell them what he got. If the mistake is not too big, it is never too late to wake up, as long as you are willing to accept your own punishment later, and for this reason, you are willing to spend the rest of your life to atone for your sin and correct it. Tom, you are still you, everything is still too late. It's not too late. There is still time. Putting away his sighs and redundant emotions, Dumbledore said these words to Tom Riddle very formally. Dumbledore himself was not a pedantic person. On the contrary, he is more enlightened than most people in the magic world, so after weighing the pros and cons, he will say such a thing to Tom, which is equivalent to telling him that the past will not be pursued, but if it happens again later, it will be a different situation. Maybe it's because Dumbledore has always felt guilty about the wrong choices he made in the past, and he hesitated for a moment when facing the boy in front of him who hasn't completely fallen. Or maybe it was because in Dumbledore's heart, he had always separated Tom Riddle from Voldemort, treating them as two people. Or maybe, various reasons made this elderly man think too much. His biggest thought at the moment is that if he changes Tom's mind, then when Tom and Voldemort collide, there will definitely be a battle of ideas between the two specious people. This is equivalent to adding time to his future plans. But there are also risks. If Tom deceives him, then the boat will most likely capsize in the gutter. Two Voldemorts in their heydays are enough for him to feed a pot. Maybe some of my thoughts are right. Tom's soul has been split into two, which is why he never dies. Dumbledore thought to himself. But what did he use to preserve his soul? Judging from his memory, he obviously didn't know the development after his student days. Does this mean that the price he paid was that the soul he divided was only himself at that time? There is no memory of the past and the memory of the future. No, I'm not sure yet. If Tom has mastered the method of dividing the soul, it's impossible to divide it into one piece. I know him well. When Dumbledore was deep in thought, Tom looked at him, who was very sincere, and remained silent. Not knowing why, he suddenly felt that he didn't seem to resist Dumbledore so much. What is his obsession? Isn't it to prove to Dumbledore that he is the right one? Why did he want this in the final analysis? It was because Dumbledore's attitude and methods towards him during those years at Hogwarts made him realize that as long as he has power, he can use force to suppress others. But if you want to have power, you need a strong force first. He wants powerful power. The greatest power in the magic world includes eternal life that conquers death. It has to be said that the present Tom Riddle is not the Voldemort who was enchanted to go to a dead end. He is more rational, wiser, and more determined. The young man's blood hasn't cooled down yet. He wants to conquer everything he can see, whether it's the wizarding world or the Muggle world. Because of this, he hesitated when faced with Dumbledore's sincere attitude and hoped that he could stand on the same front with him. Sorry, Professor, but maybe we are not enemies. A slightly contradictory sentence clearly told Dumbledore that he did not want to be his enemy. After restoring his soul to perfection, all the lost things returned to him. The previous obsession with killing the scumbag students has almost disappeared. At most, they frowned when they saw those scumbag students. After all, Tom Riddle and Voldemort are the same person. Even though they have become two different individuals due to the completion of their souls, they are connected with each other. Tom influences Voldemort, and Voldemort can influence Tom in turn. The two of them are like the closest brothers. But Tom knows the name Voldemort. After all, who hasn't been a teenager in middle school? Once again, he regained his sanity and rethought again. Tom felt that he needed to rearrange his future plans. As for the matter of continuing to release the basilisk to create terror in Hogwarts, he has no idea at all. Before it was because of obsession. But now, he just had an idea. Resurrect yourself as soon as possible, and stay away from Hogwarts, the farther the better. At least until he has mastered the power comparable to Dumbledore, he doesn't plan to come back. Perhaps, I can go find my souls, devour them one by one, and strengthen myself. There are also those pure blood families that can also be used. Use them to block the British Ministry of Magic, reorganize my forces casually, and then leave England. Now Tom has only one idea. What Voldemort did has nothing to do with me, Tom Riddle. Chapter 66 Voldemort's greatest secret will be revealed. Many thoughts flashed through my mind. What Dumbledore didn't know was that Tom was already planning to leave England and go to other countries to develop his power, and then he would naturally become the Minister of Magic of other countries. After all, he just figured it out. The connection between Voldemort and him is unknown to others. So, his eyes swept over Dumbledore. He had already decided not to stay in England. He is not the kind of fanatic of pure blood supremacy. On the contrary, he is the Slytherin student who likes to use pure blood supremacy for his own benefit. Is this your decision? Yes, Professor. I respect your choice, Tom. It has always been like this. Sincere Dumbledore, silent Tom Riddle. What the two said to each other was like a riddle. If they weren't in the game, there would always be 3 or 4 points that they couldn't understand. Taking a deep look at Dumbledore, Tom knew that his thinking was right. Dumbledore was going to let him go for some unknown reason, but it was up to him how this opportunity came about. He has his own considerations at a deeper level. The people outside were a little dazed, especially Cedric. As a young man, He didn't quite understand some of the information revealed during the conversation between Professor Dumbledore and this man who was suspected to be Voldemort's youth. In his eyes, since the opponent is Voldemort, he must be completely wiped out. More than once, he had heard his parents discuss the dark rule of the magic world for more than 10 years, and he naturally resisted Voldemort's power in his heart. Also, many people may not know much about the story between Dumbledore and Tom. People are complex and changeable, but they are also the most determined. "Thank you, Professor." An inaudible murmur that no one heard except himself, because these words were spoken by Tom in his heart. The two contestants are asked to read the question as soon as possible and complete the answer to this question. Seeing that the two people were only focused on answering questions, the question and answer space was no longer published on paper in the form of text, but a mechanized synthesized voice appeared directly. The two came back to their senses and looked at the yellowed parchment in front of them. There was a new problem on it. But when he saw the new question, Tom Riddle's eyes widened. A trace of murderous intent flashed through his eyes, but then he returned to calm. "Please listen to the question. What does Voldemort rely on to avoid death and still have a soul left in the world after death? A. Philosopher's Stone. B. Deathly Hallows, Resurrection Stone. C. Horcrux. D. Time Hourglass." As soon as a new problem appeared, it had firmly attracted their attention the first time they saw it. This question is different from the previous 3 questions, because what it wants to reveal is Voldemort's method of avoiding death. And this also shows that Voldemort has always been there, all living, and did not die that night more than 10 years ago. It is about to tell everyone the biggest secret of Voldemort's life. At this moment, it wasn't just Tom and Dumbledore who stared wide-eyed in the question and answer space. Outside, in the bathroom, the professors and students present held their breath, waiting patiently for Tom Riddle or Professor Dumbledore. One of them would stand up and explain the problem to them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, and they stared at the line of text. What would it be to help Voldemort avoid death? Is it the Philosopher's Stone, or the Deathly Hallows Resurrection Stone? Professor Lockhart, what do you think? That person could have avoided death? Cedric looked around and couldn't bear the curiosity in his heart. He first looked at Snape's expressionless dead face, then he noticed that Professor McGonagall was frowning all the time, and finally his eyes rested on Professor Lockhart, who was in deep thought. These days, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Lockhart gave up teaching in the form of drama in the past. Instead, they taught them how to defend against the enemy's attack. Teach them to learn the Iron Armor Curse, which also slightly revived Lockhart's lost popularity in Hogwarts. Even many Gryffindor students didn't continue to say that Lockhart was just an empty-handed, ignorant liar. When two or two met, they would also say hello to Lockhart and address him respectfully as Professor. So when he saw Lockhart in deep thought, Cedric's eyes lit up. The other two professors didn't look as kind as Professor Lockhart. One is known for being strict in Hogwarts, and the other is known for his dead face with expressionless face and playful eyes. Get rid of those who are not easy to mess with, and naturally choose people who are easy to get along with. Hearing someone calling him, Lockhart came back from his thoughts and saw Cedric's approaching face. He subconsciously showed his white teeth, a standard Lockhart smile. "So it's Cedric. You just asked me something?" "Sorry, I was thinking about something just now." As he said that, he also felt a little embarrassed. He was too absorbed in thinking just now, and didn't pay attention to the question Cedric asked him. "It doesn't matter, Professor." Cedric shook his head, and continued to repeat what he said before very sincerely. "Professor, what method do you think that person used to avoid death?" Cedric's question made the smile on Lockhart's face restrained a little, and made him a little more solemn than it should have been. But if it's that person, then his current reaction is really normal. "I don't know about that either, Cedric. There are many theories about that person, but the most mainstream one is that we already think he is dead. If it wasn't for this question given by the Q and A space, we probably still don't know that person didn't die in more than 10 years. The night before, but have been alive. While talking, Lockhart paused abruptly, turned his head to look at the video screen facing them, and continued. But I also have some guesses about the options for this question. Cedric, you should have heard of that story. The story of the Deathly Hallows. Chapter 67. The Legend of the Three Deathly Hallows. It is impossible to verify whether it is a legend or a fact, because that era is too far away from now. The legend of the Deathly Hallows has even become a collection of fairy tales, a book read by children in the magic world. So when Lockhart mentioned the Deathly Hallows, Cedric suddenly thought of the story in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. At the same time, Lockhart also spoke at the last moment. The two looked at each other and said the name together. Resurrection Stone. This place is not big, and it is very peaceful. The words spoken by the two of them can easily be heard by others, let alone the two professors, without deliberately concealing them. Immediately, the expressions of the other two were moved. After thinking about it carefully, they all felt that Lockhart's guess was somewhat accurate. If the resurrection stone didn't appear on the four options of the question, they wouldn't think so. After all, the story of the Deathly Hallows has been circulating for so many years. Except for a few people, most wizards just regard it as a legend and don't take it too seriously. These professors also think so, except for Snape. When Snape was communicating with Dumbledore, he had seen the Elder Wand in his hand. If it was any other wizard, they would probably think that Dumbledore was holding an ordinary elderberry wand. But how could Snape, who had seen it with his own eyes, felt it, and checked the information himself, think it was just a simple elder wand? He had suspected that the wand in Dumbledore's hand was very likely to be the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand. But after seeing another Deathly Hallows from the options in the question and answer space again, Snape he confirmed his guess. The wand in Dumbledore's hand was a Deathly Hallows, and the magic item Voldemort used to evade death must also be another Deathly Hallows. And only the Deathly Hallows that have been passed down for thousands of years will have. There are all kinds of incredible abilities and powerful levels of magic. In that book, the Resurrection Stone was considered to be an artifact that could resurrect the dead, even if it was later proved that the resurrected person was no longer the original person, but just the memory of the resurrected person left in others. But even so also enough, thought Snape. What's more, the legend has been circulating for so long. It may exist, but to what extent it can be achieved, you still have to see the real thing. If it is really possible to resurrect the dead! Snape tightened his grip on his clothes. His face was no longer the dead face it was before. Instead, it was filled with various emotions, the most important being the expectation and fear in his eyes. The few people standing behind him naturally couldn't detect the expression on his face. What to look forward to, what to fear? It seems that the obsession in his heart has been solved. Snape raised his head, looked at the two people in the video, and waited quietly again. Behind him, Lockhart and Cedric had bright eyes. In the Tales of Beedle the Poet, the Deathly Hallows was created by the god of death to harvest the souls of the three brothers. The most powerful wand among them is the Elder Wand, then the Resurrection Stone, the most mysterious, and the Invisibility Cloak, the most concealed. These three Deathly Hallows represent the most powerful, most mysterious, and most hidden respectively. The powerful Elder Wand makes the wizard who gets it invincible in battle. The mysterious Resurrection Stone can make up for the regrets in others' hearts, and Lockhart paused for a moment. Being knowledgeable and knowledgeable, he played some role here. And the Invisibility Cloak can make all wizards who don't want to be seen invisible. That is, I can see you, but you can't see me. This is the most concealed. But legends are just legends after all, because no one has seen the appearance of the Deathly Hallows with their own eyes. Snape continued what Lockhart had said. He turned his head and stared at Lockhart and Cedric with those indifferent eyes. When they were looked at by him like this, they both felt a burst of pressure. But fortunately, Snape watched them for 2 or 3 seconds before turning around. The two of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. It's because Snape just now felt too oppressive. On weekdays, at most, you would feel that he was cold, with a paralyzed face, indifferent eyes, rude words, and his obvious partiality. At least this is still within the range of normal people. But just now, all they felt from Snape was a dead silence. Those eyes seemed to be looking at the dead. Professor McGonagall, who was not far away from them, naturally also noticed the changes in Snape. The anticipation in the depths of his eyes was so conspicuous and fascinating. He is no longer a cold one, and he is no longer using occlumency to suppress all his emotions. Emotions returned to him once again, making him look more like a human than usual. Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward and took the initiative to talk to him. But now, the legend has appeared. Then it is no longer a legend. When Snape said this, he gritted his teeth and looked very nervous, expecting to appear on his face. His emotions were mobilized, and a faint smile appeared on his normally paralyzed face. It's like being able to intuitively feel the joy of Professor Snape. What is he happy about? Professor McGonagall glanced at the picture on the video, and finally settled on the second option of this question. Severus, she cried, sounding exhausted. But it was more than that. The resurrection stone can't completely resurrect people. After all, it's just the figure in your memory, not the real her. How do you know? When the legend reflects the reality, none of us know the function of those Deathly Hallows. Your guess and your advice are just because of that fairy tale. Snape yelled loudly, as if he was roaring, but also as if making a statement. Can a fairy tale tell the truth? Isn't that too ridiculous? No matter what the facts are, you have to try. Chapter 68. The original reason for Tom's change. He seems to be convincing himself, but also seems to be convincing others. If he didn't know the resurrection stone, then Snape would still be able to shut down his feelings as before, continue to protect her son in a daze, and act as a spy for Dumbledore. Maybe one day he will die unexpectedly, maybe Voldemort will suspect him after his resurrection, and then kill him cruelly. There are too many possibilities. If you have never seen the light, so what if you continue to bury the abyss? But now, a ray of light shone into the abyss from the top of his head, bringing hope and at the same time allowing the unwillingness buried in his heart to thrive. Why? He wants to revive Lily. Even if you give everything. He wanted to try it. Everyone had different thoughts, but Dumbledore squinted at these options. If it is shown to outsiders, then they will feel that every option here is possible. And the most likely one is the Deathly Hallows that has been circulating for an unknown amount of time. Dumbledore has been in contact with the Philosopher's Stone, knows what it is, and knows what it does. The Philosopher's Stone can people have been alive after paying a certain price, and they can touch souls, but there is absolutely no way to resurrect a soul again. At least as far as he knows, absolutely not. He is not the owner of the Philosopher's Stone, nor is he the maker of the Philosopher's Stone, although he had obtained it from Nicole Flamel before and done some research. But after all, he is not as clear as Nicole Flamel. The first option was directly ruled out by Dumbledore. His eyes shifted to the second option. That is the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore, who possessed the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, naturally wouldn't think that the legend of the Deathly Hallows was just a legend. He has personally mastered the Elder Wand for many years, and he is very aware of how much this wand has enhanced him. And he also knows that there are definitely secrets among the Deathly Hallows that he does not know. Some time ago, he obtained the invisibility cloak that James left for Harry. Through some means and a bold guess, he believed that it was the invisibility cloak in the Deathly Hallows. The 3 Deathly Hallows, if he really counted them, he already had 2 in his hand. But in the last school year, he returned the invisibility cloak to Harry as a gift. But so far, he has never gotten any information about the real existence of the Resurrection Stone. Too much of it is just false news, and he can tell it is a lie at a glance. In fact, since many years ago, he no longer has the obsession to find the Deathly Hallows. Therefore, except for the Elder Wand in his hand, the invisibility cloak he got by chance, and the most mysterious Resurrection Stone, he has only heard its name but never seen it. But unexpectedly, I will see it here. His eyes skipped over the second option, and then his eyes came to the third option. That is a name that is very unfamiliar to many people. If they hadn't been lucky enough to read this knowledge, then no one would know what a Horcrux is. Coincidentally, when Dumbledore was young, he had read Secrets of Advanced Dark Arts when he was pursuing black magic. He is one of the few people who knows what a Horcrux is. It is also clear what the production conditions of the Horcrux are. But as one of the most powerful wizards in the world, if he really wanted to live forever to avoid death, he would not choose the most evil method of Horcrux. His good friend is Nicole Flamel, who has the potion of immortality made from the Philosopher's Stone. He can easily obtain the ... immortality that others dream of. But if Dumbledore really did this, then he would no longer be Dumbledore. As for the Hourglass of Time, those who play with time will eventually be played by time. These words are not empty words. The main reason is that Tom's current state doesn't look like he used the time hourglass. He doesn't have the smell left after using time magic. So, the correct answer is either B or C. Compared to the Resurrection Stone, Dumbledore's thoughts are more inclined to Horcruxes. That complicated gaze made Tom sigh from the bottom of his heart. This is the last thing he wants others to know. Although he obtained the soul condensation pill and completed his own soul, he became separated from the main soul and the sub-souls, and became an independent individual again. But some things are not so easy to forget. Tom is very conflicted now, frowning tightly, wondering if he should take the initiative to tell his secrets to pursue greater interests like before. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so entangled. If Tom Present was replaced by Voldemort, he probably would have made a choice without even blinking an eye. Even if Dumbledore was standing in front of him. Seeing Tom's entanglement and hesitation, Dumbledore was suddenly taken aback. He actually knew it. Ever since he felt that Voldemort was not completely dead, he had guessed about Voldemort's state at that time. He also once doubted whether it was the Horcrux, but he didn't think about it after all. But now, when the facts are in front of him, Dumbledore already knows the answer. But now, it's Tom who will answer this question, and he just needs to watch quietly. Will Tom continue to tell his secrets? After all, Horcruxes are immortal, Voldemort is immortal, and he will also be immortal. This method of avoiding death and treating the god of death as an idiot is what wizards like him who are afraid of death like to do most. Why didn't he choose? Because he is still thinking about whether to expose his biggest secret, the deepest hole card. He hesitated. Snape sneered, the sharpness in his eyes flashed away. There is one more thing he didn't say, that is, if the young man is afraid of being exposed, Dumbledore will do everything possible to find him in Hogwarts and solve him. When he was weakest, he killed the dangerous seeds in the bud. Frowning, Tom raised his head. The options on the parchment were so dazzling. What he never expected was that his secret would be exposed under such circumstances. He doesn't know how many Horcruxes his future self will make. Maybe not too many, maybe 7. It comes from intuition, and it also comes from his cognition of himself. A person who is very clear about what kind of person he is the most terrifying. Tom, 50. Is this your purpose this year? In this situation, Dumbledore looked directly at him and spoke. Yes, Professor, maybe so. Tom Riddle's brows gradually relaxed. I'm the original one. Chapter 69. Snape's obsession. This way of playing charades may only be understood by the two people present. Well, Dumbledore sighed, and there was a trace of fatigue in his eyes. But Tom Riddle clearly felt that behind those tired eyes was the murderous intent of the most powerful wizard. I choose C. The reason why Voldemort avoided death was the Horcrux. Since there must be a battle between the two, he naturally wants to get more rewards, so that he can face Dumbledore after his resurrection. The answer is correct. Do you want to check the analysis? Since the secret has already been revealed by himself, Tom naturally doesn't mind revealing it more thoroughly. Actually, what Tom wants to know is news about the Resurrection Stone. Since the Resurrection Stone appeared on the option of the question, at least it is related to itself. As for the secret of the Horcrux, after Dumbledore knew the name of the Horcrux, It was useless. What he's thinking now is that Dumbledore probably doesn't know how many Horcruxes he has, although he himself doesn't know how many Horcruxes he has. Then, he should find a chance to hide the diary. The deeper the hiding, the better. Now, his soul has recovered, but the fact that he doesn't have a body makes him feel quite embarrassed. No matter what, you have to restore your body as soon as possible. Originally, Tom planned to absorb the magic power and life of that little wizard to resurrect himself. But now, the embarrassing situation is that his soul has already been replenished, so he no longer needs the little wizard's life as a price to revive him. To be precise, the conditions for his resurrection have changed. The previous ones are no longer available. He has to change it. Question: how does Voldemort rely on to avoid death, and there is still a soul left in the world after death? A. The Philosopher's Stone. The legendary Philosopher's Stone can make people live forever, turn stones into gold and become the most enviable person in the world, but the Philosopher's Stone is good, but it has not been retained. The ability of the soul cannot allow Voldemort to avoid death after death and leave his soul in the world to immortality, so option A is wrong. B. Deathly Hallows, Resurrection Stone. The legendary Deathly Hallows, the most mysterious item made by the god of death to kill the three brothers. The world does not know what kind of power the Resurrection Stone possesses, but on the surface all that was displayed was to summon the figure of the person who died in the memory, but the memory was just a memory after all, not the real person, and although Voldemort had obtained the Resurrection Stone, he didn't know what it was, and will not dig out the ability contained in the Resurrection Stone, so option B is wrong. C. Horcrux, one of the most evil, vicious and top-notch black magic recorded in the book Secrets of Advanced Black Magic, created by the despicable Hi-Upo. Because it involves the concept of the soul, it proposes to shatter and divide part of one's soul and seal it in a container, so that even if one's body is destroyed, one cannot die, because this is an evil act that violates the laws of nature and will lead to the soul is extremely unstable. Voldemort used this method to enable himself to remain in the world after death, so option C is correct. D. Time Hourglass. The most mysterious magic in the world is time magic, and the time hourglass is a kind of magic item created by some wizards studying time magic under extremely accidental circumstances. Because the time hourglass can make people travel through time node, playing with time and being feared by wizards. But those who play with time will eventually be played by time, and Voldemort did not choose this method to allow himself to exist in time, so option D is wrong. So far, Voldemort's biggest secret has been revealed. Everyone present saw the introduction of the Horcruxes, and they all knew clearly that Voldemort used this method to preserve his soul so that he could still live in the world after death. Unlike others, Snape focused on the analysis of the second option. After seeing the above introduction to the Resurrection Stone, his eyes instantly glowed with a heart-pounding brilliance. That is invisible brilliance. Lily, he murmured softly. His eyes blurred. At this point in time, his occlumency was also briefly broken by himself, because he no longer wants to control his emotions and suppress his feelings. All magic has its side effects, especially some top-notch magic. Occlumency is no exception. How long has it been? How long has he suppressed his emotions deep in his brain? A rare tenderness appeared on Snape's usual dead face. This touch of tenderness changed his whole demeanor. Lockhart and Cedric behind him only felt that he was different from the past, but they didn't know why there was such a change in him. But Professor McGonagall is worried. She knew Snape's obsession, and she was one of the few who knew exactly what happened back then. It's just that Dumbledore told her to bury everything in her heart and never speak out. She and Snape are the most trusted in Dumbledore's life. One of the few people in charge. She wanted to persuade Snape, but knowing his obsession, she knew that she couldn't persuade him. It seems that we should have a talk with Dumbledore after this Q and A is over. His eyes kept looking down, and he paused for a while at the Horcrux. Snape's gaze finally settled on the Hourglass of Time. Hourglass of Time. He seems to have heard of it, but he has never seen it. And after seeing it again this time, Snape directly put the time hourglass on his alternative plan. Although time magic is the most mysterious and taboo, but Snape didn't really care, as long as he can bring that person back to life, no matter how much he has to pay. The thick black robe was pinched very tightly by his fingers. His heart was very restless. If Harry was here, he would see Snape's expression on his usual expressionless face. And it would be because of his mother. I don't know what it's like to be surprised. It was also the first time for Cedric to see Professor Snape like this. There was really no way for him to connect the Professor Snape in front of him with the usual Professor Snape. However, even if you guess, you can guess that Professor Snape's strangeness is related to the analysis of this question on the question and answer space. That is resurrection. Then I heard some whispers from him before, although I couldn't hear them clearly. Does Professor Snape also have someone who wants to be resurrected? He thought in his heart. Lockhart's thinking is relatively simple, and he doesn't have too much obsession. I just want to spend this year in peace and stability. Or, to avoid the damned curse. Chapter 70 Tom, the Long Night. Only justice lasts, although I really don't want you to know, Professor. But judging from the current situation, I can't hide it. Tom Riddle put down the pen and paper in his hand with emotion. He stared straight at the white expanse. He was a little lost, but he didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. Dumbledore was also silent. Originally, he still had some luck, but it was broken at this moment. Horcruxes, the magic item created by breaking and splitting one's own soul in the most vicious way. He looked deeply at Tom, and gradually regained his calmness in his blue eyes. Tom, after all, you chose a wrong path. Is the professor talking about the future me? Compared to the serious Dumbledore, Tom Riddle's expression was less tense. After the analysis has been distributed, Tom Riddle's rewards will be distributed. When the new text appeared, he looked down at the parchment on the table as if aware of it. A faint smile appeared on his face, evoking a curve. His essence is a lunatic who likes to gamble. I like to rob all achievements of myself, whether it's before, in the future, or now. Yes, you in the future are hopeless, just because of the Horcrux. No. What is that? Ignoring the upcoming rewards, he looked up at Dumbledore with puzzled eyes. Because you lost your humanity and became crazy and brutal. Just because of that? That's why. Hearing these remarks, Tom suddenly lowered his head, and then his body trembled, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Until, ha 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 ha, Professor, you really haven't changed much from before. You're still the same hypocrite. He raised his head, his eyes were cold. But I can assure you, at least now we won't be enemies. Help so. Dumbledore nodded and changed the topic. But I don't believe you, Tom. Me too, Professor. I don't believe you. The two looked at each other, and the time was frozen at this second. It's like a photo was subconsciously taken. But in the next second, this freeze frame was actively destroyed by them. Tom Riddle didn't look at Dumbledore anymore. As far as he was concerned, he had to do one more time. If he lost, he was naturally left at Hogwarts and buried here forever. But if he wins, then the sky will fly as high as the sky. Dumbledore will die. And when will he come back? Cloak of Justice. Introduction. A wizard from another world imitated the magic equipment from a certain world's clothes, and the word justice was engraved on the back of the cloak. Level, powerful. When wearing the Cloak of Justice, you will automatically get the special effect of the cloak fluttering in the wind. Owner, Tom Riddle. Main purpose: improve all non-black magic spells to a certain extent. When the wearer puts on this dress, the magic power will be increased to a certain extent. When the owner puts on this garment, the Cloak of Justice will automatically protect the owner's soul, exempting part of the soul damage. When the holder puts on this piece of clothing, the physical resistance will be increased to a certain extent, and the magic resistance will be increased to a certain extent. Note: when the owner puts on this cloak, his personality will be affected to a certain extent, and it will be permanent, but what he gets in return is a strong defensive ability, and what he gains must be lost. Seeing the introduction of this cloak, Tom's eyes lit up. That is to say, The last line of text will have a certain degree of influence on the character. He frowned slightly. After all, it can affect his character, and it will naturally affect his decision-making on certain things. I don't know what it will be like by then. However, Tom is not one of those indecisive people. It's not like you don't need to use such good equipment. When I helped him put it on in the question and answer space, he had already put on the cloak of justice. The black wizard robe was covered with a white cloak standing against the wind, with the word justice engraved on it, majestic and majestic. The moment the cloak was put on, Tom's expression changed, becoming a bit solemn, a bit majestic, and a bit iron-blooded. The white cloak fluttered with the wind. Tom raised his head and met Dumbledore's blue eyes. One is majestic, the other is kind, and the two styles are intertwined. Even Dumbledore couldn't help sighing when he saw Tom Riddle in front of him. This son seems to be quite a righteous person. But then, Dumbledore, who had finished sighing in his heart, was taken aback for a moment. After regaining his senses, he silently activated the Eclumency, and focused his gaze on Tom back and forth. As a professor who knows his students very well, Dumbledore can clearly feel the changes in Tom. If it was said that the original Tom Riddle exuded a very dark aura, then now his body is like a rising sun, giving people a sense of majesty. And what is Tom, the person involved, thinking now? After putting on the cloak of justice, he immediately realized what he had done and what he was about to do. Is it for power, for pure blood, for oneself, or for wizards in the magic world? Tom fell into deep thought. He suddenly felt that his previous structure was too small. After going through the first wizarding war and the battle of ideas between the two strongest men at that time, his structure shouldn't be so small. There are some things that Grindelwald can do, but can't he? The current magic world is like a pool of muddy water, full of rancid corruption. And most people are still arguing about the so-called bloodline dispute between pure blood and hemp. How ridiculous. He actually got into this dead end before. So what about the descendants of Salazar Slytherin, and what about the wizards born from the bastard? The two should be the same. In this seemingly great magical world, it is so ignorant to promote bloodline theory. No, it shouldn't be like this. Tom thought in his heart. The magic world should need a new order, and the magic world should need a new justice. Then, where should that new order and new justice come from? He was a little confused. He felt that he should leave Hogwarts to find the answer. In the long night, only justice lasts forever. Chapter 71. The Changed. Tom, are you okay now? While Tom Riddle was deep in thought, Dumbledore asked worriedly. In fact, he wanted to see what kind of state Tom Riddle was in right now. I'm fine, Professor. I've never been so sober as I am now. The contemplation was interrupted, and Tom Riddle raised his head. Every time he looked at Dumbledore, he would have different feelings. He knew what Dumbledore was thinking, but he couldn't understand what he did. Maybe the two of them shouldn't have met. The idea of leaving Hogwarts is getting stronger and stronger. Here is Dumbledore, one of the most powerful wizards in the world. It will inevitably have a certain influence on him when he does something, and Dumbledore is likely to doubt what he's doing. The foundation of trust has long been broken. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it means that the two of them will no longer trust each other. Not to mention that after so many years, the seed of doubt has long since grown into a towering tree. As long as he is still Tom Riddle, as long as Voldemort exists, there will be no trust between the two of them. Everything was a mistake back then. If Dumbledore hadn't been so hostile to him back then, if he hadn't tried desperately to prove that Dumbledore's ideas were wrong, and then coveted himself to gain eternal life, nor will he change his character after his soul is torn apart. Tom Riddle is very smart. With just a few clues, he was able to deduce that the price he paid after tearing his soul was far beyond his imagination. If nothing goes wrong, his initial idea was to take power peacefully. Get the support of pure blood families by promoting the concept of pure blood supremacy, and then use those pure blood families to pave the way for yourself, build momentum, and finally pass the election of the Minister of Magic, and finally give those pure blood families certain powers support, and finally completed his many years of planning. But, from Dumbledore's reaction, the memory of the little wizard, and some questions in the question and answer space, it seems that he in the future did not do this. Instead, he chose to directly confront the magic world, killing moles wantonly, and exercising a reign of fear over the magic world. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he would do it. After thinking twice, Tom finally put the reason why he changed so much on the Horcrux: the previous state of being affected by negative will. But no one knows that feeling better than him, that feeling controlled by obsession, wanting to destroy everything, wanting to destroy the whole. All the non-pure blood wizards in Hogwarts were killed, and the horrible idea of purifying Hogwarts made him feel a little sad until now. As we all know, Tom Riddle has always been a very stable wizard. How could he do such impulsive things? Then there is only one explanation. The influence of the Horcrux on him was too great. To be precise, the impact of breaking and splitting one's soul on one's own personality was more serious than what he imagined at the time. If it weren't for the emergence of the question and answer space, he himself might not have noticed this problem. He didn't know that his personality had changed so much, and he would think that the changed personality was his original personality. Give him a chill. And he can clearly feel the changes now. Logically speaking, he should be very resistant to this change. On the contrary, he himself was delighted with this change, as if it was a very beneficial thing for him. Blessed to the heart, Tom Riddle subconsciously blurted out, "From now on, my name will still be Tom Gunter." As soon as he said this, Dumbledore looked at Tom in astonishment. He clearly knew that Tom didn't like his current name, nor did he like the Gaunt family, otherwise he wouldn't have named himself Voldemort. But now, Tom changed his name again, but only changed his surname. And that surname is not an ordinary surname. That is the surname of the ancient pure blood family, the Gaunt family. Tom changed his surname to Gaunt, and he has the blood of the Gaunt family. Does this mean that he wants to carry the banner of the Gaunt family again? Reminiscing that Voldemort himself is a pure-blooded Dark Lord, it is not impossible to help those pure-blooded families make a comeback. For a moment, the more Dumbledore thought about it, the worse his mood became. He even wanted to completely get Tom Riddle at all costs. Oh no. It was Tom Gaunt who stayed in Hogwarts. It's the same as what Dumbledore thought, but different. Tom really wants to carry the banner of the Gaunt family, especially now that he is the only one left in the ancient Gaunt family. As for his father and his relatives, aren't those all dead? Is it possible that a dead person can stand up and speak? Tom Gunter's thoughts are very simple. When he changed his surname back, he knew where he should go in the future. German magic world. A place as chaotic as the British wizarding world. There, pure blood represents a kind of natural nobility. Durmstrang Academy only accepts the heirs of pure blood families as students. It can be seen from this aspect. Only in that place, without relying on the prestige of the Dark Lord Voldemort, can he quickly form his own forces and strength again. In order to practice my own justice. Is pure blood necessarily correct? He needs a goal now, and needs to reorganize his philosophy. The German magic world ... Maybe it's a good place. Professor, there's no need to look at me with that expression. I just suddenly want to get back my old things, that's all. Yes, you are the only one left in the Gunter family. Those things belong to you. But, I really don't understand. You obviously hate your name, including your surname. Professor Dumbledore, people will change. Maybe I really hated that family very much, but now I have to accept it and let it become my greatest help. Continue to promote the concept of pure blood for that ridiculous noble bloodline. Or do you want to continue your unfinished business? In the answer paragraph by paragraph, Tom understood Dumbledore's concerns. This was also Dumbledore's temptation to him. Tom looked at Dumbledore meaningfully, and said something that made him think deeply. Pure blood is not necessarily correct, and I may not be your enemy, Professor. Chapter 72. Who killed Dumbledore? Dumbledore fell into a state of deep thought. He firmly believed that if it was Tom before, he would never say that pure blood is not necessarily correct. He was too paranoid, so paranoid that he wouldn't look back until he hit the wall, and he didn't think he would lose until he saw his final failure. Is it because of that cloak? Dumbledore thought to himself. It seems that apart from this explanation, it is difficult to explain the sudden change of Tom. In this regard, Dumbledore thought deeply. Tom Gaunt just smiled lightly. The thinking and talking between the two of them seemed to take a very long time, but in fact, it happened within these 20 seconds. Tom Gunter lowered his head and looked at the parchment on the table. A new question has appeared. But when he saw the title, Tom's eyes widened. It seems that he is very shocked now. His chest rises and falls with rapid breathing. The rapid breathing caught Dumbledore's attention. Tonight is destined to be the night where he spends the most time thinking, because the person he was facing was different. He had to think deeply and think a lot. The abnormality on Tom aroused Dumbledore's curiosity. Dumbledore originally thought that he was initially resisting the changes that the cloak had made on him, but then he noticed that Tom's strange appearance was on the parchment. The reason is that Tom Gunter, who raised his head, looked at him with strange eyes, which seemed to be very unexpected, but he felt that it was reasonable. It's a new question. A fleeting thought urged Dumbledore to look down too. After seeing the topic clearly, the elderly man was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Interesting, interesting. He spoke softly. Dumbledore's unrestrained appearance made Tom Gaunt, who was watching him, have a very complicated expression on his face. Originally, I thought that after the death of the professor, I would be very happy and even feel relieved, but I didn't expect that after learning about the death of the professor, I would be a little bit complicated. Perhaps the connection between the two of us is too deep. Is there more hatred or kindness between us? No one can say for sure. If you hadn't led me into the magic world, I might have become a different kind. But if you hadn't been strict, distrustful, and warned, I wouldn't have become a different kind. Whether you are wrong or I am wrong, maybe no one can say for sure. Maybe we are all wrong, Professor. Tom Gaunt was a little lost looking at Dumbledore's old appearance. On the other side, Dumbledore was still smiling. He looked very happy, and tears came out of his laughter. To him, death is just the beginning of another great adventure. Q and A space. This Q and A is the last question. Please listen to the question. By whom did Albus Dumbledore die? A. Severus Snape. B. Dark Lord Voldemort. C. Harry Potter. D. Draco Malfoy. At this moment, all the professors and students in the bathroom were stunned after seeing this question. Will Dumbledore die? They seem to have never considered this issue. Because of Dumbledore's presence and the sea-sustaining needle, they will not worry about Voldemort's comeback, nor will they worry about any crisis, because that person is still there. As long as he is there, that is the greatest protection for Hogwarts. But what if that person is gone? Originally, they didn't think about this issue. But this question in the question and answer space made them start thinking about it, and brought a wave of panic. When Voldemort's resurrection became inevitable, and when the old man who was like a needle in the sea was about to die, then what should they do? Although there are no signs of these things now, it is impossible for the question and answer space to put an impossible question so boringly. Could it be you, Tom? After laughing, Dumbledore wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. His eyes flicked back and forth between the parchment and Tom. According to common sense, the person most likely to kill him is none other than the resurrected Voldemort. On this point, I am afraid that the rest of the professors also think so. But Dumbledore has his own understanding. He is too aware of the character of his student. He is afraid of himself, and it is impossible for him to appear in front of him unless necessary. Then who will kill him? Severus, Harry Potter, or Draco Malfoy? He knew all three of them, even clearly. Harry trusts him very much now, and if there are no accidents, he will trust him very much in the future. This question is obviously not him. As for why he appeared on the question, Dumbledore speculated that Harry might have something to do with his death. Whether it is a witness or a participant is unknown. Professor Dumbledore, will he die too? I have no idea. Lockhart shook his head in confusion. He really doesn't know. If Dumbledore was going to die sooner or later, then he had to make plans early. It can be said that the professor and the students in the bathroom have already unified their understanding. After seeing Voldemort's name appearing on it, they were 100% sure that he would be the one who killed Dumbledore in the future. Don't worry, if this is something that will happen in the future, then it may not necessarily happen again now. Snape's indifferent voice appeared in their ears. Because we already know this, many things can be avoided, such as knowing some things that happened to Dumbledore before his death. So after learning these signs, we can remind him, and even solve the danger in advance. Source: Snape said every word with extremely strong deterrent force, cold eyes, and expressionless face, which made him full of a reliable atmosphere at this moment. Not as cold as before, this voice made them feel reliable from the bottom of their hearts. Then who does the professor think it is? Killed Professor Dumbledore? Cedric summoned up his courage, looked into Snape's dull eyes, and asked. Snape turned back and glanced at the contents of the parchment. When he saw his own name appearing on it, he was a little silent. I don't know either. He no longer dared to think that Voldemort was inevitable. Having experienced it once, he naturally knows that the Q and A space will often give you an unexpected answer. So this time, Snape didn't dare to confirm that Voldemort was the one who killed Dumbledore. On the contrary, he had a premonition. The murderer who killed Dumbledore was most likely himself. Chapter 73. Snape: Sooner or later I will be the defense against the dark arts professor. But how is this possible? How could this be? While panicked by his random guessing, he was also a little funny in his heart. What's wrong with me? Why have I been thinking wildly recently? But the appearance of this question undoubtedly disturbed Snape's mind and made him a little restless. There is always a feeling that the murderer is himself. There was no expression on his face, but he was restless in his heart. Cedric and Lockhart looked at each other. I don't understand why Snape didn't know who the murderer was, because he was speaking clearly and logically. Even the two of them can guess that the murderer who killed Dumbledore must be Voldemort. Even if it's not Voldemort, it probably has something to do with him. Relax, Gildero, Professor McGonagall said, but there was a trace of indelible sadness between her brows. Suddenly, he received news that Dumbledore might be dying soon. No matter how shocking it is, they, as professors, must immediately settle down, whether it's the students or their own. The situation is not that bad yet. Albus's situation is very good now, far from that. That means that the time of death is not now, but in the future, maybe even decades later. At the end, Professor McGonagall made a joke to ease the atmosphere, which gradually eased the already solemn atmosphere. Think about it, even though Dumbledore is old and his strength has declined, he is still one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Unless Voldemort is resurrected and leads an army to Hogwarts, who can kill Dumbledore? You must know that Dumbledore's strength will have a certain bonus in Hogwarts. If he had a decisive battle with Dumbledore here, Voldemort's chances of winning would be very low. Indeed, with us and Dumbledore, even if that person comes in person, he won't get any benefits. He can even be crushed and stay in Hogwarts forever. Snape spoke very seriously, and he was unwilling to waste even a trace of superfluous expression on his expressionless face. Compared with his image just now, he looks like a different person. However, in the eyes of Cedric and Lockhart, the current Snape is the old Professor Snape, that head of Slytherin House. This familiar paralyzed face, this familiar cold eyes, on the contrary, made them feel more at ease. Maybe it's because I'm too used to it. I usually hate this paralyzed face, but when something happens, the plain face becomes a strong guarantee for handling things with confidence. But the current situation is, will that person fight Dumbledore in Hogwarts? What do you mean? Severus, that man will not fight Dumbledore in Hogwarts. Either he used some means to force Dumbledore to leave Hogwarts, or he used something to induce Dumbledore to leave Hogwarts. Only then will he dare to appear before Dumbledore and behead him. Is there any other possibility? Professor McGonagall paced back and forth, and after a few steps she stopped to look at Snape's face. Of course there will be. Snape nodded. It's also possible that someone else attacked Dumbledore in a sneak attack, causing his strength to be damaged, and then Voldemort would appear. No matter what the situation is, we have to be prepared and be prepared for that person to come back. Snape looked at the three of them calmly. The options for each question do not appear directly for no reason. There is a certain connection between them. That is to say, the name of each option or a certain choice must be related to the person concerned and have a certain importance, otherwise it would not appear there. So after carefully considering the four options above, Snape concluded that Voldemort will inevitably be resurrected. Dumbledore once told him about this matter, saying that Voldemort will inevitably return to the world, because he has never really died. It is also because of this, because of the trust in Dumbledore, coupled with the options of the question and answer space, Snape's bold guess, he came to such an answer. But even if this is the truth, so what? If they wanted to use this to allow Dumbledore to avoid that fatal crisis, it would be a fool's dream. After all, they lacked a necessary conditional factor, and that was time. Without knowing when Dumbledore died, no matter how much they say, it's useless. Dumbledore might be assassinated by Voldemort a few years later, or he might die in the battle with Voldemort more than 10 years later. Everything is possible. So, he is still on the sidelines, waiting for more information to be revealed. Only when they get more information can they know how to restore the real truth. Professor McGonagall also thinks the same way. She, who is resourceful, will naturally guess that they lack one of the most critical information. And that is time. As for Lockhart and Cedric, Snape just wanted to sneer. He didn't want to talk to people without brains. Although Lockhart has changed a lot recently, there is one thing that Lockhart doesn't deserve, or it can be said that he has formed a habit. That is, subconsciously bragging about yourself. Then he showed his disgusting teeth. Every time he saw this scene, Snape felt disgusted. No. It should be said that every defense against the dark arts professor disgusted him from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for that curse, would it be their turn to be the professor of defense against the dark arts? Are you kidding me? For Snape, defense against the dark arts is the main profession I want, and potions is just incidental. Is it me? Professor, don't you know if you choose it? Dumbledore looked at him. And Tom Gaunt smiled immediately. He was actually quite curious about who killed the one in front of him. After all, judging from the amount of magic power, he is even more terrifying than when he was young. If this can kill Dumbledore, then how powerful was he at that time? Of course, Tom also knows that Dumbledore is so scary now because he has been rewarded with question and answer space more than once. Especially the 1/10th increase in magic power at the beginning directly made his strength stronger. I believe in you, Tom. The person who killed me must not be you. I really don't know how Dumbledore would say such a thing. Tom complained in his heart. He didn't believe that Dumbledore couldn't see that Voldemort and him were enemies of life and death. But he still chose to say this, so there is only one possibility. He thought that the person who killed him was not Voldemort. Chapter 74 Dumbledore and Tom can't go back. What made Dumbledore think this way? Tom Gaunt looked curiously at the names on the parchment. He doesn't know many of the above names. One of them was his alias in the future, and the other was a name that made him very curious. Harry Potter. He has always wanted to understand how the mighty Voldemort died at the hands of a young baby more than 10 years ago. This I don't understand no matter how I think about it. Why target Harry? Isn't that just to see what's different about Harry? But after a few trials, plus some close observations, Tom still hasn't figured out what makes Harry different from other people. If there is no question and answer space, what he wants to do most now is to get close to Harry once, go to his side, and observe the difference in him at the closest distance. Otherwise, he would always be curious in his heart. I always wanted to know what happened in the first place, so that a baby could not die after being hit by the death curse, and could kill one of the most powerful wizards at that time. It's simply old and attractive. So after seeing this name appear, Tom had the urge to go and see Harry again. But after thinking about it for a few seconds, he himself cut off the thought. Knowing Dumbledore very well, he was sure that this old man must have put his greatest attention on Harry Potter. Just like when he was still in school, Most of Dumbledore's eyes were on him. The same mixed race, the same often. This kind of homogeneous attraction makes Tom very interested in Harry. But the difference is, he was somewhat envious of Harry Potter in his heart, because that old man never treated Harry Potter harshly. The observations these days and the memories of the two little wizards let him know Dumbledore treated Harry Potter very gently, at least on the surface. Look down again, Draco Malfoy. He doesn't know him, it's normal. However, the Malfoy family is also a family that promotes the concept of pure blood. Then there is a high probability that the descendants of the Malfoy family are pure blood. After reading the options, Tom still didn't understand that Dumbledore would suspect who killed him. If it wasn't him, then who would it be? As everyone knows, Dumbledore is also very tangled now. Knowing the rules of question options in the question and answer space, he naturally knows that being able to appear here has absolutely something to do with his death. Among them, Dumbledore was the first to exclude Harry, and the second was Draco. Then, he focused on B and A. If one day, Snape wants to kill himself, it must be his instruction to him. On this point, Dumbledore was very relieved, because that must mean that he has reached the weakest point or the weakest deterrent to Voldemort. Only in this way, Voldemort will end himself, or the two of them gave Snape instructions at the same time. Kill Dumbledore. Then, would it be Voldemort who ended up in person, or did Snape get the order from both of them at the same time? This is what Dumbledore is hesitating about now. Who knows how things will develop in the future? Maybe it was Draco who killed himself? After all, time. The most important thing is time. Without knowing the exact time of his death, some things are simply not easy to judge. This is also what makes him sad. It doesn't matter whether you die or not, who kills you and when you do it is the most important thing. However, Dumbledore was very clear in his heart. When this question appeared in the Q and A space, it meant that this would no longer be his future. Not to mention, Dumbledore's eyes lit up, and a row of screens appeared in front of him out of thin air. Deduction of a ring of elemental wizards in progress. After briefly figuring out the function of the smart chip and the significance of those advanced directions, Dumbledore chose the Elemental Wizard's advanced plan after a short thought. Because this plan has the highest success rate, it is more feasible than other wizard advanced plans. However, Dumbledore also favored the direction of elemental wizards, so he chose this direction for advanced deduction in the end. Once he really finds a way forward as a wizard, then no one can say for sure what the future will be. For this matter, Dumbledore has a greater curiosity and desire to explore. After defeating Grindelwald, Dumbledore has always appeared in a teaching and educating manner. But when he was young, Dumbledore's pursuit of magic was no less than Grindelwald's. The journey of pursuing the truth always makes people feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. So, after knowing that this question appeared in the question and answer space, Dumbledore didn't feel that he was going to die. After all, after taking a step into the depths of the unknown, how powerful a wizard must be to be able to kill him. Then who do you think will be the person who killed you, Professor? Is it Harry Potter, or this Severus Snape, or that kid from the Malfoy family? Who do you think it will be? Tom opened his hands to the sky, but he didn't appear reckless. His elegant demeanor made him look like a nobleman with an ancient heritage. It's all possible, but you also know that when this question and answer appear in front of me, will I still move forward in the direction of the future? Tom, the future is not static. I thought you already knew this truth. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, looking very free and easy. And after getting rid of the initial shock, Tom also smiled softly. Perhaps in the distant future, he and the old man in front of him will come to the opposite again. But none of this can stop him from having complicated views on the old man now. Yes, Professor, listening to your teachings can bring me many things. The conversation between the two was the same as it used to be, except for the lack of Dumbledore's sternness and the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two. Everything else was normal. Even the tone of Dumbledore's words was very gentle, and Tom's words were full of elegance. Perhaps only in this question and answer space can there be such a calm and gentle communication between the two. It's like the daily communication between the teacher and the students. It's just that the past is the past, and if you can't go back, you can't go back. The two of them will never really be what they used to be. Perhaps this is the price. Chapter 75 Snape. So the clown is myself. I choose A. Severus Snape. When Dumbledore finished speaking, Snape outside looked like he had seen a ghost. There is a feeling that I was a loyal minister, but my lord killed me. Actually, Snape didn't know how to slander Dumbledore in his heart. What about trusting him? It is agreed that you can always trust him. In the end, were they all lies? As expected. As expected of Dumbledore talking in a way. Now I'm afraid my true colors will be exposed. Snape's expressionless face was covered with frost. He expressed his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's choice of him and distrust of him. The others were also a little dazed. They didn't know from which aspect Dumbledore considered that the person who killed him would be Professor Snape. This, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like something Professor Snape would do. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the answer in the question and answer space. Dumbledore's answer is correct. Please check the analysis. The moment these words appeared, Snape's cold face froze, and his body trembled. It seems to be very unexpected, and some are also frightened. And Professor McGonagall, Lockhart, and Cedric. 3 pairs of eyes focused on Snape's body, making his hair numb. They looked at him very strangely. It gives people a feeling that they didn't expect you to be this kind of person. At least, that's what Snape thought. Under the current circumstances, no matter what he said, it was an explanation. Because the facts are right in front of you, how can eloquence overcome the iron facts? Severus. Professor McGonagall opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. It's impossible to say. I didn't expect you to be the one who killed Dumbledore, right? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing then? Didn't you see that both Lockhart and Cedric started to put on camels, pretending they couldn't hear anything? Keep reading. Snape is naturally aware of Professor McGonagall's current difficulties. He didn't justify himself, but patiently let them look down together. Analysis will give them the answer. Maybe, yes. The moment Dumbledore saw the answer, he was also stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he murmured to himself, sure enough, that's the case. Tom Gaunt over there was a little dazed. With no memory of decades to come, he doesn't know who Severus Snape is, and naturally he doesn't know that Severus Snape is on his side. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so dazed. On the contrary, Dumbledore felt a little funny seeing Tom's bewildered look. Check the analysis, he said. As soon as his words fell, everyone's eyes focused on the small piece of parchment. Everyone wanted to know what kind of reason made Severus Snape, this wizard who was loyal to Dumbledore and trusted by Dumbledore, chose to kill Dumbledore in the end. Question: by whom did Albus Dumbledore die? A. Severus Snape. Dumbledore, who suffered from certain reasons and became very weak, asked Snape to kill him when the Death Eaters appeared in Hogwarts. In some way he finally got Snape's killing curse on the astronomy tower and fell from the tower, so the choice A is correct. B. Voldemort. Voldemort put in his best effort on the matter of Dumbledore's death, and Voldemort was also the biggest factor in Dumbledore's death. But the fear in his heart and the fear of Dumbledore prevented him from appearing in front of Dumbledore from the beginning to the end of that year, so there was no possibility of doing it himself, so option B is wrong. C. Harry Potter. If there is any reason for Dumbledore's death, one of them is undoubtedly that he brought Harry Potter to that cave, and he willingly took the potion in the crystal basin. Because of this, Dumbledore's injuries worsened, and he was extremely weak after returning to Hogwarts, but Harry admired Dumbledore from the beginning to the end. Although he was a witness to what happened that day, he was not a participant, so option C is wrong. D. Draco Malfoy, a key figure in the death of Dumbledore, is not as small and important person as others imagined. If Malfoy was not ordered by Voldemort, he would not come with the damaged, disappearing cabinet Hogwarts, and then went through untold hardships to repair the disappearing cabinet, so that Voldemort's loyal Death Eaters had the opportunity to enter Hogwarts, but he was not the direct person who directly caused Dumbledore's death, so option D is wrong. Snape was a little silent. The analysis of the 4 options revealed too much information. First of all, he killed Dumbledore because of Dumbledore's request. Then could it be that Dumbledore was aware of it from the very beginning, and then used his life to design a trap? Snape thought it was very possible. He really knew that old man too well. If the old man suffered any serious injuries, his life would not be long. He will definitely use it to design a trap. In addition, please kill him yourself. Then the purpose was already obvious. He hoped that he could gain Voldemort's trust, continue to ambush by Voldemort's side, and get more news. From the analysis of the second option, it is not difficult to see that Dumbledore's death has a lot to do with that person. Even that person personally arranged the arrangement, in order to ensure Dumbledore's death. As long as Dumbledore dies, there will be no wizard in the British wizarding world who can stop him. If he got news of Voldemort, he would definitely tell Dumbledore, and then Dumbledore would take this opportunity to gain more trust from Voldemort. It is very possible that the Order of the Phoenix and Harry used to help him, because I will not refuse to protect Lily's child. Snape began to think about and restore the scenarios that might have happened at the time according to the 4 analyses. Then comes the third analysis, which reveals a lot of information and is also very important. There are 2 most important things. The first thing is that Dumbledore was injured, which should have affected his life. If the injury is not serious, then the question and answer space will not appear. Besides, he is a potion master, so he can make himself helpless with injuries. It is conceivable that Dumbledore must not have had a good few years to live. The second most important thing is that one of the reasons for Dumbledore's immediate death was that he took Harry to a certain place and voluntarily drank Voldemort's potion. What does this mean? Could it be that there is something very important in it? Something that affects the situation of the battle? Chapter 76 Tom, Voldemort and I are sworn to death. Snape didn't quite understand this point, but it didn't prevent him from understanding Dumbledore's actions. Although he thought it was too stupid to do that, it must be something very important that made Dumbledore take Harry with him. So, Harry at that time should have made his own judgment. It should be that he was no longer that young, and Dumbledore didn't continue to hide everything from him. In addition, his life is not long, so he is eager to train Harry so that he can grow up as soon as possible. Most things in this way, Snape connected them together with a few short messages, including Malfoy. Snape knew all too well what the Malfoy family was like. It must be something old Malfoy did that caused Draco to be forced to find a way in Hogwarts to allow those Death Eaters to bypass the Aura Master. Facing upright Aura Masters, coupled with the protection spell in Hogwarts, those dark wizards will eat a pot. So, Malfoy brought the disappearing cabinet into Hogwarts, but because the disappearing cabinet was damaged, he kept repairing it. Or has it been repaired a long time ago, just waiting for an excellent opportunity? There is an essential difference between the two. What Snape could see, Dumbledore and Tom could also see. Based on the information obtained above, we can roughly guess the whole thing. The two of them are not fools. Dumbledore's frown gradually eased, and finally he froze in a state of contemplation. Instead, Tom stroked his chin thoughtfully. If the future Dumbledore really dies, will my chances be greater? But thinking about it carefully, Tom also needs someone to help him block Voldemort, who is about to be resurrected. Although he and Voldemort are the same person, the two are not the same now, especially when Tom's ideas are gradually changing. Voldemort and Tom, one is synonymous with chaos, and the other is the embodiment of rationality. At that time, due to the same origin, one of them will definitely defeat the other, and then receive all of him, including the soul. If that step is reached, no matter which one of the two of them defeats the other, they will be able to reach a higher level on the road ahead. It's not just as simple as strength. Two people of the same origin can complement each other, plunder each other's wisdom, and get each other's ideas. But when the time comes, whoever decides will depend on who is the one who defeats the opponent. So, After thinking about a lot of things, Tom knew that he had to have someone who could help him restrain Voldemort's energy, so that he couldn't go to the magic world of other countries to cause trouble for him. It is in Tom Gaunt's interest to keep Voldemort trapped in England, on the land of Great Britain. And only the existence of Dumbledore can help him involve Voldemort and create time for his development. It can be said that no matter what Dumbledore thinks of him, the two of them are each other's natural allies. Tom Gaunt can think of this level. There is no reason Dumbledore can't think of such a level. However, even so, it is estimated that Dumbledore would not let him leave Hogwarts so easily. No matter what, you have to leave something behind. After all, Tom released the basilisk, a big killer, in Hogwarts before. If there is any accident, that is, most of Hogwarts students died tragically on campus. Dumbledore was also a little annoyed by this. If Tom Gaunt didn't do anything, but just stayed quietly in Hogwarts, then Dumbledore would turn a blind eye when he was about to escape from Hogwarts. But Tom Gaunt did a big thing before, even if no students died. But Myrtle's undead is still floating in the toilet with her eyes wide open. Tom Gaunt also thought of this. When he looked at Dumbledore, he seemed much more harmless. Even if Dumbledore could do it, he had to make himself look good now. At least he would not be so embarrassed when he left Hogwarts. Professor, you don't seem to be very worried. The future of the Q and A space is just one possibility. Why should I worry? The old man Dumbledore said with a smile. That's right, with the emergence of the question and answer space and these questions that reveal information about the future, I'm afraid no one knows where our future will go. The future is not static, and that's the only way. The unknown future is fascinating, isn't it, Tom? Yes, Professor, such a future is interesting, Tom said with a pun, and the strange look in his eyes made people think about the deep meaning in it. Looking at Tom's eyes, Dumbledore couldn't understand what he was thinking for a moment. I always feel that since he just put on that weird cloak, his whole person has changed a lot, which makes people a little unclear. After the analysis of the options was completed, the question and answer space distributed the rewards to Dumbledore. Everyone's eyes are fixed on this final reward, and they all want to know the final reward of this round. What will Dumbledore get from it? Advanced notes for One Ring Elemental Wizard. Introduction, a note left by a powerful wizard, which records the knowledge he needs and the difficulties he encounters when he is ready to step into the next level. And there are many magics about the first ring wizards, but the magic recorded in it is relatively small. Most of them are basic magic, which is of great use to some reserve wizards who are about to advance to the first ring wizards level. Good. It can be of great help to the wizards who are about to advance to the first ring elemental wizards, and it is expected to deduce the promotion direction of the second ring elemental wizards. Owner, Albus Dumbledore. Note, apart from bringing you more knowledge, it has no other use, unless that knowledge is useful to you, extremely useful. After seeing the rewards that Dumbledore received this time, everyone was a little confused. Some people don't understand what Dumbledore will do after he got this note. It's really that the reward Dumbledore got this time is too poor compared to the previous rewards. Look at what Dumbledore got before. Either his strength has been greatly improved or he has obtained those powerful magic equipment. Let's see what he got now. An ordinary wizard's notebook. You must know that Dumbledore is already the most powerful wizard in the world. Tom vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Only Dumbledore's eyes revealed a strange light when he saw the thing he got. Chapter 77. The second question and answer session ends. Before getting this notebook, Dumbledore had already obtained a smart chip specially used to assist wizards, and began to deduce the advanced direction of a ring of elemental wizards. But the deduction is just a deduction, and there is a possibility of failure. And the notebook he got at this moment from another first ring, possibly second ring wizard, undoubtedly came at just the right time. It can just increase his chances of deducing a ring of elemental wizards to advance. Others may not know much about it, but he himself is very clear about it. How much effect this notebook has on him. Tom Gaunt raised his head, looked at Dumbledore's pensive look, and bowed slightly. "Good night, Professor." Dumbledore woke up from his contemplation and looked at his former student with complicated eyes. "Good night, Tom." Perhaps it was only in this question and answer space that the two of them could communicate so calmly, instead of pulling out their wands at each other. But it's only tonight, and the first thing he has to do tomorrow is to find Tom's hiding place, or if Tom finds an opportunity to leave Hogwarts, then the sky will be as high as the birds, and the sea will be as wide as possible. The fish jumped. The figures of the two gradually blurred. Dumbledore looked at Tom in front of him, as if he wanted to engrave this figure in his mind. It wasn't until the scene in front of him changed again that he turned around with a little sigh and looked behind him. In front of him were Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Lockhart and the only student, Cedric. It can be said that only the few people in front of him know the question and answer tonight. Of course, there is another person who is doing his best to reduce his presence without being discovered. So far, it's considered a success. Dumbledore didn't know that Richard was here. He looked at the few people in front of him, and spoke quietly. "It's too late now, Cedric, go back first. If you meet Filch on the way, tell me that I called you out earlier. And then, Minerva, Severus, and Gilderoy, you three come with me." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. When he walked to the door, he suddenly turned around and said to the four of them as if he remembered something. "Remember to keep things tonight secret, gentlemen and ladies." After finishing speaking, this time Dumbledore stepped out of the door. The three professors, "You look at me, I look at you," and finally followed. Before leaving, Lockhart whispered to Cedric, "Go back quickly and take a good rest. Something big will happen next." Lockhart's expression was very serious. He was naturally confident with his impressive strength, and he was facing Voldemort. No, it was Tom Gunter who was a little guilty about lurking in Hogwarts. After all, except for Dumbledore and a few powerful wizards, other wizards would feel worried for not coming when they faced that person. This is a problem left over from Voldemort's dark reign over the British wizarding world more than 10 years ago. Even if Tom Gaunt is not Voldemort, Lockhart doesn't think it makes any difference. Maybe in another 10 or so years, Voldemort's shadow on this land will disappear. But at least for now, wizards in the magic world are still very taboo about that name. Cedric stayed where he was, and turned his head to look at Myrtle's ghostly body floating in place. Those wide-eyed eyes seemed to be silently telling of her unrepentant death. "Oh, I forgot. Myrtle died a long time ago. At most she was petrified by black magic. After the mandrake is mature and handed over to Professor Snape to make the antidote, she can be rescued." A few minutes later, Cedric walked to the bathroom door and poked his head out. After he couldn't see the professors, and felt that the professors were far away now, Cedric was going to call Richard to see if he was still here. Before he could speak, his mouth was covered by a pair of powerful hands. He struggled subconsciously, and heard a familiar voice. "Keep your voice down, Cedric." "It's me." After Richard finished speaking, he gradually let go of his hand. When Cedric turned his head, he happened to see Richard's bright smile. After being slightly taken aback, Cedric also laughed. "It's good that you're fine. I was really scared to death before." "Don't worry, how could something happen to me?" Richard said with a smile, but he thought helplessly in his heart. "You actually frightened me." Do you know how confused he was when he saw Dumbledore in person? At that time, the heart of the whole person was thumping, for fear that Dumbledore would find him. So, he could only curl up in a corner, cover his body with an invisibility cloak, and reduce his sense of existence as much as possible. If it wasn't for the fact that people would die if they didn't breathe, he wished he could stop breathing. The main reason is that the timing is wrong. If we encountered it normally, it would be a night outing in violation of school rules at most. But if we meet now, Dumbledore didn't know if he would doubt him, but Snape would definitely keep an eye on him every day. Imagine that scene. During the potions class, a pair of cold eyes stared at you from behind you. Just by imagining it, I feel goosebumps all over my body. It would be fine if Richard stood up boldly from the very beginning. After all, with Cedric here, he can completely excuse him and help him explain. However, he always felt guilty when facing Dumbledore, so when he could not face Dumbledore, he would not want to face him. "Have you seen it before, Richard?" "That man seems to be back again." But looking at the professor's expression, it seems that there is still something wrong. Cedric frowned. He was shocked for a long time when he knew that the young man who confronted Professor Dumbledore was the young Voldemort. "I know, I've seen it all." "That man, he's back again," Richard said. But in his heart he had another look. Not only did he know that Tom was about to be resurrected, he even judged from Tom's previous attitude that some of the flaws in Tom's character were gone after he got the Cloak of Justice. It can also be said that part of Tom's character has been changed. This is really fun. If he had dared to look for Tom's notes privately before, but now that his soul has been completed, he would just deliver food if he went again. Richard felt that he should become more aggressive under the circumstances of such a major change. Chapter 78. The beginning of the search for Horcruxes. In the corridor not far from the bathroom, a little wizard got up from the ground and looked around naturally. The expression on his face was very flat, and he didn't seem to care much about anyone or anything. After a long time, the surroundings were still as calm as before. The flat expression on his face began to gradually relax. "Professor, you can't catch me." He turned his head and looked out the window at the dark Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is not very far from the main castle of Hogwarts. Normally, he only needed to avoid Filch to leave here through the castle gate or those windows. But not now. At least in a few months, after Dumbledore and the others relax their vigilance. You don't need to guess to know that in the current Hogwarts, Dumbledore must be staring at the surroundings of the school gate. Tom was a little worried. The sudden appearance of the question and answer space broke his upcoming plan and exposed him to Dumbledore. Fortunately, he also got a good reward from it, making his soul more perfect, and also got a piece of powerful magic equipment. With a heartbeat, a white cloak suddenly appeared behind him, and then disappeared as a phantom. And there was a smile on Tom's face. Just let him stay in this old school for a while longer. He pulled out his wand, and it gently chanted a spell around him. A gust of wind blew by, as if nothing had happened. After finishing all this, Tom put away the diary in his pocket, and then walked to the Ravenclaw Tower, which was also on the 8th floor. He needs time and a new method to revive himself. As for the little wizard under his control, it's not yet time for him to wake up. Time. They all need time. After he left, the corridor was once again peaceful. On the 8th floor of the main castle of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's headmaster's office. Several professors stood with Dumbledore, and the portraits of many former headmasters on the wall all closed their eyes and mouths, as if I had fallen asleep. This time we got a lot of information, even somewhat beyond my expectations, Dumbledore said with a smile, but the smile on his face obviously couldn't conceal the tiredness in his eyes. I always knew he was still alive, and his soul never died. However, tonight, when he appeared in front of me again, I couldn't help being a little puzzled. What method did Voldemort use to keep himself immortal? Fortunately, the question and answer space later solved my doubts, but it also brought more questions, which also gave me a very headache. As he spoke, Dumbledore put his hands on his head, pretending to have a headache. However, apart from McGonagall and Lockhart, Snape didn't like Dumbledore very much. It's the quantity. We don't know how many Horcruxes that person has. This is the most worrying thing in your heart. Yes, Severus, we don't know exactly how many Horcruxes he has and what they are. Because the Horcruxes, it could be a rock, it could be a book, it could be anything, and we don't know anything about it. Dumbledore glanced at Snape approvingly, and then he was a little worried. In fact, as he said, although they got Voldemort's biggest secret and the most critical information. However, they also didn't know exactly how many Horcruxes Voldemort had, and what those Horcruxes were. We have nothing to do, Dumbledore. Wait a minute, I think we may be able to catch that person and ask about the whereabouts of those Horcruxes. When Snape followed suit with a sigh, Lockhart showed his shiny white teeth and said with a fierce look in his eyes. Dumbledore took a deep look at him. Ever since Lockhart got the ability to improve those spells in the question and answer space, he seemed to be a different person. Strong abilities can naturally bring him more confidence. What's more, as one of the few spiritual magic masters in Hogwarts, the confident Lockhart might be able to resist that person's imperious curse mentally. During the period when that person was determined to hide himself, there was a high probability that there would be no casualties. Unless Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Some things are not so easy to do. Dumbledore has always been the one who knows his students best. If it was Tom, he knew he would not do meaningless things, as long as he is not Voldemort. Dumbledore thought quietly. Now, the whole Hogwarts situation has become a little strange. Tom hid in the dark. Judging from what he had hinted to himself in his previous words, he might need to leave Hogwarts, hoping that he would not stop him. But, whether it's him or Tom, they both know it in their hearts. It is not so easy to leave Hogwarts, especially at present. Including Dumbledore, plus several other professors will keep an eye on all the passages that can leave Hogwarts in the next time, and in the next Christmas. Prepare to leave some of what's students. But the first few months are pretty easy to watch. The most important thing is the few days of Christmas. Tom might leave here with some young wizards who went home in those days. So, even if they wanted to catch Tom, they had to find him within a few months. Jide Arrow's proposal is very good, but we still don't know where Tom is hiding. Professor McGonagall was also extremely surprised that Lockhart could make such a suggestion, but she followed Lockhart's words and said, but suddenly turned a corner. He is Voldemort's first Horcrux, and that Horcrux is likely to be hidden anywhere. This undoubtedly expands our search range and increases our mission load. Dumbledore nodded subconsciously, agreeing with what Professor McGonagall said. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't know what Voldemort's Horcrux looked like, they would have been planning to carry out a big search sometime after tomorrow. After all, he already knows what he looks like. As long as he dares to hide beside those little wizards, he will definitely be found by them. It's just a matter of sooner or later. However, these are not very important. The most important thing is ... we don't know what this Horcrux looks like. Snape touched his sleeve, and said to them in a calm manner. Actually, Snape also had his own considerations. If he got the Horcrux in his hand, then as a master of Legilimency, he can naturally try to see if he can get the whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone from this Horcrux. Chapters 79 discuss the solution to the problem together, but for now, they really don't have any good solutions. What are you going to do next? Dumbledore. Snape withdrew his thoughts and looked at Dumbledore. In the entire Hogwarts and even the entire British wizarding world, Dumbledore is their center stone. If the current situation wasn't too special, then naturally they wouldn't have such a headache. Dumbledore stroked his beard and thought for a while. Wait, we have to wait now. Either Tom made another move, or he went completely silent and left Hogwarts in a low-key manner. No matter what the result is, it's not too bad for us. Even though he said so, Dumbledore knew it in his heart. It is almost impossible for Tom, who has regained his sanity and changed part of his personality, to do it again. But Dumbledore was also somewhat reluctant to let Tom leave so simply. He was really taken aback by the blood on the wall before. How could he not have any resentment in his heart? Even after he decided that Tom's departure from Hogwarts was inevitable, Dumbledore decided to scare him. Find a suitable opportunity to let him feel the sinister intentions from the teacher. Then what shall we do next? We can't just do nothing, right? From now on, let's just treat it as usual. We don't need to do anything, just wait patiently. Dumbledore looked at Snape with a deep meaning in his eyes. Snape, who was staring at Dumbledore, froze for a moment, then turned and left with a gloomy expression. Well then, it's getting late, I will go back first. The moment Snape's voice came, he was walking out of the headmaster's office. He left in such a hurry that people who didn't know thought he still had a pot of potion to cook. Professor McGonagall and Professor Lockhart looked at each other, neither knowing what to say now to break the current atmosphere. Oh, don't worry, You should all know that Severus has this character. Fortunately, it was Dumbledore who took the initiative to speak, and the cold atmosphere that didn't let Snape suddenly leave the scene continued to cool down. We all know that, Albus, but we should also be prepared, and we can no longer put the students in the school in danger. Professor McGonagall's face was full of seriousness. When dealing with students' safety and other issues, she has always been so serious. Even Dumbledore had to sigh. Don't worry, Minerva. He won't attack the students again unless ... he doesn't want to leave Hogwarts anymore. When he said this, a sharp edge flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. If Tom didn't want to leave, then he, as his former teacher, naturally wouldn't mind helping him. Let him stay in Hogwarts completely, and sleep with this castle forever. This is also a good choice, Dumbledore thought to himself. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall opened his mouth, but still swallowed what he wanted to say, and kept silent. As if he had come to his senses, he suppressed the strange look on his face and faced Mag and Lockhart. It's getting late, Minerva, Gildero, go back and rest, and tomorrow we'll call some professors to talk about something briefly. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. Okay, Albus, Lockhart and Professor McGonagall said to Dumbledore one after the other. Except for the strange look on Professor McGonagall's face, Lockhart seemed to be a normal person. At least Dumbledore is still there, the sky is falling and there is a tall man supporting him. Or, Lockhart had other thoughts in his mind. No matter what it is, it's hard to say. After the two left the principal's office, Dumbledore sat on a chair. Leaning on the chair, he looked out the window. Outside, the big and round moon hung in the sky, exuding rounds of white halos, carrying an unspeakable charm. After a while, a big shadow enveloped an area. Snape walked in like a giant bat. You're here, Severus. For Snape to come to the principal's office again, Dumbledore did not show a very surprised look. It's very plain and ordinary. It's as if this is just a trivial matter. It seems that I came at an inappropriate time, and disturbed your thoughts of admiring the moon. He spoke slowly, word by word. Looking at the expression on his face, one can still feel that he is somewhat dissatisfied. No, Severus, you came just in time. Dumbledore stood up, turned his gaze back from the moon outside the window, and turned to Snape. Looking at the indifferent men in front of him, Dumbledore was also a little emotional. Who would have thought that the person he trusted the most would be the last person to send him away? Things in the future must be complicated, and the connections between them are disordered, so the current situation at that time must have reached a certain level of chaos. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Snape to kill me in order to gain Voldemort's trust. No one knows himself better than Dumbledore, except the one from Nermengard. I have some things to ask you, and some are about him. Dumbledore walked around the table in front of him, walked up to Snape, and waved his wand voluntarily. Snape was indifferent. He clearly knew that if Dumbledore really wanted to kill himself, he would not use such a stupid way. And it won't be too difficult. Probably only a few minutes, assuming he will resist. The moment Dumbledore waved his wand, the scene in front of them also changed. Countless mist began to recombine, forming a picture. That was Dumbledore's memory. However, the memory was reproduced in front of the two of them by powerful magic. There is no need to use a pensieve. After a brief shock, Snape came back to look at the changed scene in front of him. A very young and handsome boy was sitting by the window. 7 stones were placed in front of him. Very suddenly, he turned his head, as if watching him and Dumbledore. This memory may help us in our search for Horcruxes. After the scene ended, this memory also temporarily came to an end. Dumbledore waved his wand, and there was a brief burst of bright light on the wand. And then the scene around them returned to normal. When I looked forward again, this was still the ordinary principal's office. Chapter 80 Pictures in Memory and New Roads. Maybe 7, Severus. What? Snape came back to his senses briefly, and looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. Dumbledore lowered his head, and the light above made his lowered face fall into shadow. Can't see his face clearly, can't see his eyes. Only his voice can reach Snape's ears without hindrance. Maybe 7. There is a high probability that Voldemort has 7 Horcruxes. He once said that 7 is a very magical number, and he loves this number very much. The more he talked, the more Dumbledore felt that the number 7 was very possible. He looked at Snape, who was still a little surprised, and said one more sentence. Severus, I'm afraid we will have to look for those Horcruxes for a while. Are you sure, Dumbledore? The look of astonishment gradually dissipated, replaced by his suspicious eyes. Just relying on that memory? People are subject to change. Is it possible that you made 7 Horcruxes just because you liked the number 7 when you were young? The moonlight outside the window shone on the two of them. Normally, Snape wouldn't say these things too much, but now for his own life and for that vague possibility, he felt that he should ask more questions to make sure that there would be no major problems. Don't worry, Severus. As if seeing Snape's concealment, Dumbledore couldn't help but take another look at him. Then, he glanced at other places. Voldemort may not have produced so many Horcruxes. At least we don't know what the Horcruxes he possesses are. However, I have some guesses that the items Voldemort used to make Horcruxes must be some very commemorative items, or something of great significance to him. Both are possible, and it just so happens that I have a little guess about those things, but it's not the time yet. I need some time to complete a few things before I can go look for his Horcrux. Dumbledore put his wand back into the sleeve of his wizard robe, but his gaze was on the moon outside the window. The full moon caught Dumbledore's attention like Tom's Horcrux. It didn't even make him want to turn his head and look directly at Snape. Seeing Dumbledore's appearance, Snape frowned. Is there anything more important than finding that person's Horcrux now? He didn't understand. According to Dumbledore's personality, shouldn't he be eager to find Voldemort's Horcrux in the past, and nip the source of danger in the bud as soon as possible? What's going on now? Is there anything more important than the Horcrux that person left behind? Could it be the one from Nermengard? Or was Dumbledore afraid because of the appearance of the question and answer space, and wanted to control the entire wizarding world? I can't figure it out. Snape couldn't figure it out. But he didn't ask too much. He just mentioned it out of curiosity. But who knew? Dumbledore turned his head to look at him. Those eyes were piercing, with an unspeakable spirit in them. I seem. But when he said this, he hesitated a little, giving off a feeling of uncertainty. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Without Snape knowing what charade he was playing, he continued to speak out what he hadn't finished. I found a way. No, I found a way. What way? Snape frowned, looking at Dumbledore with increasingly unfriendly eyes. Although he usually likes to be a riddler, the kind who hides it after speaking. But when he was facing a riddler, he was really very uncomfortable. The riddler feels like a magic stick trying to fool people. The difference is that the magic stick is really fooling around, while the riddleman arouses your curiosity, and then is willing to tell you the truth. Both are annoying. This was Snape's mind. A brand new road, a road that can take us to a higher level. When he said these words, if Dumbledore's eyes were shining, it hurt Snape a little, making him subconsciously turn his head. He first thought about the meaning of Dumbledore's words, then as if he had thought of something, he turned his head abruptly and looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. If it was just a literal meaning, then Dumbledore would naturally not say such a thing. Snape, who knew Dumbledore's character well, thought of the last reward Dumbledore got in the question and answer room after only thinking for a while. Coupled with his strange appearance before, and those strange words, Snape understood what he meant by the brand new road, the road to a higher level. Is that true? He opened his mouth with difficulty, and his tone was a bit hoarse, as if he had walked in the desert for many days, and his mouth was dry. Dumbledore smiled and said nothing, which made the flustered Snape catch his breath. I was almost annoyed by him. But he himself didn't dare to do anything to Dumbledore. Of course it's true, Severus. However, I'm not sure whether it will be successful or not. It will take a few days before I know whether that path will work. Having said that, Dumbledore knew in his heart that if nothing else happened, he would become a forerunner, a pioneer who has mastered the way wizards advance. There was a gleam in Dumbledore's eyes. He could already imagine the astonished expression on his face when the revived Voldemort stood in front of him one day and found that he was stronger than before. Thinking of this, he who was a little anxious at first felt a burst of joy. Looking at the shocked Snape, Dumbledore froze suddenly. A new era is coming. The moment the question and answer space appeared. The moment new magical knowledge appeared, it had already begun. Although he was a little worried, Dumbledore couldn't decide where the question and answer space would go. The only good news is that the question and answer space only appears in Hogwarts now. And most of the people who got the question and answer space rewards were Hogwarts students and their professors, except Tom. Thinking of that name, the faint light in his eyes flickered. Snape remained silent. He now has a lot of questions he wants to ask Dumbledore. It's just that he also knows that the current Dumbledore doesn't know what it looks like on that road. Only after he set foot on the ground can he understand the scenery of a higher level. Anyway, after knowing about wizards, Dumbledore wouldn't hide it from him. Chapter 81 Draco immersed in books and can't extricate himself. The white moonlight at night could not shine into the Slytherin common room. The best thing to see in the underground Slytherin lounge is probably the black lake outside the window. However, not many people would go out of the dormitory to see this beautiful scenery at this point. Besides, at night, the black lake outside is pitch black, and nothing can be seen. Draco Malfoy was sitting on the head of the bed. There was no moonlight outside, so he used his wand to cast a faint lighting spell in front of his face. The range of light just covers his position. With a book in one hand and a magic wand in the other, Draco looked at the contents of the book very seriously, and because of the contents of this book, the expression on his face was sometimes confused, sometimes ferocious, and sometimes soothing. Various expressions kept flowing on his face. In the end, it turned into a very complicated look. At the same time, Draco also closed the book in his hand, together with his closed eyes. Pure blood. Is it really wrong? No, it's not us who are wrong, but this world. Perhaps what the book says is correct. The theory of bloodlines is too paranoid and ignorant. But are what Dad said really wrong? His thoughts were very confused, and he wanted to ask his father for help, just like before. Draco opened his eyes and walked towards his desk. When he picked up the pen above, Draco stopped again, struggling. In the fierce ideological struggle, Draco put down the pen again, and his whole body seemed to collapse. Put your hands on the table and support your body. For the first time in his life, Draco didn't want to rely on his parents to answer his doubts, but was going to the library to find answers by himself. Draco didn't know what was going on with him now. After reading that book, the theory of blood that I have always insisted on has been shaken. This book seems to have a magical power that makes everyone who reads it involuntarily sink into the beautiful world depicted in the book. Draco, who saw it for the first time, was also shocked by it. Right. After all, this is not an ordinary book, but a book that can bring people's spirit into the world of words in the book. A very magical book. What's even more amazing is naturally the content in the book. Ever since he opened the first page of that book this evening, Draco has been captured by the theory of knowledge in it. The reason why he is so confused now is naturally the result of the collision between the values he has always insisted on and the values in this book. He still doesn't know whether he should continue to adhere to the pure blood theory taught by his parents, and give up continuing to read this book, or give up the pure blood theory that my parents have always insisted on, and accept the new ideas in the book. That person is equal to wizards, has the same origin and clan, liberates the productivity of the magic world, establishes a great society of wizards, and develops the theory of a new civilization of wizards. In fact, although Draco didn't say anything, his ideas had already started to drift towards the theory of knowledge taught in that book. Sitting back on the bed again, Draco struggled to pick up the peace theory of wizards and started watching it again. As Draco watched again, his spirit returned to that place again. He was sitting below, and a teacher was standing on the stage holding a ruler, pointing to the word unity on the blackboard. And all around him were filled with hazy figures. Seeing this teacher again, Draco's eyes showed various expressions of fear and respect. Students, next turn to page 59 of the book. Now let's focus on what the word unity represents. The teacher standing on the podium looked down, and finally fixed his gaze on Draco. Student Draco, please answer, what is the meaning of unity? Draco was stunned for a moment, then stood up without hesitation to answer the question. Teacher, I think the meaning of unity is that the vast majority of people unite as one, and use all their strengths together. Very good. Student Draco answered very well, but Dracolian, you know, what kind of talents should be the vast majority of people we should unite with? Is it this question again? A look of confusion appeared on Draco's face. Earlier, he stopped at this question, and then withdrew from the space in the book. And this time, Draco didn't speak. His face was still very troubled. If you convert the time in the space inside the book with the time outside, he should have been in the space of the book Wizard Peace Theory for nearly 2 years. Every day's experience is new, and every day's experience is different. He once saw the scene where the wizard civilization developed to the extreme. That powerful and great Daton society, everyone in it is a wizard, and even if you are not a wizard, you can still become a wizard. They didn't argue about pure blood, mixed blood, or hemp. They were more discussing new theories of magic knowledge, and they were talking about those people who learned magic very well. They yearn for a higher civilization, but they don't know that they are a highly developed magic civilization in Draco's view. Emotional and rational at the same time. There is no persecution, no hierarchical suppression. What they have is the dazzling light of wizard civilization. If we want to have the magic society of Daton today, we must not forget the pain of reforms in the past. This is the most shocking sentence Draco felt in the book Wizard Peace Theory. Nearly 2 years of studying space in books made him a different person overnight at school. His eyes exuded the brilliance of reason, and he was no longer as childish as before. He was able to look at the development of things more objectively and from different angles. These are all he learned from that book. Nearly 2 years of study also allowed him to gradually accept new ideas from rejecting new ideas at the beginning. Now, the question asked by the teacher above is no longer such a simple question for him. More like, is he going to make some kind of decision? Did he choose the concept that he had acquired after nearly 2 years of study, or continue to stick to that old-fashioned concept? In fact, the answer has long been self-evident. Draco was silent, no one was urging him around, and the teacher standing on the podium above just watched him silently. Suddenly, Draco grinned. That smile dissipated the problems he had been struggling with all this time. Didn't it be decided a long time ago? He said to himself softly. Then, he raised his head, looked directly at the teacher on the podium, and met his encouraging eyes. Draco said slowly from his heart. Chapter 82. Draco, Harry, I want to talk to you. After the peaceful life of the night passed, Dumbledore summoned several professors in Hogwarts the next day and held a private meeting in the headmaster's office. What was discussed in this meeting, what was said, no one knows. The only thing we know is that after the professors in the meeting left, the degree of martial law at Hogwarts has risen to another level. Many young wizards were confused, so they could only restrain themselves silently. Especially, those 2 Weasley brothers who are very funny. And the most abnormal thing recently is Draco. In the past, every time Draco met Harry, he would step up and taunt him. Regardless of whether they quarreled or fought, at least they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. But now, in the corridor outside the potions classroom, Draco was holding a book, reading it with relish. And when he passed by the 3 of Harry, he just glanced at them and left. The 3 of Harry, who was left as if facing a formidable enemy, looked at each other, not knowing what to say. I'm not used to it. Usually, when get out of class was over, Draco would bring his 2 followers to the front of the 3 of them. There would be a wave of cynicism, and then the 3 of them would taunt back. This is what happens every day when Gryffindor and Slytherin are in class together. I suspect that Malfoy must be secretly plotting something bad. Sitting on a chair in the library, Ron inadvertently put a thick book on the table, and said weakly to Hermione, who was reading the book, and Harry, who was playing with his wand, "What evil will he plot?" Harry looked at his wand and said casually. His eyes were dull, and he was in no state to listen to what Ron was saying. "What I think in my heart is that I heard the hissing sound that day." But since that day, he never heard that cold hissing sound again. As if it had never happened before, Hogwarts was still peaceful. What happened that night was more like an accident. Who knows? But it's definitely not a good thing. After all, he's a Slytherin. Ron said nonchalantly. Every word contained prejudice against Slytherin House. What good things can those people in Slytherin do? Hermione looked up at him, a little helpless and also a little funny. "Ron, don't be too paranoid. Although Draco and the others do often do bad things, not all Slytherin students are like that. If Slytherin students don't do bad things, then why do their colleges produce so many dark wizards? Don't you think so, Harry?" Hearing someone calling him, Harry raised his head. His eyes were a little confused. Harry, who had been immersed in his own thoughts, didn't hear what Ron said just now. "I was just saying that none of the wizards in Slytherin College are good people, Harry." Hermione also said that I was too paranoid. "If Slytherin is a good academy, then why does it produce so many dark wizards, including that person?" Because he was too excited, Ron spoke a little loudly, which attracted the eyes of other young wizards who were reading books and Mrs. Pince's unfriendly eyes. She had already picked up the broom, ready to come over and drive Ron out of the library at any moment. At this moment, Draco walked into the library with his two followers. After seeing Draco, Ron didn't speak loudly like before, but only whispered with a little hostility. "Malfoy is here. I suspect they are looking for something dangerous." There are a lot of books in the library, but Draco's goal is very clear: to walk to the area where the history books are located. This section of the road will pass the table where Harry and the three of them are. And also because of Ron, Harry and Hermione all looked towards Draco. When he got to the side of the three of Harry, Draco stopped in his tracks. Just when the three of Harry thought that Draco was about to start ridiculing the three of them, Draco looked at Harry sincerely and said, "Potter, I have something to say to you. I don't know if you have time." "Then let's talk about it here, Malfoy." Harry looked at Draco vigilantly. As for Draco's sincere eyes, he already thought that Draco had ulterior motives and wanted to do something to him. They were tricked by Draco in the first grade. During the so-called midnight duel, no one thought that Draco would tell Filch directly, and let Filch chase them through countless corridors. Such a disrespectful move will naturally not make their trust in Draco any better. Draco frowned. He also knew what kind of image he had in the hearts of the three of Harry. But he really didn't come this time to show off to Harry, or to ridicule the three of them. During the years of studying space in the book Wizard Peace Theory, Draco's vision has broadened, and his ideological awareness has naturally improved along the way. He actually wanted to reconcile with Harry as before. Unite the majority who can be united, and attack the few who cannot be united. These are the deepest words Draco has comprehended. It was also what he was going to do. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, his first step seemed to fail. The prejudice against him by Harry and the others was too deep. It has reached an irreversible level. That being the case, Draco raised his eyebrows, leaned forward violently, looked into Harry's eyes, and said word by word, "It's hard to say here, Potter. Do you dare to come with me? Or ... are you afraid of me? You don't have the guts to find a quiet place to talk to me." Since nice words will only make the three of Harry more hostile to him, then the only way to persuade Harry to have a friendly negotiation with him is to use aggressive methods. Draco thought to himself. Just as he thought, when he finished saying these words, Hermione's expression was okay. Ron couldn't bear it anymore, and Harry frowned. "We are not cowards like you, Malfoy." "Tell me, what exactly is it, Malfoy?" Harry glanced at Ron helplessly, and then turned his gaze to Draco. Seeing Harry's eyes, Draco was overjoyed. and immediately knew that his plan had succeeded. Just when she was about to speak, Mrs. Pince walked over with a broom with a displeased expression on her face. Seeing that the situation was not good, Draco prepared to take his two followers to other areas. Before leaving, Draco looked Harry in the eyes and said to him, "At 10 o'clock tonight, let's meet at the Astronomy Tower." Chapter 83 Harry walking the old way again. In the end, there was only Ron who was kicked out of the library because his voice was too loud. Mrs. Pince has been seeing him annoyed. It was okay when it was quiet before, and no one was disturbed. But when Draco Malfoy led his two followers over later, Ron seemed like a different person in an instant. Not to mention his loud voice, he still looks like a fighting rooster. Since he was so high-spirited, I could only send him out to calm him down. After driving Ron away, Mrs. Pince looked at the three of Draco, Harry and Hermione with unkind eyes. Draco's scalp was numb from the look in his eyes, as if he was going through something bad. "I'm sorry, Mom, we'll leave right away." While talking, Draco pulled his two followers over and walked towards another area. He came to the library originally to look for some historical books on the magic world. He was taught in the book, and the truth can be found in practice. Only the answer that I seek step by step will be the answer I want to find. When he was leaving, Draco did not forget to turn his head and give Harry a look. He believed that Harry could understand what his eyes meant. Harry watched Draco glance at him, then turned his head away. When she turned her head again, she met Mrs. Pince's eyes. Although Mrs. Pince didn't say anything to him, Harry knew very well that if he spoke as loudly as Ron, he would be the next person to be kicked out of the library. Hermione continued to quietly look at the book in her hand. Reading books would give her some pleasure in quiet moments. Harry picked up the book in his hand and read it again, but this time no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't read it. An irritability seemed to be rooted in his heart and could not be pulled out, and it became stronger and stronger as time went by. With a bang, Harry stood up, took the book and walked to the place where the book was picked up before, stuffed the book back again, and then prepared to leave the library. "Harry, where are you going?" "I'll take a look around, Hermione. I'm a little restless." "Wait for me a while." Hermione also stood up, put the book in her hand back to its original position, and then walked to Harry's side, ready to leave with him. Mrs. Pince, who had already walked back to the table in the middle, held a broom and watched Harry and Hermione leave the library step by step, without saying a word. "Where are you going? Are you going to find Ron?" Hermione looked at Harry, walking forward while turning her head to ask questions. It wasn't long before Ron left. If they went looking for him at this time, they might still be able to find him. "No, we're not going to find him." "Then where are we going?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Harry stopped in his tracks, pursed his lips. His frowning brows hadn't eased yet. "Go to the second floor and take a look at the previous place." Harry turned around, looked at Hermione, and replied solemnly, "I want to search again. Can I hear that strange sound again? I have a hunch that seems to be very important to me." Seeing Harry's anxious look, Hermione took a step forward and put her hand on his head. The cold hand brought a bit of coolness, which made him slightly awake and also much better than before. "Take it easy, Harry. Don't be so nervous, relax." Watching Harry gradually relax with his words, a smile appeared on Hermione's face. "I'll go with you. We can go and have a look now." She looked into his eyes and said very seriously. Harry froze for a few seconds, then nodded heavily. He believed in Hermione, and always will. After a brief conversation, the two walked to the second floor. On the way, they met many little wizards. Some of them were very hostile to them, while others were more friendly to them. During the days when the Chamber of Secrets incident occurred, even though no one was killed, some young wizards still felt that Harry and the three of them cast powerful black magic on Filch's cat. This kind of unreasonable suspicion also made Harry a little annoyed. "Go to the second floor, where Filch's cat was killed." There were not many students around, and the line of blood writing was still on the wall, warning the latecomers what happened here. Standing on this wall, Harry's thoughts seemed to drift back to that night. Harry, who resolutely followed because he heard that mysterious voice on the way back, was here. Encountered a petrified cat and a warning on the wall. Afterwards, the distrustful eyes of the companions encountered, followed by a question and answer space appeared. Everything is like a play. How is it, Harry? Have you gained anything? After Hermione followed Harry here, she first glanced around, and then looked at the wall with blood on it. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't see anything. So in the end, she looked at Harry, hoping to get some good news from him. But Harry shook his head. No, nothing appeared. The sound that appeared that night was like ... a dream. No, Harry, that wasn't a dream. If it had been a dream, then Filch's cat wouldn't have been petrified by powerful black magic, and there wouldn't have been this line of blood on the wall. The voices of the two were not low, but there was no one in the corridor on the second floor, so naturally they would not hear their conversation. After all, after such a thing happened, basically everyone except Harry and the others avoided this place. How could you come here in person? Apart from Tom stood quietly beside the corridor on the second floor and watched the two people in the distance. Harry Potter. He read the name softly, and the thoughts in his heart were unknown. Although the concept has changed, the initial curiosity has not changed much. After looking at Harry for a few more seconds, Tom turned around and walked towards the first floor. Mentor, what do you want to do next? Let's try again. As long as I don't go too far and don't touch Dumbledore's bottom line, then there shouldn't be any problem. The same voice, but with a different tone, was the last one that came out after Tom left. While Harry and Hermione were still standing there, Harry, who was frowning and deep in thought, was obviously thinking about how they should find the owner of that voice. It seems that they have no good solution. As long as the mysterious hissing sound doesn't come out, then they will, no matter how you look for it, you can't find it. Besides, only Harry could hear that voice. Chapter 84. Meeting Tom by chance but leaving like this. The two of them were really not reconciled. Hermione, why don't we walk the path we walked that day again? He turned his head, looked at Hermione standing beside him, and suggested cautiously, you can try it. After thinking for a while, Hermione agreed with Harry's idea. Maybe if I walk the road I walked that night again, I might find something different. For this, Hermione naturally raised her hands in agreement. The two walked downstairs again. They had come all the way up from that place before, and then followed all the way from the right corner. They didn't stop until the corridor on the second floor facing the passageway to the stairs. After all, Filch's cat was killed in that place. All the way down, both of them were against the wall. Hermione seemed to have thought of something, and stretched out her hand to touch the wall, letting her touch and feel it from time to time during the movement. Harry looked at Hermione's actions suspiciously. Out of trust in her, he did not interfere with her actions. When they were halfway through the distance, Hermione stopped suddenly with a thoughtful look on her face. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Harry asked nervously. He had noticed that the expression on Hermione's face was not right just now. Being familiar with her, he naturally knew that Hermione might have discovered something. But he didn't make a sound, but continued to walk down very patiently. All the way here. Harry, did the voice you heard come from the wall? Hermione just looked at Harry and asked thoughtfully. That's right, I heard that mysterious voice in the area in front of me at that time, and then I chased it along the wall. It doesn't matter if the sound came from inside the wall. Then I have some guesses. Hermione, who was just about to say her guess, shut her mouth wisely after seeing a few little wizards walking in front of the two of them, and hurriedly dragged Harry to another place. Harry also knew in his heart that these secrets should not be known to others, so he left here with Hermione, just like when the two of them came here. In the library, Malfoy looked at the history of magic in his hand in silence, and began to confirm the knowledge theories in his mind one by one. He was still a little confused. Some things don't just let go, just like Draco can't completely let go of his past, and then stand on the opposite side of his parents' ideals without any pressure. It is also because he understands too well that Draco is a little confused now. That's why you come to the library to read books, and you want to confirm what you have learned one by one from those historical books, and find facts to perfect the knowledge you have learned. After closing the book in his hand, Draco looked back at the two servants who were sleeping on the table, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Sure enough, getting these two people to read is more difficult than reaching heaven. Shaking his head and ignoring the two of them, Draco closed the book in his hand and walked outside. As for the two unlucky bastards he left in the library, they're not fools. It's impossible that they don't even know the way back. Thinking of this, Draco smiled. After reading that book, he has changed a lot. He has become more restrained, and he is not as flamboyant as before. Walked out of the library and wandered aimlessly in Hogwarts. Except that he was going to talk to Harry about this tonight, he didn't know where he should go. There is no purpose, no place in particular that I want to go. He didn't want to go back to the Slytherin common room. After all, it was in that place most Slytherin wizards are preoccupied with struggle. It's all about my own ambitions and those low-handed methods. Maybe no one would dare to do this to him. Anyway, he is also a member of a pure-blood family, and he comes from a relatively powerful pure-blood family. My position limits my choices to some extent. If he wants to get rid of this restriction, then the price he has to pay will definitely be greater than the price he imagined. But doing that ... is it really worth it? Draco couldn't help asking himself. In such a dazed state, Draco, who was walking in the corridor, suddenly groaned. If he hadn't held onto the wall with one hand, he might have fallen to the ground. However, the person who collided with him was not much better. He just sat down on the floor, covered his nose with one hand, and pointed at him with the wand with the other hand, with a bad expression on his face. Everyone knows what he wants to do to Draco. Seeing someone pointing at him with their wand, Draco quickly pulled out his wand and pointed it at that person. Looking at the blue eagle badge on the left chest of the wizard robe that person was wearing, he could clearly know that standing in front of him was a little Ravenclaw wizard. Tom looked at the little boy with platinum blonde hair in front of him with a gloomy expression, and slowly put down his wand. He has not yet returned the control of his body to the original owner of the body, so the main consciousness that appears is naturally based on Himorph. Draco Malfoy, a member of the Malfoy family. He opened his mouth softly, and every word gave people an unspeakable pressure. Draco squinted his eyes, not quite understanding what the stranger in front of him meant when he saw him and told him about his family history. But seeing that he put down the wand in his hand, he put down the wand in his hand too. It is well known that I am a member of the Malfoy family, but what about you? Who are you? When facing outsiders, Draco still maintained the elegance of a pure-blood family. Habits cultivated in more than 10 years of life are not so easily changed. Draco took a step forward, trying to use his steps to bring a little psychological tension to the person in front of him. But for these tricks of his, Tom just smiled lightly. After giving up the supremacy of pure blood, Tom, who is mixed with the supremacy of wizards, is still thinking about his own ideas. He is a witness of the Grindelwald era. I have seen Grindelwald start a war single-handedly, just to let his ideal world come here. He is also an experiencer of Dumbledore's era. I have personally experienced Dumbledore defeating Grindelwald, using his own ideas to overthrow Grindelwald's ideas, and continuing to guard the old world pedantically. As a witness and experiencer of the two eras, and later, I set off a dark era of fear. Whether it's good or bad, at least I have a name in the future history of magic. Although it is not a very good name. Chapter 85. Tom looked at Draco with a smile on his lips. A long time ago, there were members of the Malfoy family following behind him. So, after seeing Draco in front of him, Tom actually felt a little kind. In any case, they are all behind the people around me. Who I am. Chewing these words, Tom suddenly smiled at Draco, and this only made Draco more vigilant towards Tom from the bottom of his heart. I have two names. It's just that, kid from the Malfoy family. Do you really want to hear it? Maybe it was fate, or maybe it was because he liked the child Draco, but the smile on the corner of Tom's mouth was much more sincere. As for whether he will really tell Draco about this kind of thing, it definitely will. Since the promise has been made, it must be fulfilled. Tom felt that he was not the kind of person who would lie. Ever since he straightened his mentality, he prefers to be upright in his conduct. But, after telling Draco, will you use forget nothing on him? That's another story. Actually, Tom can also use legilimency on Draco. If it was the previous him, maybe he would have really done this, but the current him would not do such a thing. At least, before he felt it was necessary. Draco didn't speak. His right hand reached into his pocket, ready to pull out his wand at any time. When Tom took a few steps forward and approached him, as if sensing something, Draco couldn't hold back and took a few steps back. The two stood still in a stalemate posture and looked at each other. Inexplicably, when Draco felt the strong pressure coming towards him, he couldn't help but pull out his wand. Tom suddenly smiled, and took the initiative to take 2 steps back. My name is Middle. As you can see, I am a Ravenclaw student. I was a little unwilling to be bumped by you just now, so I wanted to scare you. Please don't mind my rudeness to you just now. The laughing Tom still looked very friendly. If he hadn't experienced what happened just now, Draco might have believed his lies. But at this moment, Draco had no choice but to accept the steps thrown by this inexplicable person. It's impossible to say, I don't believe your nonsense. What if this inexplicable person in front of him really plans to attack him by then? Draco didn't think his decisiveness just now was fake. If it's true, which psychopath would pull out his wand at someone the moment they meet in Hogwarts? Looking at the Ravenclaw student who claimed to be Middle in front of him, Draco forced a smile from the corner of his mouth, but the smile was very stiff. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he felt as if he had grasped some key information all of a sudden. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, the new heir, the line of blood on the wall, the cat that was attacked by black magic. Disorganized clues gathered in his mind, and the final picture was fixed on Middle's smiling face. Could the person who opened the secret room be the person in front of him? Draco thought solemnly in his heart. When this kind of thought comes out, even he himself finds it inconceivable. Normally, he would not doubt or judge a person based on this kind of speculation. Except ... the 3 of Harry Potter. But that's what happened before. He won't do that now. But when facing this mysterious little wizard in front of him, his first reaction was not the same as before. He doubted the person in front of him. There is no reason to doubt, and no reason is needed. It's okay, it was my fault before. Sinking in my own world, I didn't notice that there were people in front of me. If I really want to say sorry, it should be me who said it to you. After all, I was the one who bumped into you. So how could I care about what happened just now? No matter how much he doubted in his heart, at least on the surface, Draco still had to do it. What's more, he didn't have any evidence to prove that the person in front of him was the successor who opened the secret room. If he accidentally reveals something, and the person in front of him is really the one who opened the secret room, maybe he's going to kill someone to silence him. At that time, the unlucky person will still be himself. I have to say that Draco is really smart. At least when it comes to dealing with others, he's done it with proficiency. No, I don't really need it. I'm actually quite interested in your Malfoy family. After finishing the previous sentence, Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Before he breathed a sigh of relief, the latter sentence made him start to feel anxious again. What do you mean? Draco raised his vigilance again, and took a few steps back. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was 10 meters. The surroundings were quiet. Draco looked at the inexplicable smile on the face of the man in front of him, and couldn't guess what he meant just now. Literally, I want to find a place to talk to you about the Malfoy family and discuss some of your relatives. With that said, Tom suddenly pulled out his wand and faced Draco with a blue and white light. Draco, who was always vigilant about the movements of the mysterious little wizard in front of him, avoided Tom's first spell immediately. This scene surprised Tom a little. Although in Hogwarts, he didn't dare to use his full strength, but with his current physical level, It is not something that ordinary people can handle. Even some senior students can't react to this sudden attack. This is not to say that Draco is stronger than those senior students, but because Hogwarts has been at peace for a long time, and students of this generation have not experienced war, so naturally they will react slowly when faced with a sudden attack. On some. Therefore, Tom was a little surprised that Draco had escaped his own spell, because he had heard too much about the boy in front of him who had been losing to Harry all the time. He had always thought that Draco was an idiot, so how could he have thought that he would have such a quick reaction? Sure enough, rumors are harmful, Tom thought to himself, but he was not something that a second-year wizard like Draco could fight against. He didn't think Draco could escape his second spell. Who are you? If you dare to attack me, are you not afraid of being known by Professor Dumbledore? Don't worry, Draco, I just want to chat with you, the professor won't mind. To this, Tom just gave him a kind smile. Chapter 86 Draco and Tom's Communication. What exactly do you want to do? When Draco woke up again, all he saw was Tom's smiling face. Look at yourself again, tied to a chair by some tree vines. The two of them are now in an empty classroom. Faced with this situation, Draco panicked, but then calmed down, thinking that if the person in front of him wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago, so he would not be taken to an empty classroom by him inside. His cold eyes made Tom smile even more happily. He seemed to really want to see Draco's uncomfortable expression, because it could bring him a little happiness. Didn't I say it, kid from the Malfoy family? I just want to chat with you. Just because of this? Just because you want to chat with me, so you tied me to this place? Inexplicably, the relaxed Draco really wanted to spit on the face of the person in front of him. But he didn't dare, for fear of being directly beaten to death by the man in front of him. It's okay now, at least he doesn't have the idea of killing himself. That's right. What else? What do you think I arrested you for? Tom's half-smile face made Draco feel restless. I believe you have a ghost. They grabbed me just to chat with me in this empty classroom. I'm afraid I'm not thinking of some bad plan in my heart to get the secrets of our Malfoy family out of my mouth. Since he didn't dare to complain in person, Draco could only talk in his heart. Anyway, the mysterious wizard in front of him couldn't hear it either. You're scolding me. As a result, just as he finished speaking in his heart, he heard the playful voice of the mysterious little wizard in front of him. No, absolutely not. At a time like this, how dare Draco admit it? Isn't that courting death? So, he chose to deny Tom's words very sincerely. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the secrets of your Malfoy family. Draco was shocked by Tom's words, and then he added another sentence. Don't worry, I didn't use legilimency to eavesdrop on the thoughts in your mind. Draco said he didn't want to talk now. Seeing Draco's depressed expression, Tom finally couldn't hold back his own smile, and let out a hearty laugh. Your expression is written on the face. It is not difficult for others to see it. Facing Tom's remarks, Draco's depressed expression eased a lot. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, at least he gave himself a step down, so that the atmosphere between them would not be so awkward. Then what is your purpose of arresting me here? Aren't you afraid that Professor Dumbledore will find you? It's because the professor is here that I brought you here. It's not the time for the professor to find me. Draco, please allow me to call you that. Tom took out his wand, and in order to show his sincerity, he took the initiative to untie the vines on Draco's body, even though he tied them up. But when Draco heard Tom's words just now, he was already certain in his heart that he was the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, the one who wanted to complete Slytherin's will and purify Hogwarts. Although, that's just a legend. But Draco didn't know, or he knew it was a legend, and felt in his heart that it was not just a legend. So, after confirming that the person in front of him is the heir of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, Draco became more cautious. He didn't want the people in front of him to find out that he knew his true identity. Although it is a bit of a nesting doll, it is actually the case. After Tom, who has legilimency, knows that Draco has guessed his identity, it is possible to use legilimency on him to see what is in his mind. Of course, I don't mind. There was no moment like now. Draco very much helped that Professor Dumbledore would find this place, or that Potter, whom he hated before, came here by mistake. Even if it's just a random person, it's fine, as long as he can solve the situation he is currently facing. That's good. I'm still afraid that if I call you so intimately, it will disgust you, my friend. After untying the vines wrapped around Draco's body, Tom stretched out his hand and helped Draco stand up from the chair. No, I won't, because I dare not, Draco said in his heart. He didn't resist, and he doesn't dare to resist now. Just let Tom help him up. I know you have a lot of doubts. Please forgive me for bringing you here, because I have something I want to say to you, and I don't want others to hear it. Stretching out his hand, a chair flew over and was held by Tom. Afterwards, he put the chair in front of him, sat down directly, and looked up at Draco. Besides, I don't want someone to find me. I don't want to see him yet, and I can't see him. Tom, who was sitting on the chair, smiled faintly at Draco. He sat very comfortably, as if he and Draco were chatting as usual like a pair of friends. Seeing Tom act like this, Draco also relaxed and sat on the chair. He knew that the reason Tom brought him to this empty classroom was because he had something in him that he wanted. Therefore, after calming down, he wasn't too nervous. Then you planned to squat me in the corridor? How did you determine that I would pass there? Draco asked Tom in a joking tone, using this joking tone to conceal the real purpose of his inquiry. Would you believe me if I said that all of this was just a coincidence? Letter. Draco nodded. As for what he was thinking in his heart, only he knew. Tom waved his wand, and bits of starlight flew from his wand to the ceiling. Then he waved his wand again at the candle lights in the classroom. Those candles were extinguished one after another, and while the entire classroom was plunged into darkness, the starlight that flew to the ceiling before that time also began to bloom its own light. Bits of light hit the two of them, setting off their figures and making the changes in their facial expressions more obvious. But let's not say it. Meeting you is also a surprise, because I really want to find you for something. What's up? Draco's heart moved, and he vaguely guessed what the purpose of this person in front of him was. Tom leaned forward, and the starlight shone on his head, making his eyes look even brighter. I want. A certain answer appeared in Draco's heart. His thoughts began to synchronize with Tom's voice. I want ... to see the book Q ... Chapter 87. The girls' bathroom. Standing at the door of the girls' bathroom on the third floor, Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Actually, Harry really wanted to ask Hermione why they didn't go to the boys' bathroom, but came to the girls' bathroom. Didn't he know that it was really embarrassing for him to do so? Although no one will see it. The reason for coming here, on the one hand, is that Hermione had guesses about the previous voice coming from the wall. The second aspect is that although the girls' bathroom is located on the third floor, no one usually comes here. The reason is that the crying Myrtle came from this toilet. Her annoying character made all the little wizards want to stay away from this toilet. Therefore, no one usually comes here, and this place is also located deep in the corridor on this floor. Also because of these aspects, in order to verify my guess is that Hermione brought Harry here. Let's go in now. There's no one there yet. After finishing speaking, Hermione walked into the bathroom first. Harry, who was about to say something, held back his words, just nodded, and walked into the bathroom with Hermione. Walking into the bathroom, the two of them found that this bathroom seemed a little different from usual. A little cold, a little dark. Normally, there should be dim lights shining in this bathroom. But now, those lights are all off. The bathroom is completely dark, the kind where you can't see your fingers. Fluorescent flickering. A powerful version of the lighting spell rose to the ceiling, bringing light back into the bathroom. And Harry and Hermione also saw clearly what the bathroom looked like now. It's almost the same as usual, the only difference is that this bathroom is a little colder than usual, and floating in the toilet, her eyes were wide open, as if the dying Myrtle was staring at the two of them. Her body kept turning, and whenever she passed in their direction, the fear in her eyes was also facing their position. This is the second victim. After being silent for a while, Hermione turned her head to look at Harry, and spoke word by word with difficulty. "If we don't come today, no one will find that Myrtle has been petrified." Raising his head, Harry glanced at the ceiling. "I always feel that there is a kind of coincidence. Every time someone is killed, we are the first to arrive at the scene. It seems that there is a big hand planning everything in the dark, just waiting for us to hit it." "Relax, Harry. Maybe it's not what you think." "Maybe." He lowered his head and smiled slightly at the worried Hermione. Then, he took the initiative to take another step and walked towards Myrtle's position. Hermione followed, but there was still a hint of worry between her brows. Walking up to Myrtle and watching her petrified body up close, Harry could clearly see the panic in Myrtle's eyes. This has to be because of how horrible things have happened to him to have such a frightened expression. Harry stretched out a hand, and slowly moved forward to touch Myrtle's body. As a result, as expected, the hand that was supposed to pass through touched the wizard robe on Myrtle's body. He actually felt the entity on her ghost. This is really rare to see. Hermione was behind Harry and had a panoramic view of it all. Harry, who doesn't read much, doesn't know what's going on, but how can Hermione, who is knowledgeable, not know what it means? There are only a handful of black magic that can make ghosts be so powerfully petrified. Who exactly is carrying out this kind of terrorist attack in Hogwarts? The two looked at Myrtle's petrified body for a long time. "Hermione, what did you just discover?" "Since we don't know who the mastermind behind the scenes is, we have to find him step by step." "You said before that the sound came from the wall, but the wall is solid, so it's obviously impossible to hide people, right?" "Yes, this is also where I am very puzzled. Obviously, no one can hide inside those walls." When he said this, hesitation flashed across Harry's eyes. After all, this is a magical world, and he is not so sure. What if the walls in the corridors of Hogwarts can also use magic? But the strange thing is not here, but in that mysterious voice. That voice that only you can hear. What is the reason? Could it be that I am really special? There are a lot of doubts. No one will come to explain his doubts. In the beginning, I also ruled out the factors of those walls, because Hogwarts itself is a castle that has been cast with powerful magic, and those walls cannot be transformed by ordinary magic, except that a very powerful wizard like Professor Dumbledore may be able to transform Hogwarts. Besides, I can't think of anyone who can modify the school wall and pass through it. But after walking around again, I suddenly thought of one thing. "What's the matter?" After a moment of silence, Harry spoke, because he was still being shocked by Hermione's deduction. It never occurred to Hermione to get so much information just by going through it all over again. How long is this head? He also wants one. Smart. He also wants to become so smart. Hermione didn't speak. She looked straight into Harry's eyes, and saw Harry wanting to turn his head away instead of looking at her. Those eyes seemed to have light. The light was very bright and dazzling, and even when people looked at it, they would feel a twinge of pain. Seeing Harry turning his head away and rubbing his nose in embarrassment, Hermione suddenly laughed. But she didn't laugh for long, and continued talking. "I once saw in Hogwarts, a school history, that Hogwarts had passages extending in all directions at the beginning of its establishment. Those passages not only ensured that the school could hide students when it was in danger, but also had some channels are able to ensure the water circulation of the school." So, that mysterious voice, the murderer behind the murder of Filch's cat and Myrtle, could it be through these passages to change one's position, hide oneself, and attack others? Hermione is indeed the Ravenclaw of Gryffindor. After some deduction, Harry was stunned. He also thought about it for a long time before, but he never thought that the murderer behind the scenes attacked and hid through the passages behind the wall like Hermione did, because he has never read the book Hogwarts, a piece of school history. He naturally does not understand that Hogwarts still has passages hidden in the walls. Naturally, He didn't think in this direction. Chapter 88, Coincidence or Fate. Looking at the shocked Harry, a trace of joy inevitably rose in Hermione's heart. It still makes her a little proud to let the two of them know how powerful she is. But afterward, Hermione silenced this joy in her heart. Because there is one more thing she hasn't figured out yet. That's where the passages in Hogwarts are located. Where are they hidden? How should I open it? The two consecutive questions are the most critical ones. If these two problems are not resolved, even if they know that the murderer behind the scenes attacked the students through the passage in Hogwarts, it will be useless. How can there be any reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Withdrawing her outstretched hand, the fingertips were still cold. A slight chill ran from his fingertips all the way down his arms and rushed to the back of his head. Even if she was transformed into a stone sculpture by black magic, Myrtle still had the coldness brought by ghosts. His body shook slightly, and Harry shook his hands. What should we do next? I have no idea. You do not know? I don't know about the passages hidden in the walls of the Hogwarts campus. The clue is connected, but the most critical place is stuck in the bathroom. Now that Myrtle has also turned into a sculpture, it proves that Hermione's previous guess was not wrong. The murderer behind the repeated attacks on Hogwarts cats and ghosts passed through the water circulation channel of the bathroom, or the channel hidden in the bathroom. It's also easy to understand why Myrtle was the one being attacked, because she probably saw the face of the murderer behind the scenes. And in order to avoid accidents, the murderer behind the scenes used powerful black magic to petrify her. In fact, Hermione did not expect that a relatively hidden place she looked for after thinking about it would turn out to be the most critical place for them to solve the secret chamber incident. But it just so happened that they were missing the most crucial clue at the most critical point. Where is the hidden passage in the bathroom? Hermione. How about, let's look around here. Since Myrtle was killed here, then the passage you guessed is also here, right? That's right. If I'm not mistaken, the facts are about the same as my guess. There is at least a hidden passage in the bathroom. After getting Hermione's accurate answer, Harry lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head to look at other places in the bathroom. Then let's look for it. Maybe the passage is hidden nearby, and there is some switch that can be opened. Hermione opened her mouth. She really wanted to say to Harry, "Can you stop being so naive? If it was really easy to find it, people would have discovered it long ago. So how could it be delayed until now?" But looking at Harry's sincere eyes and tense face with pursed lips, he really couldn't say those words. So, Hermione turned her head and murmured softly, "You are such a fool, Harry." "Hermione, what did you say?" Harry, who was not paying attention here, turned his head to look at Hermione. He didn't hear what Hermione whispered just now. "I mean, since you've already thought of it, don't look for it yet." Obviously, Hermione didn't want her words to be heard by Harry, so she quickly changed the subject. "Harry, let's search separately, one by one." After finishing speaking, Hermione didn't wait for Harry to reply her, and began to check some places around that were not easy to be noticed from the other side of the bathroom. Harry stood where he was, looking at Hermione's back, hesitating to speak, but he didn't speak when he wanted to say something. He closed his mouth, then turned around and walked towards the other side. The bathroom is said to be big, but it's not that big. But if it's small, it's not as small as others imagined. I really want to find the mysterious passage hidden in it from a little bit of detail. It can be said that the chance of finding a stone in a haystack is a little bit higher than finding a needle. But Hermione and Harry didn't seem to know about it. They were still checking one place after another. There was always a distance between the two of them, neither too close nor too far away. In the final analysis, it was Hermione who was thinking about something in her heart. Harry could feel the strange atmosphere between the two of them, but Harry, who had always been like an elm, didn't know why Hermione suddenly became like this. Confused, he could only focus his extra attention on the toilet in front of him. Step by step, he passed through the closed or open toilets. If it is closed, Then Harry would open the door and walk in to have a look. Although Hermione was a little far away from Harry, she seemed to be earnestly searching for clues in the bathroom, but her attention was always on Harry. She actually wanted to tell Harry that it was wrong for you to search like that, and you wouldn't find anything at all. Judging from where Myrtle's terrified eyes were facing, it was obvious that Harry had searched in the wrong place. Myrtle's terrified eyes are facing the mirror of her place, but the place she sees when standing in front of the mirror is different. When she was standing beside Myrtle just now, she turned around and glanced at the mirror. Judging from what she saw in the mirror, then the last place Myrtle saw should be the sink in the middle of the bathroom. Since she was petrified when she saw this position, it should be that the murderer behind the scenes just appeared from around here, and then found Myrtle, who was looking at him, and then used black magic on her. The only thing that puzzled Hermione was, since Myrtle found him, why didn't she run away? Seeing that Myrtle turned into a sculpture, it was obvious that she had just reacted, and the moment she showed her panic, she was hit by a powerful black magic. Is it too late to run, or there is too little information, and Hermione can't deduce anything useful based on this information? They are all insignificant things. Walking to the sink, Hermione glanced at the window on the right. The window was open, and the moonlight outside just fell from this position, shining on her body, covering her with a layer of silver gauze. She looked at the moon for several seconds before turning her head back to stare at the sink in front of her. Could the hidden passage crossing be here? Step-by-step deduction, coupled with a little luck, made her stand here. Standing at the most critical place, she is only short of a key, and she will be able to get all the answers. So, is she going to tell Harry? Chapter 89 Tom, make magic great again. When thinking of this, Hermione looked towards Harry's position and found that he was still scanning those toilets back and forth stupidly. For some reason, at this most critical moment, she was a little scared. So many things have been inferred based on a small amount of information. Hermione knew very well in her heart that if there were no accidents, there would at least be a passageway in this bathroom. She knew Harry. If Harry found the entrance of the passage, he would definitely go into the passage to find the truth of the matter regardless of persuasion, just like the time before. However, the difference is that the previous choice was in Harry's hands, so he would be reckless if he wanted to. But this time, the right to choose is in Hermione's hands. If she didn't want to, she could have rummaged around and said something else to fool Harry, making him ignore this place. Then the question goes back to the beginning. Did she really want to do this? Letting Harry take risks is something she doesn't want to see, and she doesn't want to. This is why her attitude suddenly changed. The truth is not a fairy tale. How can one not pay a price to know the truth? There is no doubt that, as the wise person in the trio, Hermione is undoubtedly the one who sees farther and thinks more. By the time Hermione frowned thoughtfully, Harry had rummaged through his side. As soon as he turned around, he saw Hermione, who bowed her head and remained silent. He opened his mouth, wanting to call her, but closed his mouth for some unknown reason. Maybe he was afraid that he would interrupt Hermione's deduction by speaking suddenly, or Harry walked towards Hermione slowly, but his eyes involuntarily moved to the sink. Suddenly, the scar on his head began to ache, and some memory fragments flashed in his mind. Then, he opened his mouth involuntarily, and a cold, dark hiss came out of his mouth. Hermione was awakened by this sudden change. She looked up at Harry, who was staring at the sink and hissing, and was taken aback for a moment. Following Harry's hissing sounds, the wash basin in front of them seemed to have been turned on some kind of switch, and suddenly shrank and spread out to both sides, revealing the huge passageway in the middle. By the time Harry came back to his senses, he had already stopped the involuntary behavior just now, and was a little dazed looking at the huge and dark passageway. Hermione looked at Harry with complicated eyes. After all, she never expected that before she could make a decision, the passage that had been hidden in the bathroom would be opened in such a dramatic way. And entering the passage became Harry's inevitable choice. No matter what happens, I will follow behind Harry, won't I? Thinking of this, Hermione laughed. Let's go. We should go in. The conversation with Draco this time was completely beyond Tom's expectations. What he didn't expect was that Draco would find the answer to his confusion, and the same is true for Draco. He never thought that the problem he had been struggling with would be solved by Tom in a few words. At this moment, when the two of them looked at each other again, they already had different feelings, wishing to make each other their confidants. The discussion went on for a long time. Although that's impossible. After tonight's conversation, Tom has decided in his heart that no matter what, he will draw Draco into his camp. According to what was said in the wizard peace theory, it should be fellow Taoist, like-minded, friends on the same road. Tom felt that Draco should have that kind of relationship with him. He believed that Draco was able to understand him, and the previous contempt for Draco's young age had already disappeared as the conversation progressed. Thank you, Draco. After listening to what you said, I have a lot of feelings. If we want to realize the great unity of magic, that transformation will naturally begin, and the first step is to accumulate strength and find friends with the same philosophy and the same path as us. The second is to improve the magic theory that belongs to our own path, and finally to overthrow the International Federation of Wizards Secrecy Act to guide us. The partial union of the Mole World, based on the rational thinking of the Mole World to understand magic, recreate a powerful and great magic civilization. When talking about the excitement, Tom wished he could beat his thigh to try to prove that he wasn't dreaming. This is a broad road, a direction that can lead to greatness. Rise for the rise of magic civilization. Draco was also very excited. The conversation tonight made him feel that there was a kind of hatred between himself and Tom. As for the previous unhappiness, it has long since disappeared. There is nothing left. I believe in you, Tom. Fellow Taoist, with the combination of the two of us, a new magical world is just around the corner. We will eventually see that day when a powerful and prosperous magic civilization emerges from our hands. Yes, Draco. Fellow Taoist. But first I have to explain my true identity to you. Since we are ready to move on that road, as your fellow Taoist and the most honest partner, there are some things that I don't agree with. It's time to hide it from you. Tom looked seriously into Draco's eyes, and these serious eyes also made Draco's expression a lot more serious. Tell me, fellow Taoist Tom, is there anything we can't bear together? Actually, I am Voldemort. No, or I should be the part of Voldemort's youth. But now I am a new individual. Draco knew that he would learn some secrets from him, but he never imagined that it would be such an explosive secret. He opened his mouth and stared at Tom Gunter in front of him with wide eyes. Thousands of words gathered in his mouth, and he swallowed them down with a single spit. This is really an unbelievable thing. Yes, it is indeed so, but in fact it is so. My enemy is not only Dumbledore, but also Voldemort, who is the same as me but different. When the words came to this point, Tom kept staring at Draco, as if he hoped to see something. He didn't want to use the Oblivion Curse on the person in front of him. He still understands the truth that gold is easy to get but a confidant is hard to find. The expression on Draco's face changed for a while, and finally calmed down slowly, looking at Tom with a smile. My friend, it is my honor that you can tell me your biggest secret. The two of us will eventually embark on a great road, and at that time our enemies are not just Dumbledore and Voldemort. The two looked at each other and smiled. To ensure certain things, Tom decided to form a blood alliance with Draco in front of him. Take the relationship between them to a higher level. At this moment, the smile on Tom's face froze, and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. Chapter 90 Relationship Escalation. How can it be? What is going on? Tom first felt that the magic he had left in the bathroom was touched, which proved that someone opened the door to the secret room through Parseltongue. When he was shocked and unbelievable, some memory fragments suddenly appeared in his mind and completely stunned him. After fully reacting, Tom roughly understood what happened. To put it simply, Harry and the girl happened to go to the bathroom on that floor, and then by coincidence, Harry uttered the word open in Parseltongue, thus opening the door to the secret room. So that's the case, is it so? He muttered to himself. His eyes were a little dazed. He really didn't expect such a dramatic scene to appear. Is this an arrangement of fate, or is it just a coincidence? Tom was a little uncertain, maybe they were both. In his heart, the curiosity about Harry Potter was stronger than ever. As we all know, the number of times Parseltongue appears in the magic world can be counted on one's fingers, and the reason lies in the word blood. The only family in England with a Parseltongue is the Horn family, descended from the Slytherin family, while the rest are in France and Germany. In the long history, these three places have the most pure blood families in the European magic world. Due to various historical reasons, only a small number of pure blood families in other places are still standing in place. The reason why pure blood is pure blood lies in the power of their blood that has been passed down from ancient times. And the Parselmouth is also a special part of this type of blood power. Some historians of magic speculate the earliest Parseltongue came from the despicable Hybo, a famous black wizard in ancient Greece. So can we boldly speculate whether all the wizards who have the special language talent of Parseltongue come from the despicable What About Hybo? This guess. Tom remembered that it caused quite a stir at the time, and it was considered a relatively big news at that time. Therefore, he was so surprised after seeing Harry displaying the special language of Parseltongue, and he didn't even hide the emotion on his face too much, which was naturally reflected by the German opposite him. Racco saw it. Did something happen? My friend, Draco, there's something trivial waiting for me to deal with. See you later. Is there anything I can help with? Although he knew that in terms of his own strength, it was too low, but Draco still desperately hoped that he could help. Not yet. Tom shook his head, and was about to turn around and leave, but before he turned around, a look of confusion appeared on his face. And then he said to Draco, "You should pay attention to keeping a distance from me now, at least until you graduate, Draco. I will fight that person at that time. I'm afraid you will be very embarrassed." That's right, and this. With that said, Tom waved his wand, and a delicate bracelet with many precious stones flew slowly from Adair to Draco's hand. What's this? A good magic protective device. In addition to protecting people, it also has a more important ability. What ability? Communication. It allows me to connect with you regardless of distance, but it consumes some magic power. Tom took out another bracelet that was exactly the same as Draco's. The only difference might be that the gemstones on the two bracelets were of different colors. One is a little redder than the color of blood, while the other is a very dark blue. The two different gemstones are each blooming with their own brilliance. Under the blessing of magic power, they look very bright. Draco stretched out his hand and took the bracelet with blue gemstones flying towards him. Before he could say anything, Tom turned around and left without looking back. In order to ensure that he could be revived before Dumbledore arrived, he was undoubtedly very fast, and directly blessed himself with magic. If it weren't for the anti-apparition spell in Hogwarts that blesses the entire castle, Tom might have come to the limit of speed tonight. On the other side, Harry and Hermione looked at each other, and finally made up their mind to take a look in this dark passage, and find out where this passage leads to. In order to ensure the safety of himself and others, the wand must have been pulled out immediately and held in his hand. Knowing that she could not dissuade Harry, Hermione immediately told Harry some of her speculations, hoping that he would not be so reckless in the future. Thank you, Hermione. Let's go here. You should go back. Just when Hermione was about to enter the underground passage together with Harry, Harry stopped his bent body, looked up at Hermione's face, and said very seriously he didn't want Hermione to be in any danger. So when faced with this situation, his first thought was to save Hermione. We are companions, Harry. It is impossible for one to give up another. Hermione was very clear about Harry's little thoughts, but she didn't reveal what Harry was thinking. As she said that, she bent down, ready to enter the underground passage with Harry. As long as she went in, even if Harry didn't want her to go, there was nothing he could do, unless Harry chooses to leave now and take her away. But is that possible? Hermione, it's better for you to stay up there. If the underground is really dangerous, I also need you to help me inform the professors. so that I can go into this passage with peace of mind. Harry grabbed her wrist, trying to figure out that he needed her to inform the professors to let her stay on it briefly, and wait for the rest of the professors to arrive before coming down. Hermione, who was suddenly pulled by Harry's wrist, had an unnatural blush on her face. She looked into Harry's eyes, and didn't try to break free from Harry's palm that was pulling her wrist. "No, I've already prepared it just now. After a while, those letters will reach the professors as quickly as possible, including Professor Dumbledore. So Harry, don't worry if no one comes, I'm ready." Suddenly, Hermione leaned forward and hugged Harry. Feeling Hermione in his arms, Harry froze. Sometimes it's better for two people to go together than to face it alone, isn't it? Chapter 91. It was Harry, not Hermione, who was finally persuaded. This is also very easy to explain. After the two reached a consensus, they walked towards the underground passage one after the other. Because she didn't know what would be under the passage, Hermione threw a powerful version of the lighting spell down the passage from the very beginning. The light gathered by the illumination spell formed a round, bead-like thing. It is this small bead that emits a very powerful light. Hermione took it, throwing it down, watching it disappear at the end of his and others' line of sight, and then hearing a bang. He knew that the bead had reached its destination, but the end of her sight was still empty, and she knew that the length of this passage was beyond her and Harry's imagination. Using the wand, he cast a spell on himself and Harry, then looked up at Harry. "Are you ready?" Harry nodded. "I have long been ready." Hearing this, Hermione looked down at the passage in front of her, and then looked up at Harry, who was also looking at her. The two took a deep breath, jumped down suddenly, and finally landed at the end of the underground passage with a loud cry of "Ah!" In the mind of Tom, who was still running here, some memory fragments flashed away. He recklessly accelerated his speed. Now that the curfew is approaching, many students have basically returned to their common room, and returned to their beds to lie down and sleep. This is undoubtedly very convenient for Tom, who is speeding up. Originally, he wanted to stay at Hogwarts for a few more months. After the energy of the professors like Dumbledore starts to decline, find another chance to revive and leave here. Instead of leaving Hogwarts hastily after more than a week, the most important point is that he has found a like-minded little wizard. Even though he is still very young, the friends on the road are in no particular order. Tom has already clearly felt the day when he will stand with him in the future. Other than that, he is undoubtedly most curious about Harry Potter. While this unexpected incident made him both surprised and annoyed, it also increased his curiosity about Harry. What made him discover his hiding place so coincidentally? It's just so good that he has the key to the secret room. Tom had some guesses in his heart. In the final analysis, before his resurrection, no matter how complete his soul was, it belonged to one of that person's Horcruxes. Only after he is completely resurrected, a complete soul can free him from that person's influence and connection to him to a great extent, and only then can he appear as a real individual. And only then will he be Tom Gaunt, not Tom Riddle. So, Tom had some guesses in his mind. Could there be any connection between Harry Potter and him? No. It should be said that there is some special connection with Voldemort. Otherwise, would there be such a coincidence in the world that he would meet it by such a coincidence? The speed under his feet increased a little, and soon he would be able to go to the girls' bathroom at the end of the 3rd floor. Tom, who was so quick, naturally attracted some people's attention. It was Lockhart's turn to be on duty tonight. When he passed the 4th floor, he heard a burst of violent footsteps. Why is the adjective violent used? It was entirely because the sound of uncovered footsteps was too loud. At that moment, Lockhart felt vigilant in his heart, and prepared to chase after the sound. Professor Lockhart, Professor Lockhart. When Lockhart abandoned Filch and rushed towards the direction of the footsteps with all his strength, Filch followed behind him and shouted loudly. It's a pity that Lockhart, who wanted to catch up with the footsteps, turned a deaf ear to Filch's shout from behind. He didn't want to stop and wait for Filch, and he didn't think that Filch would be of any help to him when the person he had to deal with was Voldemort if his guess was correct. I'm afraid they were not taken away by Voldemort's Avada Kedavra on the spot. Even Lockhart himself had a deep taboo against Voldemort. If he didn't know that Voldemort hadn't been resurrected, and if he really met Voldemort, then at most he would have to deal with a little wizard. If not, he wouldn't have chased him. Inform Dumbledore, and then inform the rest of the professors. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to stand shoulder to shoulder? Compared to fighting alone, fighting Voldemort in groups is safer. Besides, in the face of people like Voldemort, what kind of morals do you have to talk about? Having said that, if Voldemort hadn't been resurrected, Lockhart still had the idea of taking advantage of it. At that time, relying on his prestige of defeating Voldemort, coupled with some small publicity methods, his reputation in the wizarding world may be able to rise to a higher level. Not to mention being comparable to Professor Dumbledore, at least surpassing the current Minister of Magic Fudge is more than a mistake. Maybe in a few years, he will be able to sit in that seat for a while. It was precisely because of his many thoughts that when Lockhart went after Tom again, he didn't intend to let Filch go with him. When facing that person, he didn't have any guarantees to guarantee the safety of himself and others. Although he is not a good person, he will not see a person die alive in front of him. Lockhart, who had many considerations, finally let reason suppress the greed in his heart. The pursuit of fame was ultimately nothing compared to the desire to protect the hearts of those students. This months-long teaching career can be said to be a rare and relaxing period in Lockhart's life. This time, he didn't let his greed shake his heart. While catching up, he had already waved his wand and cast several spells to notify the rest of the professors. Lockhart gaze was very clear at this moment. I have done bad things for half my life, and I have been a selfish person for half my life, but at this moment I choose to pay for others. Maybe it's because the castle has a kind of magic power, or maybe it's Dumbledore's forgiving eyes. Still, he was not willing to spend the period of time teaching and educating people at Hogwarts, and he was not willing to listen to the students he taught in Hogwarts. It must be both, so this time, Lockhart must have been a good guy. He laughed at himself in his heart, and the pace of catching up was a little faster. Maybe things are not as bad as I thought. Everything will not be known until the person who has chased him to the front. But Lockhart had a hunch, and his guess was probably right. Chapter 92. Open the last door leading to the secret room. Tom naturally noticed the person following him, but he didn't have time to take care of him now. If you want to follow, just follow. At that time, it will be nothing more than that he will fight against multiple professors alone, and Dumbledore may be among them. In this regard, Tom himself is very clear. Anyway, with the basilisk in hand, he can run away if he can't be beaten. As for why he wanted to go back, obviously, they can ignore it and let the basilisk leave the Chamber of Secrets and enter the dense forest of Hogwarts. All they need to do is sneak around in Hogwarts and wait for the right time. It's not that Tom didn't think about it, but he gave up the idea later. The reason is that he wants to compete with Dumbledore. If now he is afraid and shrinks back. When the two little wizards found the secret room, they didn't dare to face it. Then when the time comes, this fear will become a knot in his heart, and he will always be lower than Dumbledore and Harry. In this idealistic magical world, this is not allowed by the proud Tom. He didn't allow himself to bow down to anyone. If he can't escape, then this can only be said to be fate. It can't be said that he didn't resist. On the other side, Harry and Hermione had already slid all the way to the end of the underground passage. Under the illumination of the previous illuminating spell, they could clearly see the remains of a giant snake more than 10 meters long around here. The remains of a giant snake retreating. The two of them didn't know that there was a basilisk in the secret room, but this did not prevent the two of them from imagining that scene in their minds when they saw such a long snake skin. A terrifying, huge, hideous monster. There are some things that are horrifying just thinking about them, let alone experiencing them personally. A sense of worry rose again in Hermione's heart for no reason. Compared to her own safety, she was more afraid of what would happen to Harry. Regarding this, she grabbed Harry's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Let's go back now, Harry." "Why, everyone is here. Didn't you see the skins on the ground?" "Apparently, there will be a monster more than 10 meters long waiting for us." "Harry, let's leave now and tell some professors to come here." Hermione's eyes contained worry and pleading. She hoped that Harry would heed her advice this time and leave with her. Harry opened his mouth, looked into Hermione's eyes, and subconsciously turned his head. After pondering over and over again, Harry opened his mouth. "Go in a little more, at least a little more. If we meet that giant beast, we'll leave right away. Is that okay, Hermione?" Turning around, Harry and Hermione looked at each other again. Hermione stared at these eyes for a long time before nodding. "Okay, but you must promise me that if we really encounter that unknown monster, we must leave here immediately, go back up to inform the professor, and then come down again." Harry nodded. If they really encountered the monster hiding inside, then they would have no choice but to leave here as soon as possible. Seeing that Harry agreed, Hermione also let go of what she had been worrying about. If possible, she really wanted to take Harry out of here as soon as possible, but Harry didn't agree. The two directed the light ball formed by the illuminating spell to move forward. Along the way, in this dark corridor, what they saw the most was the snake skin that was suspected to be a giant python. Some are more than 10 meters long, while others are only a few meters long. The ones that are more than 10 meters long are obviously newer than those that are several meters long. The snake skins that are several meters long have a sense of age, and there are still many traces of time on them. Just like this, they went all the way down until they came to a very huge door, and the two of them stopped their progress. When they got here, Hermione's heart that wanted to go back started beating again, and she glanced at Harry. It was found that he also had a hint of hesitation on his face. Judging from the current situation, once they opened this door, they might encounter that huge monster that looked like a giant python. If it's just me, then I don't need to say much, just go in directly. But now that there is one more Hermione, Harry hesitates. Needless to say, Hermione definitely noticed the momentary hesitation on Harry's face, and she was overjoyed at that moment. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Harry say it before she had time to speak. "Let's open this door, go in and have a look before leaving. Is this okay, Hermione?" After hearing what Harry said, Hermione suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, and hesitated. After a few seconds, she nodded in agreement. No matter how uneasy she felt in her heart, she was ready to walk this part of the road with Harry before talking. How should I put it? Nothing will happen if I walk this long way. Hermione was a little worried, and she took out the necklace hanging around her neck, on which hung a smooth metal object with a large cross engraved on the surface. The surrounding refraction scene can be seen through the smooth surface of the metal object. This is a protection spell that her father specially bought for her, even though she told her father more than once that there is no magic on this necklace that can be used to protect people. But facing her panting heart and facing this weird and dark underground secret room, Hermione couldn't help but took out this thing without any protective magic. It was just an ordinary mul item, and came seek a little peace of mind. Harry took a deep breath, stretched out his hands and took a step forward, pushing forward violently. The door remained motionless in front of the uneasy Hermione and the nervous Harry. Suddenly, Harry's expression became a little stiff. He pushed forward again, but the door still couldn't be pushed open, as if it was stuck with superglue. That motionless appearance is enough to make anyone stop. Just when Harry was at a loss and didn't know how to solve it, Hermione, who had been watching him with her lips pursed, spoke. "Harry, you opened it in the wrong way." Harry turned his head and said something subconsciously. "What? You opened it in the wrong way?" Hermione retweeted again very patiently. "Think about how we got in before. Was it your mysterious language that accidentally opened the entrance to the passage?" "Hermione, what do you mean?" "Harry, let's do it again, and speak." That mysterious language again. Hermione took a step back and looked at Harry with a complicated expression. Looking at the huge door in front of him, Harry also took a deep breath and took a step back. He recalled the strange string of syllables he said in the bathroom. Open. Chapter 93 The Real Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. As soon as the hissing sound passed, the door seemed to be activated by some kind of switch. The tentacles above the door proactively moved down and got stuck in those empty spaces. After going back and forth like this a few times, the switch of the door stopped, and the whole door was still closed, which made Harry and Hermione puzzled. It's quite a feeling that they have already reached the last step, but find that they have gone the wrong way. Just when the two of them were in a daze, the door moved again. This time, it wasn't the mechanism on the door that moved. This time, it was the whole door that started to change. There was a clatter, as if with the passage of time. When the huge stone door was opened, a burst of dust was raised. Ahem! The two people who were very close to the gate burst out coughing. After the dust cleared, Harry and Hermione set their eyes on the open door. It was pitch black inside the door, and I couldn't see anything. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, and the two didn't hesitate much. At first, Harry thought of going in and taking a look, and leaving here immediately if there was any danger. Therefore, after turning around again, Hermione took her wand and manipulated the ball of light formed by the illuminating spell to float forward one step ahead of them. If something goes wrong, for example, there are monsters crouching inside the door, then the first one to be attacked will only be the ball of light that attracts attention, not the two of them following behind the ball of light. After walking through the gate and experiencing this layer of darkness, the eyes of the two of them suddenly brightened, and the scenery that they could not see clearly became clearly visible at this moment. In front of them was a very huge and very wide hall, and there were some huge passages beside it. The inside of those passages was pitch black, exactly the same as when they entered just now. Feeling a bit dazed, Harry turned around and took a look. Unsurprisingly, there is also a huge passageway behind them. One step inside is full of darkness, and one step outside is brighter. Hermione also followed Harry back, and then a strange sound came from the empty hall, and the two of them naturally noticed this unusual scene. She leaned close to Harry, stretched out her hand to hold Harry's left hand, and pointed her wand faintly at the empty hall in front of her instead of the dark passage behind her. Harry looked nervously at the front of himself and the others. Apart from the dark entrances, there are 2 rows of wet stone pillars standing on both sides of this dimly lit secret room. Coiled serpents are carved on the stone pillars, supporting the ceiling hidden in the darkness high above. The entire room is filled with a green and mysterious cloud. Eerie, terrifying, and weird. I don't know how long no one has come in here, and the whole secret room gives others a cold feeling. At the end of the chamber, at the end of the 2 rows of stone pillars, was the full-length statue of Salazar Slytherin, as tall as the room itself, clinging to the dark wall behind. He opened his mouth, revealing the monstrous mouth, and it was pitch black inside. But the sound just now obviously came from there. The anxiety in Hermione's heart seemed to turn into substance at this moment. She began to try to recall the previous encounters, the characteristics of Filch's cat and Myrtle who were attacked, and the relationship between them. Same and different. She didn't know why she was thinking this way at this moment. It was like a flash of inspiration. Only in this way could the uneasiness in her heart be weakened a little, so that the uneasiness would not haunt her forever. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Harry's gaze was fixed on the open mouth of the huge Slytherin statue. The feeling from the soul was telling him what a terrifying beast was hidden in the mouth on the statue. Some memory fragments flashed through his mind, and what was brought about was a huge pain that his lightning-like scar brought him. Ah! He bent down and touched his forehead with one hand. Harry, what's wrong with you, Harry? Hermione anxiously supported Harry. This sudden change also interrupted her memory, allowing her to wake up from the memory fragments she recalled earlier. But it was also at this moment that she grasped some key information. When Filch's cat was petrified by black magic, its eyes were looking at the puddles on the corridor floor. Myrtle was also petrified by black magic. Hermione guessed that she was under that kind of black magic in an instant, otherwise the panic on her face couldn't be so vivid. Earlier, Hermione had already noticed that there was a mirror at the end of Myrtle's line of sight. There is no relationship between the plane of the puddle and the mirror itself, but they both reflect the surrounding scenery so that the surrounding is presented by the mirror. At that moment, Hermione understood. What really turned Filch's cat and Myrtle into statues was not the black magic of the murderer behind the scenes. It's because of what they saw at the time that they turned into statues in just an instant. But as soon as he realized it, something happened suddenly to Harry. Harry clutched his forehead. The pain gradually subsided, and his body stopped twitching. Harry, who was slowly recovering, comforted Hermione beside him. "I'm fine, Hermione, be careful of the mouth of the statue in front, there is a huge snake hidden inside." He didn't know much about some knowledge, so when he described the pictures in his memory, he described those magical animals more as the animal knowledge he learned in the Muggle world. Hermione subconsciously looked at the statue of Slytherin. There was a shadow flickering in that mouth. In this light and dark secret room, it is still very clear. But when she looked at the mouth of the statue, the uneasiness in her heart also reached a certain peak at this moment. It seems that if you keep staring at that place, something bad will happen. At that moment, she quickly lowered her head, looked at Harry in a panic, and said her guess about those things. "Harry, don't look at it." "What? Do you still remember Filch's cat and Myrtle? Don't you wonder why they all turned into statues?" "I remember, but does it have anything to do with us not going to see it?" "Yes, I suspect that if we accidentally see a certain part of it, it may become a statue like Myrtle, Filch's cat, or even die in the Chamber of Secrets." "Harry, let's leave now." Hermione's anxious voice reached Harry's ears. He had never seen such a disrespectful Hermione. In his impression, Hermione will always be the one who doesn't panic and doesn't mess up when things happen. But now, obviously, the monster that was about to emerge from Slytherin's mouth was far beyond the imagination of the two of them. Even here, he could hear part of the monster's voice, which also allowed him to confirm who was responsible for the voice he heard by the wall before. That one, terrifying monster. Chapter 94. Running back. Only the unknown will make people feel scary, especially when you don't know what kind of abilities the monster you are facing has. The moment he sensed that the monster hidden in the mouth of the Slytherin statue was about to come out, Harry took Hermione's hand and ran towards the passage behind him. It's not bad that he is reckless, but he is not stupid, nor is he the kind of talent who would risk his life to die. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a gloomy hissing sound. "Very hungry. I'm really so hungry. I want to eat." It sounded like a cold hiss to others, but to Harry it sounded like another intelligent creature was talking, especially when it was talking about what to eat tonight. It's hungry. But at present, only he and Hermione are in the Chamber of Secrets. Could it be that the monster following them wanted to eat the two of them as supper tonight? Harry swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that he and Hermione could save one more time. Maybe he could run back to the bathroom before the monster came out, and close the mysterious passage again. By the ear, Hermione's speculation continued. "I had some doubts before, and these doubts were not answered when I saw Myrtle. Instead, I got more questions. I've been thinking, what if the black magic possessed by Myrtle wasn't cast on them by the murderer behind the scenes, but just an unintentional influence? At first, I was a little bit against my idea, because it's impossible. Every magic requires a medium, and it also needs to be cast on others according to that person's will. But if the above factors are excluded, was it just affected for some reason? Later, I noticed that Filch's cat and Myrtle became statues of one thing in common, that is, they were not directly harmed by black magic, but they were inadvertently saw something to be harmed by the black magic. Spread too. Do you know what this means, Harry? Hermione said out of breath. Talking while running still had some influence on her. What does it mean, Hermione? Even while running, Harry very naturally took Hermione's words and asked further. "This means what I told you at the beginning. We don't want to see it, and avoid contact with it as much as possible until it is not clear what method it uses to make us see it the moment it becomes a statue. However, I think we should try to avoid direct contact with it unless necessary. Remember, Harry, as I told you before, whether it's Filch's cat or Myrtle, the reason they become statues is because they see what they shouldn't see in the mirror refraction, so the two of them turned into statues. You can imagine that just by accidentally seeing things that shouldn't be seen through the mirror, turning them into sculptures, what if we look directly at it? What will the result be like?" He expressed all his doubts and conclusions in one breath. Hermione felt a lot more relaxed. Fortunately, in this situation, there is still one person standing by her side, isn't there? The two of them ran forward at top speed. When they came, they carefully walked through the dark passage for a long time, but it took a lot of time to go back. Just when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the underground passage, they could go up from this passage at any time. Suddenly, there were bursts of intense footsteps above. The moment Harry heard the sound of footsteps, Harry was overjoyed. Although Hermione also had a slightly happy expression on her face, she was still a little uneasy. She always felt that something was wrong, but Harry had already yelled upwards, "Professor, is that you?" As soon as these words came out, the footsteps above stopped, and the surroundings fell into a terrible silence. Even if he was as slow as Harry, he still felt something was wrong. "Professor, Professor!" He tried to shout a few more words, and when he was still unwilling to give up, Hermione took his hand and slowly shook her head towards him. Turning his head, the first thing Harry saw was Hermione shaking his head, and the surprise in her eyes. Immediately, Harry backed up with Hermione. After the previous footsteps fell silent, they never appeared again. It seemed that the sound of footsteps had never appeared above them. Everything is just an illusion of the two of Harry and the others. But is it possible? Hermione looked in front of her and wondered in her heart if it was the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets who appeared. In the previous attack, it was clearly written on the wall that the secret room was reopened. During that time, they also often went to the library to search for the books about the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Harry put the wand back into his pocket. Compared with the wand in his hand, he believed in the double guns in his hand. He held the black and white guns in his hands. Harry thought for a while, and then actively stuffed the white gun into Hermione's hand. Hermione glanced at him in surprise, but Harry, who turned around, grabbed her left hand and walked back to the dark passage. "It's in your hands. I'm more at ease." Harry said this to Hermione. Hermione pursed her lips, held the gun in her hand without saying a word, and followed Harry back into the dark passage. The gun and wand in their hands can bring them extremely powerful self-confidence. Confidence is self-confidence. If you can avoid meeting the murderer behind the scenes, that would be even better, especially when what they have to face is not just the murderer behind the scenes. There is also that unknown monster. The huge, very long snakeskin-like corpse can be seen in the previous passage. It's not difficult for people to imagine how huge and terrifying the monster that has never appeared is. The moment it appears, it's probably a nightmare for them and others. And Hermione's previous speculation undoubtedly put a shackle on the hearts of the two of them, making them worry all the time. Especially Harry, although he didn't say anything. Hermione knew in her heart that he was also afraid. It was only because of her that Harry kept that worry deep in his heart and didn't show it. The hiss sounded from far to near, and Harry and Hermione, who were running back, knew that they were about to enter that spacious secret room again. There are statues of Slytherin, mysterious monsters, and several passages to leave here. If they are fast enough, they can leave here through other passages before the mysterious man behind them arrives. All it takes is a little luck. Chapter 95 Lockhart, can I take you to Dumbledore? But apparently their luck was pretty good. At least when they saw the wide secret room again, the mysterious man behind hadn't chased after him, and the snake-like monster in front should still be hiding behind the Slytherin statue in that giant mouth. The two panted heavily and looked back. Behind him was deep darkness, endless as far as the eye could see. In front of them, High on the high ceiling, there were scattered rays of light, and the style of the entire secret room was different in light and dark. Some delicate light shone on the faces of the two of them, and the darkness never faded. The two turned their heads and looked at each other. The footsteps just now did not appear again. Even now, what Harry and Hermione heard most was their own panting. The surrounding area is very quiet, very quiet. Harry's gaze returned to the front of the Chamber of Secrets, the Slytherin statue. He took a deep look at the statue, and then shifted his gaze to the dark passages around him. Let's go quickly, it will be too late. Wait a minute, Harry. When Harry held Hermione's hand and was about to continue walking, Hermione stopped suddenly. What's wrong, Hermione? After such a sudden stop, Harry had no choice but to stop along with her. He stood there and looked at Hermione in puzzlement, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Harry, haven't you noticed that something is wrong around here? What's wrong? Isn't it always like this? The surrounding area is too quiet. There were still some water droplets and the monster's roar before, but now you are listening. Where are these sounds around here? Hermione pulled Harry to keep him from getting too far away from her. If something unexpected happens later, at least the two of them won't be separated. As long as the two of them are not separated, then it's easy to talk about anything. Something is wrong. He listened carefully to the movement around him, but he found that the surrounding environment was much quieter than he had imagined. As Hermione told him, the surrounding environment seemed to be a little bit different compared to before. Allowing Hermione to hold his hand, Harry held his pistol with a serious face, and aimed at some targets in front of him that were more suitable for hiding. Before, they could clearly hear the faint neighing, but now they couldn't hear anything except the two of them talking. How about we leave from other places first? 2 or 3 seconds later, Harry took Hermione's hand back, preparing to lead her away through other passages. Good. Hermione also knew in her heart that in the current situation, regardless of whether the surrounding environment is right or not, they must leave here immediately. Otherwise, what they will have to face at that time is a situation where there is a mysterious person behind and a big monster in front. When they didn't know the situation of the enemy on the other side, she and Harry naturally had to pay attention and be careful, lest they be surrounded by them. It would be bad. The two walked to other passages. But when they walked in front of those passages, the two of them suddenly had a flash of the foreground, and when they came back to their senses, they were already standing in front of the original passages again. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise, shock and disbelief. Tom held his wand and looked at the two people standing in front of him with their eyes closed, heaving a sigh of relief. Through these two people, you can also see the statue of Slytherin not far away and the basilisk in the mouth of the statue. Fortunately, he came in time, and directly used some spiritual magic to construct a temporary illusion, sealing off the 5 senses of the two of them, preventing them from continuing to go down. Now, what Tom has to do is very simple, that is, to send the two of them up, and then send them both a message to erase their memory. Although he is very curious about Harry Potter, now is not the time. Before the showdown, he doesn't really want to meet Dumbledore. Originally, Tom thought that Dumbledore might be the two, but when he arrived at the Chamber of Secrets, he realized that only Harry and the girl named Hermione broke in. The tension in my heart eased, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he constructed the illusion in time, even if it didn't last long. It was enough for him to finish some things. Looking at the Slytherin statue, Tom let out a sinister hissing sound from his mouth. This voice is much more pure than the Parseltongue that Harry spoke before, at least in terms of pronunciation. He is not Harry's ignorant young man who has mastered Parseltongue but doesn't know anything. Tom discovered that he could communicate with some small animals when he was young, especially those small snakes. Later, after he entered Hogwarts, he often used his ability to communicate with snake-like creatures near Hogwarts, and very later, in an extremely coincidental accident, he accidentally bumped into the snake that had just slept. After waking up and wandering around Hogwarts, the basilisk communicated with the basilisk through Parseltongue, and he learned the exact location of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Who would have thought that Harry Potter would open the passage to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets by inadvertently uttering a few words of snake language under extremely coincidental circumstances? This is even more outrageous than he was back then. There is God's will in every drink and peck. After Tom let out hissing snake sounds, a similar hissing sound came from the giant mouth of the Slytherin statue. Afterwards, Tom closed his mouth in satisfaction, and the movement on the Slytherin statue returned to the relatively quiet state before. At this point, Tom is holding the wand in his hand. Just like this, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. It's not that he doesn't want to send Harry and that girl out now, but because the follower behind him is coming soon, he has to get rid of him first. Damned. When the surroundings were quiet, Tom slammed a spell forward, and then dodged to the side, anticipating that the attack would not appear. Just when he was wondering if he was suspicious, a white light suddenly flew towards him. With a casual slap, he used the powerful magic power of his wand to stick to the nodes of the spell, giving people the illusion that he could just press off other people's spells. Professor Lockhart, it seems that you are not as useless as I imagined. You who have been rewarded with the question and answer space are at least much stronger than you before. After doing all this, Tom stood where he was, speaking in a leisurely manner. In the shadow of the passage, a middle-aged wizard came out. With his white teeth and his iconic smile, he gave people a very sunny feeling. It is my honor to receive your praise, but there is another person who really wants to meet you, and I have to take you to meet him. What if I say no? Lockhart just kept the smile on his face and didn't say much. Chapter 96. Lockhart, how can there be any deep hatred between the teacher and the students? It's already the 46th time. No matter where we walk from, as long as we walk a certain distance, we will be sent back again. Distress, worry, and irritability all appeared on the face of this little witch. When Hermione was deep in thought, Harry couldn't help the irritability in his heart. He raised his right hand, took the gun that was all black, and fired at the wall in front of him. The black light flickered away, but nothing happened. The bullet fell into the sea like a stone, without causing a single ripple. Harry looked at the wall that hadn't caused any damage, and couldn't help looking thoughtfully at the gun in his hand. Could it be that this gun was a fake? There were a lot of things I wanted to say in my heart, but when it came to my lips, there was only this one sentence left. Hearing the gunshot, Hermione was startled, and quickly looked here. When she saw that the source of the sound was Harry holding a gun in a daze, she breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't I tell you, Harry? Don't use firearms casually. It would be bad if you attract that mysterious man's attention. When I find a way, we can leave here. The gun in my hand seems to be fake. Harry hesitated for a while, and finally expressed his feelings under Hermione's strange eyes. How is it possible? This gun has always been in your hand, Harry. Believe in yourself. Hermione felt that Harry had been too nervous recently, and even suspected that the magic gun in his hand was not her own. If this gun is not his, where else can he find other guns that use magic power to make bullets from Hogwarts? No, Hermione, you don't know, this gun gives me a different feeling. It feels like a fake. You also know that my two guns absorb magic power to create attacks and treatments. Every time I use this gun, it will absorb 1/10 of my magic power. At that time, my body will subconsciously feel it. A bout of weakness, not like this. Before he finished speaking, Harry turned his gaze away from the pistol, and turned to Hermione. Hearing that, Hermione was also taken aback. She felt that she seemed to have been ignoring a very crucial thing. Especially when Harry said this to her, the feeling of forgetting something important became even stronger. It's just, what did she forget? By the way, Harry, what did you call me just now? I don't know either. Did I call you just now? I remember that you seemed to be still thinking about how the two of us should get out of here. Oh yes, that's right. I almost forgot. Why does it feel like my memory has deteriorated after entering here? The memory of the two seemed to be disturbed by a big hand. For a moment, They couldn't remember what they were going to do just now. Only the remaining obsessions were still supporting them. Lockhart looked at Harry and Hermione, who were motionless with their eyes closed tightly. He pointed his wand at them, and a white light as big as a small snake directly directed at them. Tom saw what Lockhart was thinking, and knew that he wanted to rescue Harry and the girl first, and then he could use Harry's 2 guns to interfere with him, delaying time until Dumbledore or several other professors came. Arrival. At the moment, his wand pointed at Harry and the girl, and a magical force the size of a small snake wrapped around them. Now is not the time for them to wake up, Professor Lockhart. Elegantly dodging a red disarming spell, Tom spoke to Lockhart very politely, reminding him that it is not so polite to use these small tricks. But Lockhart still maintained the smile on his face, pretending not to hear what Tom said. "I don't quite understand what you said. Why don't you put down your wand and come with me, and go to Professor Dumbledore's office together? There, I can listen to you carefully and understand the deep meaning of your words faster. Between teachers and students, how much hatred can be that cannot be resolved in a meal of communication?" Seeing Lockhart's unwillingness to let go, Tom's face became more and more ugly. The current him is limited by the body of this little wizard, so he cannot display his original strength. If the life of this little wizard is overdrawn, it will allow him to have a short period of time comparable to his peak strength in his youth. At that time, he can easily defeat this damn Lockhart. But the most important point is that he is no longer the Tom Riddle he once was, nor is he the Dark Lord Voldemort who he will be later. The present him only exists as himself. And his ideas, his choices, and some of his thoughts prevented him from making this decision. First of all, he is not just Tom Gunter. He is also the mentor of the owner of this body. As his mentor, how can he do things that are not good for him? Because of this, facing Lockhart, who was also not weak, Tom, who was greatly restricted, couldn't defeat Lockhart immediately. Instead, he was annoyed by Lockhart's numerous disarming spells and some spells that interfered with his vision. This is a very troublesome opponent, whether it's the grasp of the spell, the timing, or the prediction of the spell thrown by his side. It's all just right to make him sick without causing him too much damage. If it is said that Lockhart has mastered powerful black magic, or used a large number of other spells to form a combination spell to attack him, and put him in a bad situation. If that's the case, Tom still feels that he will feel better. It's a pity that from the time Lockhart came in until now, he has been using the disarming curse and the iron armor curse the most. One is defense, the other is attack, plus his skillful spellcasting consciousness. For a moment, he vaguely grasped the core of the whole battle. As expected of Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor, I heard that Lockhart's reputation in the magic world is quite large, and it seems not very surprising that he has such an ability. Tom thought so in his heart. At first, he actually thought that Professor Lockhart was a liar. Sure enough, the rumors are not credible. Once again sighed in my heart, and then blessed myself with a layer of iron armor curse to forcibly resist Lockhart's unknown spell. A blue light shot from Tom's wand towards Lockhart. Damned. Chapter 97. Surprises come and go suddenly. It seems that you don't want to meet Professor Dumbledore with me. I don't really want to see him right now. Let's wait until later. When I leave Hogwarts and have a chance to come back, I don't mind going to see him. The two of you came and went, flashing and hiding, and there were streaks of colorful light. Lockhart is not like he used to be. Apart from the disarming curse and the armor curse, he actually knows quite a few spells, especially some mental spells, the most important of which is to forget everything. That is, 2 or 3 curses are mixed with one forgetting nothing. As long as it hits Tom, it is unknown what will happen then. But Tom was very cautious. His body skills far surpassed others. When he was restricted by his body and couldn't use his skills, Tom tried his best to dodge and use the surrounding environment to block Lockhart's spell. Give me a chance, Professor Lockhart. "How can I give you a chance? I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to leave Hogwarts." "Okay, come with me to meet Dumbledore and see if he will let you leave Hogwarts." "So you want to keep me in Hogwarts completely?" "Sorry, I'm a professor." Constantly approaching, Lockhart's eyes were a little nervous and complicated. During this fight, he has already felt how difficult Tom is. Even if he hasn't been resurrected, even if he hasn't returned to the peak, he is still so difficult and terrifying. He took a slight breath in his heart, as if he was already sweating profusely, and his clothes were drenched with sweat. His methods are very simple, and his spellcasting skills are also very ordinary and solid. But such ordinary and solid spellcasting skills were the main reason why he was able to stalemate with Tom. Extremely fast reaction speed plus the disarming spell for attack and the iron armor spell for defense. In such close contact and fighting, there are only a few ways to deal with Lockhart, who is as slippery as a loach. First, use a powerful spell to collapse this underground passage. But the result of doing that was that the two of them died together. Lockhart thought to himself that the rational Tom Gaunt would not do that, and this is also the source of his confidence to press on step by step. Second, use those unforgivable curses or vicious black magic. If Tom really chooses to use those black magic, then Lockhart can guarantee that he will definitely evacuate this underground passage as quickly as possible in his life, waiting for the arrival of the rest of the professors and Dumbledore. But that day, Dumbledore's conversation with Tom in the question and answer space and his subsequent performance made him choose to take a gamble. Fortunately, he didn't lose. Now Lockhart's thinking is very simple. First, take the two little wizards, Harry and Hermione, out. As for whether Tom will run away or something, then that's another story. At least, now he only wants to protect the personal safety of his students. But the first step is to force Tom to give up the entrance and enter the secret room instead. Only in this way can he be sure to pull Harry and Hermione's bodies back. Only in that way, this trip will not be regarded as returning without success. But, will Tom give him this chance? Tom Gunn once again deflected Lockhart's disarming spell with skill. If the time card is not good, the wand in his hand will really be knocked out by his disarming spell. At that time, looking at it as a whole, it looks like Tom used his wand to naturally catch Lockhart's disarming spell, and then the wand was thrown away. So, from this point of view, covering the wand with magic power to pick up other people's spells is also very risky, and it is also a skill that will test the wizard's familiarity with his wand and spells. Bean-sized sweat dripped down Tom's forehead, dripping onto the wizard robe he was wearing. This battle did not cast any superb magic spells, but if any wizard who is very familiar with battles is here, he will be attracted by this battle that showed superb magic skills and a very high degree of professionalism, comparable to textbooks go in. The reason is that whether it is Tom or Lockhart, they both control the spells they cast very well. If it is said that Tom is limited by his body, then Lockhart's two spells are almost instinctive after being honed in the question and answer space. Only in this way can he cast these two spells so skillfully, and the timing is very good every time. It seems that Professor Lockhart doesn't want to let me leave Hogwarts. I didn't say that, sir. Oh, then what do you mean? I think you know it, sir. Put down your wand and come with me to meet Dumbledore. Over and over again, Lockhart seemed to just want to take him to meet Dumbledore. If Dumbledore is really that nice, maybe Tom is really. See, that's impossible to see, especially at this time, when he was at his worst. How could he go to see his former teacher? No matter what, I have to wait for myself to become prosperous and become bigger and stronger before I come back to meet him. So, of course Tom didn't hesitate to reject Lockhart's proposal. When he retreated to the entrance of the passage, Lockhart was not standing very far away, and he could clearly see the situation in the secret room, but he still felt relieved. It's settled. All that's left is to find a chance to take Harry and Hermione away. If you beat Tom later. Of course. He brought Tom to see Dumbledore, He used this record to prove his loyalty to him and his contribution to the stability of the magic world. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, first of all he has to defeat the person in front of him, Professor Lockhart. The moment they reached the entrance of the passage, the two stopped throwing spells at each other, and the stalemate was temporarily relieved. The two looked at each other, panting, looking very calm. "Is there anything you want to tell me, sir?" No matter what Tom called himself, he always added the word Mr. to Tom. This is not only respect for Tom, but also respect for Tom. There's no way. If it's really calculated, Tom Gunter is also a part of that person, even more intimate than body parts. So, let's have a better attitude. Although hatred will definitely be provoked. I just suddenly thought of an interesting thing. Tom leaned against the wall next to him, with a weird smile on his face, and a faint halo appeared on the tip of his wand. A faint halo lit up the surrounding area. Although the surrounding area was still dim, it was a little brighter than before. What? Lockhart was puzzled, and a bad premonition appeared in his heart. Look at the ground, Professor. Chapter 98. Dumbledore wants you to die, and I need you to die too. When he saw the huge yellow eye reflected in the small water pool on the ground, Lockhart's first thought was doubt. Then, there is no more. Even if Lockhart, who has turned into a statue, has other thoughts, he can't say it now. Walking in front of Lockhart, Tom also breathed a sigh of relief unnaturally. It's still time to deal with you, Lockhart. Professor. He picked up his wand and was about to move the bodies of the 3 people to go outside, when a chirping sound made Tom froze. Professor Dumbledore's phoenix. He raised his head, his face was full of surprise, and he was a little unsure if he had an auditory hallucination. But then another cry like this made him realize that he wasn't having auditory hallucinations. Dumbledore's phoenix has arrived in the Chamber of Secrets. This also means that Dumbledore may arrive at any time. Tom lowered his head, looked at the 3 people in front of him, thoughtful. Phoenix's arrival has 2 meanings, one is to warn him, and the other is to show his sincerity. It was Dumbledore's greatest sincerity not to come in person. But he didn't. He wondered if Professor Dumbledore would suddenly appear in front of him once he attacked Lockhart, Harry and that girl, and cast some spells on him, put away his wand. Generally speaking, he will not take action against these few people who have lost their force. It looks like I'm leaving here today, leaving Hogwarts. It's really heartless, Professor. After finding out about me, he didn't even want me to stay here for a day. Tilting his head slightly, Tom looked at a fiery red phoenix flying towards him, and looked at him with a puzzled look. Tom's face was a little weird, and the corners of his mouth would twitch from time to time. He put away his wand, bent down and bowed very respectfully to the fiery red phoenix, expressing his respect for Dumbledore. That's right. Tom is still at Hogwarts. He hasn't reached the final step yet, and he was Dumbledore's student, so he should. Tom suppressed the smile on his face, and walked slowly towards the statue of Slytherin. Hissing sound came out of his mouth, and the basilisk behind him also hissed back, and slid all the way down from the wall. Following behind him, Tom held the wand in one hand, and the wizard robe of justice appeared on him at some point. The white robe had 2 large blood red characters tattooed on it, but it gave off a very majestic feeling. After wearing this cloak of justice, Tom's impression changed. He didn't turn around, because he was smart enough to know that once he turned around, he would meet the basilisk's eyes. When the time comes ... it will be really embarrassing. I originally thought that I would stay for a while before leaving Hogwarts, but I didn't expect this time to come so soon. And what I didn't expect was that I would find my new ideas and dreams in Hogwarts, the hope that I could give everything for it. So good. Tom said a few words with emotion, and looked up at the statue, as if he was looking at Slytherin after 1,000 years. I will prove your point of view is wrong. He just murmured softly, because the new era will be started by me. There was not much movement, no one would notice here, no one knew what a little boy said under the witness of the Slytherin statue. The proud Tom cut his palm with his wand at this moment, and the blood dripping from it flowed along some lines on the ground to other directions. The blood with magic power is only the first step to start the ceremony. Long before the Q and A space appeared, he had already prepared for this ceremony. What he thought at the time was to use a young wizard to resurrect himself, and then let the basilisk who was loyal to him slaughter and purify all the students in Hogwarts. This kind of thought appeared in the question and answer space, and after he experienced it himself, it disappeared without a trace. Soul concentrating pill replenishes and perfects his soul, which is equivalent to giving him a new life. The cloak of justice allowed him to wake up from the influence of the Horcrux and the bewitchment of Voldemort's main soul. For the first time, he really thought about the meaning of his existence and where he should go in the future. He was originally the most pure and beautiful part that Tom Riddle cut off. Even the influence of Voldemort's main soul and the subconscious deflection of the evil side of the Horcrux led to his previous thoughts. He thinks that his biggest task is to revive and purify all the bastard students in Hogwarts. What does it feel like to wake up? Tom couldn't tell. It was a very special feeling. My head is very clear, and there is no longer a voice that keeps chanting in my head, yelling, beating, and killing me every day. There are no more sudden negative emotions and boring thoughts. So good. He can also live for himself once. It's called Tom Gaunt, not Tom Riddle or Voldemort. Just existing independently as himself, a new individual. If someone came to take away this opportunity from him, Tom felt that he would do his best to make that person pay the price. How could he be reconciled to having such an opportunity after so much difficulty? So after he came out of the question and answer space, he changed his ritual, because he is very clear, clearer than anyone else. Dumbledore could bring him back to life. No one knew himself better than him. After realizing his changes, he might understand that he could also exist as a natural ally to stop Voldemort. But the premise is that he has to pay some price for what he did to Hogwarts by releasing the basilisk before. Fortunately, he didn't kill anyone before. The only two victims were petrified because they were too unlucky. As for Lockhart, that was an accident, wasn't it? It's just that Dumbledore won't let him take it away, nor is he allowed to take it away, because that was the price he had to pay when he was resurrected this trip and was about to leave Hogwarts. That is, it can only be a basilisk. So, I'm really sorry, but Dumbledore needs you to die. I also need you to die, and you have to die too. Lowering his head, Tom watched a little blood from his palm drip into those patterns. Suddenly, he felt his whole body loosen, as if struggling out of something. Chapter 99 Resurrection. The beginning of a new life. He bent down and gently hugged the little wizard who fell to the ground for some unknown reason but was still conscious. Tom said to him very gently, "In the future, you will have to rely on yourself in your life in Hogwarts. Remember to make more friends. The more friends you know, the further you will go in the future, and it will definitely be easier." Teacher. Ravenclaw student Middle looked at the man with a kind smile on his face with blurry eyes. Slightly lost his mind until he passed out. Tom put him gently on the ground. These days, he lived in this little wizard's body and borrowed part of his body's magic power, which made the little wizard so weak now. It doesn't matter, after he is resurrected, all this will be resolved. Next, is the most critical part, and also the part that cannot be mistaken. A cold hissing sound emerged from this closed chamber again. But this time, after hearing his order, the basilisk actually stopped moving forward, staying where it was and yelling at him. It turned out that the basilisk sensed its own danger and subconsciously resisted Tom's orders. However, as the most special language, Parseltongue is special in that Parseltongue can forcibly command all snake-like creatures. Communicating with snake-like creatures is just an incidental ability. The main ability is to forcibly control. When Tom spoke again with an impatient tone, the commanding tone made the basilisk unable to refuse even though it was unwilling. They could only obediently follow Tom's order and climb up the Slytherin statue. Tom closed his eyes. At this critical moment, he didn't want to accidentally see the basilisk's eyes and die directly. Then I have to find someone to reason with. The power of those eyes is beyond comprehension. The basilisk, which has 1,000 years of magical power, is definitely staring at everyone. Therefore, Tom didn't want such an unlucky scene to happen to him. Besides, closing his eyes didn't affect his perception of everything around him. He is not a human being now. He is still a dead soul who has not been resurrected. Is it surprising to have such a small ability? When the basilisk reluctantly crawled into Slytherin's mouth, Tom opened his eyes again and looked at the statue in front of him in a daze. Take a deep breath. It's really a pity to give up the basilisk, a loyal pet that will obey his orders. Really? His heart aches, and now he wants to kill this basilisk with pain. His hand holding the wand is trembling uncontrollably. A string of ancient syllables came out of Tom's mouth, accompanied by a part of the magical blood that had dripped into the pattern before. A green light suddenly shone all around. The lush greenery reflects the surrounding area. An ancient runic script appeared on Tom's forehead. His opened eyes also had a strong green light. The Slytherin statue suddenly closed its mouth, and the basilisk was pressed inside and was forcibly imprisoned. The surroundings are full of roars of basilisks. It's just that this voice sounds a bit miserable in truth. It's no longer the domineering, nor the gloomy smell it used to be. Tom turned a deaf ear to the voice and acted as if he hadn't heard it. More and more ancient syllables were uttered by him. As time passed, Tom's body began to solidify. This is his body, and it looks like it did when he was 15. It was caused by Tom's sudden thought. But the enormous magic power is still pouring into his body. With the changes on his face, the age on his body is also increasing. In this regard, while absorbing the magic power, Tom used the magic power to condense his body, and at the same time used the magic power to make up for the wizards present, including Lockhart was among them. With the infusion of this magical power, his future will be even stronger. But the ones who got the most benefit were the few young wizards present. The magic power of the basilisk turned into pure magic power after going through the ceremony. After entering their bodies, it transformed their bodies while raising their upper limit of magic power. It is very beneficial to their future. Unlike Lockhart, he didn't get so many benefits when he was old. Doing this is not just to make up for it. It is also a gift from him personally to Dumbledore. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Without affecting his resurrection, he took the initiative to drain some magic power to imbue a bracelet. Then he condensed part of the magic power, and many small green gemstones appeared in his hand. After doing all this, Tom stopped and did not continue to do other things. He is now patiently waiting for his resurrection. Looking at the guidance of this magic power, it will probably take another 3 or 4 minutes. However, he doesn't need much magic power and vitality of the basilisk, most of which will be sent back to the magical castle of Hogwarts to inject new vitality into the castle. Thinking of this, Tom suddenly became depressed, because he found out that the one who benefited the most from his resurrection was Dumbledore, who did nothing. There are also several wizards present. If possible, he would also like to swallow the entire Millennium Basilisk by himself. What a pity, what a pity. While Tom was sitting on the ground waiting for his resurrection in the illusion, the two who had been infused with magic power gradually became sober, and their forgotten memories slowly came back. Harry's face was very ugly, but he was not the only one with an ugly face. Hermione looked at the passageway in front of her with a blank expression. She really didn't expect that she would walk through a passage door more than 100 times without even thinking of a solution, and she didn't notice that something was wrong around here. Although every time she sensed something was wrong, she would subconsciously ignore this illusion, and then blind her memory. But no matter how I think about it, I feel very angry. Walking through the maze in the illusion is very natural. Harry, that person should be resurrected soon, or maybe the professors have arrived. Otherwise, this illusion would not be what it is now, and there is no memory that continues to blind us. Although she felt very angry, she still had to be rational when it was time to be rational. Think hard and speak out your guesses. It's fine if it's the latter, but if it's the former. Hermione frowned and pulled Harry. The surroundings are so quiet that it feels so unreal. Now, while their lost memories are gradually coming back, the two of them are also thinking about how to break through this illusion. Slowly, Hermione raised her head and looked at Harry with strange eyes. "Harry, it's time for you to help." After Hermione finished speaking, Harry took out his wand and inserted it directly into his hand. When Harry looked puzzled, vigorously inserted it down. Chapter 100 Harry and Hermione waking up. The moment Harry woke up, his heart was broken. That experience made him unbearable to look back on. Look at what Hermione did. She actually picked up the wand and inserted it into his palm. Still so ruthless, so hard. Harry still hasn't recovered from the cruelty of that moment. It was too sudden. As long as he had a process to react, he probably wouldn't let Hermione stick her wand into his palm. Is it bad to use a gun? There is no pollution yet. Sure enough, my guess is correct. In such a weak illusion, as long as one of us is greatly stimulated, the other will also wake up. Then what if you're not awake? Hermione, who was immersed in joy, was interrupted by the sudden voice. An unnatural blush appeared on her face, and she turned her head subconsciously. Her eyes met Harry's resentful gaze. Rao was very straightforward in what she did before, but at this moment, she still felt a little embarrassed in her heart. "Harry, didn't I succeed? Since I succeeded, why am I still awake? Furthermore, wait, where are you looking?" She stared at Harry with her eyes open, wanting to get over this issue as soon as possible, lest Harry keep worrying about what she did to him before. It was impossible for the two chatting all the time. Hermione, who found Tom, quickly reminded Harry. When the two of them looked into the secret room, they could clearly see it. Under the statue of Slytherin, Tom rose in midair, and at his feet was a little wizard who didn't know if he was alive or dead. The green light turned into a ring around his body. There is a glowing letter printed on his forehead. Even if they didn't know the text, when the two of them saw it, they would subconsciously give an answer in their minds. It's as if the answer was already in their memory, but they just happened to encounter it. That is a rune, representing the meaning of life. New students? Resurrection? Or life? Voldemort. Without a lot of words, Harry immediately understood the identity of that person, and some memory fragments flashed to further confirm his guess just now. He looked at the figure in midair with complicated eyes. There were anger and worry in his eyes, but fear was the only thing he didn't have. Voldemort. Suddenly, but not so abruptly, Harry yelled, pointed the gun at Tom, and pulled the trigger as he ran forward. As if aware of something, Tom sat up from cross-legged, and when he turned around, he waved his right hand subconsciously. A green barrier appeared in front of him, blocking a magic bullet for him. "Harry Potter?" He raised his eyebrows, as if feeling a little surprised. "Voldemort, I'm going to kill you." Harry, who held the gun and never put it down, was naturally unwilling to only fire at this time. In fact, he kept pulling the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun kept shining with some strange brilliance. The surroundings were not quiet. There were three sounds in the surroundings. One was Harry's roar. In this closed room, it spread too far. The second is the miserable roar of the basilisk in the mouth of the Slytherin statue. The sound is so loud that it can be used as the background board for Tom and Harry. The last sound is Harry's gunshots, one after another, without stopping for the time being. It is precisely because of their existence that they have brought a little popularity to the secret room that has been very quiet after so many years. For the magic bullets that Harry shot out from the pistol, Tom, who has enough magic power, naturally wouldn't mind using the iron armor curse to create an extremely powerful bullet for himself. Of the barrier. That is to say, this barrier is not the same as the white color of other wizards. It's green. The magic released by using the transformed basilisk's magic power will have a little bit of this unique color. We should sit down and have a good talk, Harry. Just now, he was also taken aback by the gun in Harry's hand that caught him by surprise. At this time, Hermione also rushed to Harry's side, watching Tom warily with him. "Professor Dumbledore will be here soon, Voldemort. You won't be complacent for long." Hermione also yelled at Tom, although she didn't know why Harry called a young wizard Voldemort. But at this moment, all she had to do was trust Harry. Seeing Hermione's compulsive composure and the words she yelled at him, Tom only felt that he wanted to laugh. without the slightest bit of anger. Suddenly there is something dull. I thought about it in my heart, but it was impossible to say it out. We are not enemies, you two little wizards. You shouldn't attack me. I made you unconscious just because I was afraid that you would spoil my good deed. But it doesn't matter if I wake up, my newborn, for such a big feast. We need a few spectators. His voice was not loud, but Harry and Hermione could hear him clearly. Naturally, some small use of magic power is indispensable. Voldemort, what do you want to do? Although Tom made an explanation, the prejudices of people's hearts are like a mountain, and this mountain cannot be brought down with just a few words. Naturally, Harry and Hermione would not believe Tom's nonsense. How can I just say that I am not Voldemort in a few words? Evidence must be produced. Obviously, it is both easy and difficult to prove who you are. Tom has no way to prove that he is not Voldemort. There is no way to prove that I am. Ahem, there is still a way to prove this, but he just doesn't want to do it. After finally getting rid of Voldemort's identity, how could he put this layer back on? I've said it all, I'm not Voldemort. One more rant, although they won't listen. But Tom felt that he had to emphasize it a few more times. After he was successfully resurrected, he would no longer be Voldemort, but a newborn person with his own independent personality. Tom also found that during the time when he was about to be resurrected, his mood was higher, he was more excited, and he also had more youthful passion. As you can see, I am now on my way to a new life, using the life of a little wizard to revive you. No, no. Trust me, I won't hurt this little wizard, you can rest assured. Of course I use the life of the basilisk to bring me back to life. Hermione's forehead was wet when she said those words, and it could be seen that she was very nervous, especially when facing that person. Looking at Middle, who fell on the ground, and the green magic line connecting him and Tom, a bold guess came to her heart. It's just that her guess this time was not accurate. However, Hermione believed in her own judgment even more.